local and global activities for the World Afforestation Day, World Water Day, and the World Meteorological Day. On 21st March, the World International Day of Forests is observed globally. Several activities are planned, and these include tree planting campaigns, exhibits, and events that portray the importance of forests and trees, sharing forest-related infographics, videos, news, and messages. On the 22nd of March, World Water Day is celebrated. This day focuses its attention on the importance of freshwater and advocates for sustainable management of freshwater resources. On 23rd March, the World Meteorological Day is celebrated. It commemorates the entry into force in 1950 of the convention that created the World Meteorological Organization. This day highlights the contribution of national meteorological and hydrological services to the safety and well-being of society. As part of the National Sensitization and Awareness Plan for the third Uwewk celebrations, Ministry of Water and Environment partnered with Workers Association of Uganda and Global Consulting Services to organize a 330-kilometer walk from Mabira Central Forest Reserve in Uwewk District to the banks of River Rizi in Bara District. The 10 days walk, dubbed Walk for Water, Environment and Climate Change, was graced by the Archbishop of Church of Uganda, His Grace Stephen Kazimba Mugalu. Thank you for being part of the online sessions for the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2020.
I'm Florence Grace Adongo, Director for Water Resources Management in the Ministry of Water and Environment. As a directorate, our main responsibility is to ensure that water resources are managed and developed in a sustainable manner so as to ensure that all the different sectors get the necessary support to use the water in a more sustainable manner and to ensure that we have water available for the present and future generation. The beginning of the thought on the Water Resources Institute goes back to 2003 when the Water Resources Management Reform Studies was undertaken. During that reform studies, a number of investigations on the challenges and opportunities available to improve on the water resources management and development came up. One of the key areas that was identified was the issue of human resource capacity in management and development of the water resources, as well as...
Good morning, colleagues. You are all welcome. It's getting to 9. I want us to encourage all the members who are out, and if you're online, kindly log in now, because today is a very long day for us. And for a number of us, it has been a long day for the whole week. So we really need to wind up early. And for some people who know how to enjoy themselves, they say the weekend starts today. So we don't want to interfere with any of those programs and also with your body. So we'd like to see how we can start. We give ourselves 2 minutes, we start. I believe the ears are there in the walls, as the saying goes. I know we are not very many, but unless you start speaking in Uganda, you'll not see the audience. So we'll definitely want to try this. Mary, how have you been? We'll be handling this with my colleague Mary. We will have a chance to tell you who we are. But for now, we are here for climate change. Climate and change. Not the 2 words. Climate change. How have you been feeling the weather? Mary? The weather has reached on your mic. Yes.
Yes, the climate change has reached my mic, engineer. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a good day to have a good day, so at least just tell that to your neighbor. that today is a good day to have a good day. Thank God it's Friday. Today is World Water Day. Today is the last day of the Uganda Water and Environment Week. So I think today is a good day to have a good day. What do you think, Engineer Yatu?
It's really a very wonderful day. I remember when I went to Karamoja for the World Water and Environment Week. Oh, the weather was good really there, but it was very hot. And when we would walk in the sunshine, but what really disturbed me most, that in that heat, the heat was going to 38, I think, around that. That's what my car was telling me. But I also found young girls carrying jerrycans from a school, walking in a convoy for water.
Yes.
So I think the relevance of today is very, very important to us. But also when I was in the village, because of insecurity in Kotido where I was, these people believe in manyatas. Manyatas have very heavy fences. So because there has been insecurity, the fences have increased from a half a meter to 1 meter, and it's all made by shrubs, which shrubs, if you go to Karamoja, are very scarce. So I asked the chairman, now you have destroyed even the little shrubs you have, which you use for firewood, for fencing. He said, yeah, that fencing used to be a half a meter. Now it's 1 meter because people are so scared about other people intruding their privacy. So that was my taste, but we had a good time. We saw good work going on, both in the water and environment. And I challenged them that for every manyata, since they need a lot of shrubs, and can we plant 1,000 trees? I said, everywhere I talked to already, I said, we must plant 1,000 trees in every manyata. Are you passionate about planting trees?
I am. And Engineer Yato, last week I was in Juba on a mission with colleagues from the Nile Basin Initiative, and it was very hot. I had never felt such heat. 45. So I have made a commitment. This year I will plant 100 trees.
Wow. Can you give her a big hand clap? Because that's exciting.
Of our brothers and sisters.
So what's the on planting trees?
At least a minimum of 5. And don't just plant and grow the trees. How about you, Engineer Yatu? How many will you plant?
My journey of planting trees is very long. I've been planting trees for the last 17 years.
Okay.
And every year I make sure at least I plant 1,000 trees.
Wow.
Even this year I've started preparing for planting 1,000 trees.
That is commendable.
And if my pocket allow, I'll plant more. But I think it's very enjoyable. If you visit the trees and see them and just sit there, sometimes I just go there and stretch and sit on the ground and the floor.
Yes.
The climate, the noise, the birds, and the small insects that have inhabited there. It makes it very exciting.
And you get out of this Kampala traffic and you just go and enjoy the fresh air.
Immediately you reach there, you forget that you came through a heavy traffic, fortunately.
Absolutely.
So can we all plant some trees? I challenge the people of Karamoja for 1,000 in every manyata. I don't know how many. I think five trees is small for this. These are corporates. Trees. They call themselves corporate. Don't you think 100 is a good target?
I think 100 is a good. I'm looking at Commissioner Margaret. Maybe even 2,000. It's not a bad number, after all.
Commissioner Margaret is a champion. 10,000.
Okay. Agreed.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last day of our Water and Environment Week. It has been very exciting. You remember when we started here, some of us even ran out because the heat was too much. And I remember yesterday the keynote speaker, Honorable Amelia Chamande, and Chambade said that when she went to the village, they told her that God is annoyed with us. Mary, do you think God is annoyed with us?
Maybe a bit. In my son's voice, maybe a bit, just a little bit.
But she said that we are the ones who have caused the problem, so let's do something about it.
Yes.
I suggest we are going to start. Where 2 or 3 meet,
he will be amidst us.
Yeah. So we have a program, and all of us have access to it, both hard copy, online, and otherwise. We are going to start with a keynote speech. And today, we have a very exciting theme. Mary told us what this day is about. But we're also celebrating all the days we have gone through. And if you look at your program, on Friday, today we are supposed to be looking at protection of lives, livelihoods, and property to support community resilience and stability. This both physical and in the auditorium. We must protect lives, and what we've been talking about is protecting lives, livelihoods, and property. That's why we talked about security. And we have a keynote speaker who's the expert in that area. She's been in it for over 30 years. When she speaks about it, she can just talk and talk and talk. Then you say, now wait, the chicken about to come home. But for today, we'll give her only 20 minutes to tell us the story. And she's going to introduce herself fully, but she's the commissioner, Climate Change Department in the Ministry of Water and Environment. She's a mother. She's passionate about growing trees. Margaret Athieno Mwebesa, we want to request you to come forward and give us a keynote address on today's topic. And you think 20 minutes is good enough? Try your best. Thank you very much.
Engineer, maybe before Madam Margaret gives the keynote, we have a short video. Is the IT crew ready?
Yeah, the video, apologies.
Yes.
Do you want to come up here?
Yes, you can
Margaret,
take your seat.
Just come up here. Let's watch the video.
In the heart of every community lies the lifeblood of our existence, water. It sustains, nourishes, and binds us together in a delicate ecosystem. But the health of our communities is threatened when water, sanitation, and the environment are neglected. Lives are at risk, livelihoods are jeopardised, and properties are left vulnerable. Yet, amidst the challenges, there is hope. Communities can protect lives, livelihoods and property by prioritising water, sanitation and environmental conservation. By safeguarding water sources, promoting sanitation practices and preserving the environment, we lay the foundation for resilience and stability. Through education, innovation and collective action, we empower communities to thrive in harmony with their natural surroundings, creating a resilient ecosystem that sustains life. When we protect water, sanitation and the environment, we safeguard our present and ensure future generations' stability and prosperity. This year's event, running under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda, also has 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is Protection of Lives, Livelihoods and Property to Support Community Resilience and Stability. The sub-theme will assess progress made and the required needs in ensuring resilient water supply systems for domestic and productive uses, promoting sustainable water harvesting and storage, increasing sanitation and wastewater treatment infrastructure and services, scaling up integrated water resources, management approaches and water use efficiency and protecting of ecosystems. It will also review the relevance of the outcomes of the various water, environment and climate change related events, identify innovative approaches and solutions therein, and assess the role of innovation and technology in addressing water, environment and climate change challenges. The sub-theme will further explore opportunities for scaling up Uganda's response to conflict and climate change-induced migration and displacement, and identify approaches and means of accelerating adaptation and resilience to climate change to prevent loss and damage of lives, livelihood, ecosystems and infrastructure, conflicts and mobility. The sub-theme will stimulate discussions regarding options and mechanisms for mobilising the required financing to achieve various sustainable development goals. It will further explore opportunities and challenges in scaling up investment in climate change, mitigation and adaptation to increase the resilience of communities, ecosystems and infrastructures.
Thank you very much. And I think that sets the scene. But Mary, do people know you?
I think they know me.
So can you give us
But
slightly more about yourself?
for the interest of those who don't know me, my name is Mary Namkose, and I work for GIZ, specifically the program that is supporting the Nile Basin Initiative as an advisor for water, environment, and climate change. Engineer Yato, maybe there are also those other people here who don't know you. I know you're a senior citizen, but for the interest of people in my age bracket, maybe you could also tell us a bit about yourself.
Thank you very much. I'm excited that people of your age brackets are interested in knowing me. Engineer Joseph Oriono Eyatu, Commissioner Rural Water and Sanitation Department in the Ministry of Water and Environment. I've been in the trenches since 1991, and the journey now is closing down, but I'm excited to be here. Our keynote speaker has been in the trenches for climate change for a long time. We've gone into rooms of negotiations, hustling with our brothers and sisters. I don't know whether to call them brothers and sisters, but the people whom the world thinks has done the biggest havoc to our climate, we are just the recipients of the effects. So let's put our hands together and welcome Mrs. Margaret Athieno Mwebesa to come and speak to us.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, are we still sleepy? Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I think the permanent secretary will be coming soon. Representatives of development partners here present. UNHCR representatives in Uganda. I hope they are here. The Secretary General, Uganda Red Cross Society. Uganda Local Government Association Chairman, I think he'll be joining us. He's one of our panelists. The Regional Manager, Nile Basin Discourse. The General Director, Aid Environment. Representatives from ministries, departments, and agencies. Esteemed guests here present. As Engineer Yato and Mary, the moderators, said, I'm called Margaret Athieno Mwebesa. I have worked in the environment and natural resources sector for over 30 years, including the climate change space. So I'm really very delighted to be here as your keynote speaker. But I'm also the Commissioner for Climate Change and the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, national focal point for Uganda. I have interfaced with some of you. I see a number of young people, and we are really encouraging you to be part of this climate change agenda. I'm also a very passionate person when it comes to tree planting. I have over 100 hectares of trees, and I urge all of you to plant trees. I have seen the benefits of planting trees. And when you're young, please start now, plant trees. I have also walked the RED Plus journey, that is reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. And it has contributed immensely to Uganda and the entire international community. So that is me in short. And now let me give you my keynote speech. It is a great honor to be part of this very important session today, to deliberate on the crucial topic, strengthening community resilience to protect lives and livelihoods in Uganda. Resilience is the ability of individuals, communities, and systems to anticipate, prepare for, respond to, and recover from shocks and stresses. It is not only about bouncing back, but it is also about bouncing forward, building back better and stronger. So we really need to be resilient, especially in this era when climate change is really hitting on us. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was adopted in 1992 with the ultimate aim of stabilizing greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere at a level that would prevent dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. And this should be within a framework that allows people and the climate to adapt and economies to develop sustainably. That hence resilience. So it is resilience about the people, livelihoods, our economies, and everything. As you are aware, Uganda is signatory to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and its implementation framework. That is the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. And the Climate Change Department of the Ministry of Water and Environment is the focal point. Hence, the Commissioner Climate Change being the focal point for UNFCCC. Sorry for that. Sorry for that interference. Currently, we have a staggering 3.6 billion people, which is nearly half the population of the world, currently highly vulnerable to climate change impacts. And we have seen a number of impacts we are going through. The floods, the droughts, storms, heat stress, which we are facing now. Southern Sudan has closed schools. It's too much. And also food insecurity. And this number will only continue to rise as long as global temperatures keep climbing. And as we all know, the global temperatures are actually increasing by the day. So human and ecosystem vulnerability are interdependent, and regions, countries, and people with considerable development constraints have high vulnerability to climate hazards. I think we have all seen that. Increasing weather and climate extreme events have exposed millions of people to acute food insecurity, reduced water security, with the largest adverse impacts observed in many locations and communities in Africa, Asia, Central, and South America, including the LDCs, the least developed countries where Uganda falls, small islands, and the Arctic, and globally for indigenous peoples, small-scale food producers, and income households. So climate change hits more the very vulnerable communities and people. Between 2010 and 2020, human mortality from floods, droughts, and storms was 15 times higher in highly vulnerable regions, including Uganda. This is according to the IPCC Assessment Report 6 of 2013. So this problem is with us, and there is scientific evidence. For Uganda, that's really Uganda's economy that consists of majorly of three sectors, that is agriculture, industry, and services. These are very vulnerable sectors, as we all know. And they're very vulnerable to climate change. You know, when we don't have the rains, we have crop failures. If rains come late, and vice versa. So Uganda is one of the very vulnerable countries in the world. And according to the Notre Dame Global Adaptation Index, Uganda is the 173rd out of the 185 countries when it comes to readiness. That means we are the 13th least prepared in the world when it comes to climate change effects. So as a country, we really need to wake up and do something. And we can do it. Norway ranks #1 according to this index. So please, Uganda, we can do quite a lot to pull ourselves from this 13th, being the 13th least prepared in terms of vulnerability. While the world must act swiftly to curb greenhouse gas emissions and halt climate change, this alone is not enough to protect the people already feeling its impacts. There is also an urgent need to scale up climate adaptation efforts to safeguard vulnerable communities. The Paris Agreement, I said Uganda is signatory to all these protocols, including the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement under Article 7 established for the first time a global goal on adaptation to enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerability to climate change, with a view to contributing to sustainable development and ensuring an adequate adaptation response in the context of mitigation goal of keeping temperature rise to 2 degrees centigrade, but also better still to 1.5 degrees centigrade. The global goal on adaptation now includes a specific target to accelerate the use of ecosystem-based adaptation by 2030. And as Uganda, we are highly privileged. We are very rich when it comes to natural resources. We have forests, we have wetlands, we have peatlands, we have the fresh waters, we have the natural resources which can help us quickly adapt to the effects of climate change. COP28 undertook the first global stocktake, and it emphasizes the importance of reversing deforestation by 2030. And it also underlines the need to address the interlinkage between global crisis of climate change and biodiversity loss in the broader context of achieving sustainable development. Here again, the global stocktake emphasizes natural adaptation plans to be covered, and it should cover our ecosystems and mountains. And you know, Uganda, we are very wealthy in all these ecosystems. As you all know, we always have a number of floods, landslides, mudslides every year because of flooding on these mountainous areas. So the global stocktake in COP28 emphasized that countries, parties should include ecosystems and the mountain ecosystems in their national adaptation plans. At COP28, there was also a very clear recognition that countries are making progress in their efforts to develop and implement national adaptation plans, which chart how nations will build their resilience to climate change. As we may know, Uganda also launched its preparation of a national adaptation plan last year in July. However, we have sectoral national adaptation plans going on. We already have the national adaptation plan for the agriculture sector. I submitted this to the UNFCCC NAP Secretariat. So the agriculture sector can now start lobbying and mobilizing resources. We are now working on NAP Health. I want to thank some of our partners, they may be present here, for mobilizing funds for NAP Health. Thank you so much. And also for the NAP WASH. NAP WASH has also started its national adaptation planning process. I also want to extend my appreciation to the Global Center for Climate Mobility that has expressed interest. I don't know if they are here, the Deputy Director General, we had a meeting with her. She has expressed interest to support Uganda's NAP process to ensure that the issues of climate mobility is integrated in our national adaptation plan. And to me, this is very good. I think we need to give them a hand clap. According to the global stocktake, 51 countries have so far submitted plans, their national adaptation plans, of which 11 were submitted last year, which is a record number for any year. And for Uganda, we are expecting at least to submit ours maybe by next year. That is our plan, or latest 2026. The COP28 final outcome also includes a call for all countries to have their adaptation plans in place by 2030. Experts say that these ambitious targets will help us direct support and finance to where it is most needed, where it is most needed to accelerate action. I would like to say that we have implemented so many projects, but under the UNFCCC, we have initiatives that are now trying to ensure that most of the funds that is given to parties, to countries, go down to communities. So support for locally led adaptation is being promoted under the Global Goal on Adaptation under the Paris Agreement. This is to ensure that local communities, especially those most susceptible to the effects of climate change, are included in adaptation efforts. Community-based strategies encourage ownership, it boosts resilience, and reinforces social cohesiveness, allowing flexibility in adaptation response given the dynamic nature of climate change. So for us in Uganda, we are front runners. We are front runners in the support for locally led adaptation. There's an initiative called the Least Developed Countries Initiative for Effective Adaptation Resilience, which aims to support a shift away from business as usual approaches to a more effective and ambitious climate response, popularly known as Life AR. It is going to be a vehicle, a primary vehicle for least developed countries to really achieve their vision of 2040 for a climate resilient future. So the principles of Life AR is really about equity, integration, ownership, local action, and inclusiveness. Hence, leaving no country or no one behind. So as I said, Uganda is a front runner in the Life AR, and we are going to implement this in over, I think, 12 districts. And really, I think this is a good initiative, and I think we are going to draw a number of lessons and roll this to more districts. Uganda is also a front runner in the implementation of another locally led initiative called the Local Climate Adaptive Living Facility, which supports local governments integrate climate change adaptation into their development plans and budgets through a participatory and gender responsive manner. And we are going to pilot, or we are already piloting in Kasese, Nuoya, Nebi, and Zombo districts. The local facility is expected to channel, the local facility is also expected to channel increased climate finance for climate smart and resilient investments, working with communities at the local level. We are also implementing a very important project called Building Resilient Communities, Wetlands Ecosystems, and Associated Catchments in Uganda. It's an 8-year project, and our president always talks about this project, which aims to tackle climate-related impacts and vulnerabilities of wetland ecosystems through restoring wetlands and their ecosystem services based on wise use principles and guidelines as outlined in the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. We have implemented also a very successful project. This is also funded by GCF, called Eureka, popularly called Eureka. It is enhancing resilience of communities to climate change through catchment-based integrated management of water and related resources in Uganda. This project has the overall objective of increasing the resilience of communities to the risks of floods and landslides in the catchments of Awoja, Aswa, and Maziba by promoting the use, by promoting the basins and associated resources management initiatives around those catchments. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda has 14 resettlement camps for refugees with overpopulation of 1.56 million people. And these numbers keep growing day by day due to our open refugee policy currently operating in the country. And this includes our Kampala. Kampala, Capital City Authority, is also one of the districts or urban centers that is really hosting refugees. There's a pressing demand to adopt strategies that safeguard lives, livelihoods, and property within these communities that come to these refugee hosting areas. This has led to the growing recognition of the importance of building community resilience at all levels, and and there are a number of efforts and projects that are in place, both nationally, internationally, and globally to support in this respect. The Ministry of Water and Environment hence prepared the Water and Environment Sector Refugee and Host Community Response Plan, and this is in line with the global goal on adaptation. And the COP28 emphasized the use of ecosystems-based adaptation by 2030. So Uganda is really walking the talk. And if we can only implement these very good policies, we are really walking the talk as expected of us by the UNFCCC, by the Paris Agreement, and the Kyoto Protocol. In addition, at international level, there are other initiatives to support community resilience and protect lives and livelihoods, and these include the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, adopted in 2015. We have the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 1, which talks of no poverty, Goal 2, zero hunger, Goal 13, climate action, and good health and well-being, which is SDG 3, gender equality, which is SDG 5, clean water and sanitation, SDG 6, and affordable and clean energy, which is SDG 7. All these have targets related to building resilience and protecting our communities and livelihoods. At regional level, organizations such as the AU, the African Union, the East African Community have developed frameworks and strategies to support resilience building. For example, the AU's Agenda 2063 includes a focus on building resilience to climate change and other shocks. At national level, Uganda has developed robust policies and strategies to support community resilience. For example, we have the National Environment Act 2019, the National Policy for Disaster Preparedness and Management, Disaster Preparedness and Management Act, which provides a framework for disaster risk reduction and response. and this has been institutionalized in the Office of the Prime Minister under the Department of Disaster Preparedness. So you can see how important Uganda takes climate issues or environment issues. We have very good and robust policies, but we really need to implement them. We also have the National Climate Change Act 2021, which provides for climate change response measures that include the development of national climate change action plans by all lead agencies, including the districts, local governments, and cities. These action plans are to be preceded by comprehensive community-led risk assessment as well as stakeholder engagement so that there is ownership and eventually sustainability. The Climate Change Act Section 21 commits the minister responsible for finance. The Climate Change Act Section 21 also commits the minister responsible for finance in consultation with the minister responsible for climate change to provide financing for climate actions and measures. So it also further provides for certification of our national budget framework paper. So every year, the Ministry of Water and Environment with the technical lead from the Climate Change Department certifies the national budget framework paper to ensure that it is responsive enough to climate change actions and measures. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have a nationally determined contribution, which is Uganda's National Climate Change Action Plan. And it also outlines mitigation measures and prioritizes adaptation as very key for Uganda. In conclusion, building community resilience is multifaceted and requires the collective action of everybody, government, non-state actors, the private sector, working together in order for us to have a very holistic approach to protecting our lives and livelihoods, and hence supporting sustainable development. Therefore, it is the responsibility of each one of us to ensure that the communities we live in are resilient to all climate-related risks and hazards through the global principle of common but differentiated responsibility and not leaving anyone behind. I thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Commissioner Margaret. I think before you leave, we would like to know if from our audience, is there anyone who has a burning question? It should really be burning you because we don't want to cause fire in the room. One burning question to Commissioner Margaret. So everything is clear, Commissioner Margaret. The science is clear. You've been very clear. And I think among the key things that have really hit me hard is that Uganda is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change, but also the least prepared. So we need to take action yesterday, not now. And we would also like to note the different efforts that the Ugandan government, together with the different development partners, have put in place to build the resilience of communities, to deal and address the impact of climate change. Specifically, the initiatives towards the development of the National Adaptation Plan and also sectoral adaptation plans, for example, in agriculture, in health, in WASH. And I think, Commissioner Margaret, let's not forget water resources, because if the water is not managed well, then we cannot meet the WASH needs. We also would like to appreciate the efforts of the different development partners that have supported the different initiatives in Uganda to address the impact of climate change and also to build the resilience of communities. And lastly, we note that Uganda is a front runner, but if you have watched those athletes, the front runner is always aiming to run faster. So much as we are a front runner in a number of initiatives, I think we need to run faster. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope we are good to start to dig deeper into this topic of building better communities, resilient communities to the impacts of climate change. And I would like to introduce our panelists. Me and my colleague, Engineer Yatu, we shall be introducing you, our panelists, and we would also like to welcome our online audience. I hope you can get us well and clear. So our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Matthew Krenstill. Apologies if I don't apologize your name very well. Mr. Matthew, as you take your seat, I would like to introduce you. Mr. Matthew is the UNHCR representative in Uganda, and he has held that position, or he has been in UNHCR for over 28 years. And Mr. Matthew also has held different positions in different countries, and he's very passionate about the topic of humanitarian assistance. Welcome, Mr. Matthew, and we are glad to have you on our panel today. Our next panelist is Mr. Robert Kwesiga. Mr. Robert, you can come and take your seat. Mr. Robert is the Secretary General of Uganda Red Cross, and a position he has held since 2015. He has over 33 years experience in humanitarian sector, both locally and internationally, and he has served and he's still serving at various boards, especially in the humanitarian space. Welcome, Mr. Robert Kwesiga. We are glad to have you today. And our third panelist is actually a friend of mine. You will be surprised. Engineer Sylvester Matemu. Karibu. Engineer Sylvester, or Engineer Matemu, is currently the regional manager of the Nile Basin Discourse, but he's an expert in international and national water law and policy. He has participated in various negotiations on the transboundary water issues, and he has worked in the public sector for over 38 years. And important to note, he was the 10th Executive Director of the Nile Basin Initiative. Welcome, Engineer Matemu. And I was happy to witness the transition between Engineer Matemu and our very own Dr. Florence Adong. I would like to pass over to Engineer Yatu to introduce the rest of the panelists.
Thank you very much. All the panelists are in the house, and you just get your notebooks ready, because we will only have a discussion at the end. We will not ask at every stage. Our next panelist, in line with the gender sensitivity, is a friend, a colleague, now a professor. Justin J. Namalwa, please come to the front. She's the head of Department of Environmental Management, School of Forestry, Biodiversity and Tourism, College of Agriculture, and Environmental Sciences, Makerere University. Wow, that's a long, long title. Please give her a big hand clap as she walks over. She's a professor in environmental management. She also holds a PhD. She's teaching graduate and undergraduate students, and she's interested in research and knowledge transfer through community engagements and policy dialogue. She holds a PhD in forest economics. She also has a master's in management of natural resources and sustainable agriculture, and a BSc in forestry. But beyond the university, she's the chairperson for the Board of Advisors for the Environmental Management for Livelihood Improvement, Boise facility. I'm sure all of us know Mbwaise. If you don't know, you'll know. Because you wait for the rains, you'll know where Mbwaise is. It will be on the TV. So she's also a board member of African Innovations Institute. These are all non-profit making organizations. Please welcome her with a thunderous clap. Thank you very much, Doctor, for accepting to join us. We also have online two great philosophers and who are passionate about environment. I'll start with the lady, Miss Anna Schumacher. I hope she can be showed. Is she online now? I want to hear from our team behind. We want to see her. You're tired of looking at my face. Can we see her face? And also we have Dr. Peter Bentley, who are all online. Okay, as they come in, Anna Schumacher is the General Director of Aid Environment, based at the headquarters in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands. Before joining there, she was also holding similar positions with several NGOs. She holds a master's in political science and international relationships from the University of Amsterdam, in the Netherlands. She's passionate about resilience and sustainability. And then we have Dr. Peter Bentley. I think he's online. Welcome, Peter. He's a team leader for adaptation and resilience in the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office in the UK. He was very, very mean with his CV, but will add more as he wishes. Peter, you're most welcome. And Peter, being online, I want to start with you. I hope you can hear us. Just wave and I see that you can hear us loud and clear. Thank you very much. Thank you. You're all welcome. And can you make them comfortable? You know, when you come to a front desk and some people are not welcoming, you might feel strange. But the good news is most of them are professors. They have been in this 1,001 times. We're going to have a general question, so all of us will give a shot at it. We'll try to manage time. And I hope Anu is also online. So we'll start with Peter. Communities are losing their lives and livelihoods due to climate impacts, such as a water level rise and changes in the frequency and intensity of the extreme weather events. Who doesn't know these extreme weather events in Uganda? Including heavy rainfall, floods, landslides, and droughts, and high temperatures and low temperatures for the people in the north and south. This transformation of the environment due to climate change underscores the pressing necessity for increased investment in protecting lives, livelihoods, infrastructure against the threats and natural disasters, while also reinforcing adaptation and resilience. Peter, you're the best because you're in charge of adaptation. Given this reality, how can we achieve the protection of lives, livelihoods, and property to bolster community resilience and stability? Additionally, what strategies can be employed to surmount the current gaps and obstacles impeding progress in Uganda? We'll request you to summarize, Peter. Each of the panelists will be given just 5 minutes. We'll try to stick with that. Just summarize what you feel about how we can address those challenges of the current time, and then what we can do for our country, Uganda. Peter?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. You can hear me?
Yes, loud.
Sorry, apologies for the meanness on CV. So I'll tell you a little. I'm Peter Bentley. So I work on adaptation and resilience for the UK's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. In practice, that means I lead on the policy and programs for our adaptation projects here at in London. But we also cover the UNFCCC negotiations around adaptation and loss and damage. So we are closely involved in many of the kind of decision making that our colleagues have mentioned. I've worked very closely with some of your neighbours. So I've been based in South Sudan around the time of independence, and in Kenya as well. I've also spent some time in Kampala, so I'm in Uganda. I'm really sorry not to be back there. So in 2014, my wife actually worked in Malago, And we spent a wonderful year living there. And I worked for VSO, working on some education projects there. So I'm really sorry not to be amongst colleagues again. But yeah, I've got a really fond place in my heart for Uganda. It's such an amazing country. When it comes to kind of your question, so I think the big thing that the UK sees as absolutely essential to this is taking a locally led approach to adaptation. And so we've signed up to the principles of local adaptation, which really put local communities at the heart of decision making, and how they sort of can find solutions and work out how to best spend money most effectively and deliver the most effective outcomes for their own needs. That said, we need to also support the kind of the overall national planning. So the UK supports the NAP process in some countries. We at COP26 as presidency pushed really hard for countries to have national adaptation plans, and there was a big impetus on countries having them in place. And I think what now we need to be really clear on is making sure that we don't just have national adaptation plans in place, that countries are really making sure they're really effective, they're costed, they're understanding and prioritized. Some of the national adaptation plans we see run into the billions of dollars, and really working through where they can focus, where it is that they can use these national adaptation plans to have the greatest effect, and then link that through to funding, link it through to bidding into things like the Green Climate Fund, which I'll come back to in a second. National adaptation plans, they're not easy. I mean, so the UK has just, in July last year, we launched our third national adaptation plan, and I'm really aware of the huge challenges that are with having a holistic, locally led approach to adaptation. In a country like the UK, which actually is relatively small compared to many countries, is relatively homogenous. We don't have we don't have huge mountains, we don't have very, very low lying levels and things, and even we have quite a diverse range of adaptation challenges with our rivers, with water. In the summers, we do have some level of water shortage, not compared to so many of our friends in Africa, but and even we struggle to have that in a really kind of comprehensive manner. So we're really keen to sort of work with other countries and look at how we could support potentially on their national adaptation planning. The UK was one of the key donors and continues to be really closely involved in Life AR, which a colleague mentioned. This is working in Uganda and looking at how we can sort of really work with local communities to best get that funding flows going down to that local level, and sort of really helping them define their solutions. So although I haven't been to Uganda recently, I've actually just come back from Bangladesh, where I was working with or looking at some projects we do on with the Global Centre on Adaptation, which does also work in Uganda and a lot in East Africa. But in Bangladesh, they are doing this fantastic project where they're working with local organizations and local communities and kind of doing a needs analysis and really running through kind of understanding the communities understand their problems, but then sort of helping them work through the potential solutions, prioritizing those, and then where funding is available, sort of getting funding to flow to the most advantageous projects. And in this case, it was water projects. So they have a 2-month drought period in Bangladesh. It's a huge problem where they basically have to save up during the year to get money trucked in for those 2 weeks. And what this, through the problem assessment activity they did, is that they said that actually this would make a huge difference to us. So they put a water tower, they did water rain collection, and basically they now have enough water storage to last them those 2 months. So they don't have to pay for any water trucking. And for a relatively small amount of money for this infrastructure project, the community can then save their money during the year, use their money during the year for other things, so they don't have to use water trucking and don't have to sort of rely on that. And so I think that's a really nice example of sort of, and it takes time, the locally led kind of approach, but it's absolutely critical to how we work on adaptation in a really sustainable way and that kind of country ownership. We, as the UK, we also push really hard within the UNFCCC space to make sure that these developed countries are really at the forefront of where support flows to. So first of all, we are, as a country, we are committed to spending 11.6 billion pounds on international climate finance over 5 years. And within that, we aim for a balance between mitigation and adaptation. So we fully acknowledge the concerns that your colleagues have mentioned around mitigation and the fact that Uganda is an incredibly low emitter. And although we still feel that mitigation has a huge role to play in the worldwide fight against climate change, we also acknowledge that we really need to support countries on their adaptation, and that's why we're pushing for a balance between mitigation and adaptation. And within the UNFCCC space, on the new loss and damage fund, for example, we're really pushed for a floor on the focus on least developed countries getting and SIDS getting access to that funding. We really see that vulnerability is so critical, and we see a bigger role for things like private finance for the middle income countries. On that basis, I can't see faces in the room who might be nodding, smiling, or shaking their heads at my intervention. So I'm going to probably stop there, as I think I've reached the end of my 5 minutes. But very happy to come on back and say any points, and looking forward to hearing from my other panelists, many of whom are much more esteemed than I from the look of their CVs.
Thank you very much, Peter. The 9.6 billion Ugandans you have had is going to be brought to Uganda all. Isn't that what Peter said? But we wait to see. This for the whole world. Okay, Mr. Matthew, I hope you remember the question. How do we bolster, that word is difficult for me, the community resilience and stability to protect their lives, livelihoods? And what strategies do you have for us in Uganda? Just press that, it will work for you. And be as close as possible so that the online corners can hear you.
Let me start by sending greetings to the audience here. Is it okay? Hello? It's okay. I think it's okay. Okay. Let me just start by sending you greetings. And like the saying goes that when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I would have wished to swing it along the refugee angle, but let me be general here, and if there are any specific questions, then concerning refugees, then I would do that. It has already been said here that we have over 1.6 million refugees here in Uganda, and the impact that the refugees have on the environment is enormous. Let me just start by just citing one example. The requirements of fuel wood for refugees in Uganda is about, annually, is about 1.2 million tons of fuel wood, which means about 64 million trees, covering an area of about 58,000 hectares of land. This is enormous. But the environment continues to be degraded, and we, working with the government, Ministry of Local Government, and then Ministry of Water and Environment, are trying our very, very best to ensure that this is addressed. In 2022, we were able to plant only about 7 million out of the requirement of 64 million per year, which is a far cry from what is actually needed, what is required. And this would definitely impact on the livelihoods of the refugees and the host communities, I mean, as the environment continues to be degraded. So I would leave it at that for the time being. I think it's something that we can delve deeper and deeper into it, and the way it impacts how refugees and host communities can earn their livelihoods without or in a very sustainable manner. Let me pause here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that work on the refugees. Just to be gender, we'll go to Professor now. Professor Namarwa. I'm sure you had a question, being a good student and a professor, but how do we improve the resilience of our communities and their stability, and of course, protecting their property?
Thank you very much, and greetings to the audience, both physical and online. As Makerere University is an institution of higher learning, and we have a very clear mandate to contribute to the National Development Agenda. We focus on the 3 areas of teaching and learning, research and innovations, and most importantly for this dialogue is the knowledge transfer partnerships. All these, as a university, we do with the aim of contributing to the National Development Agenda and the global community. So what is Makerere doing in respect to what Engineer Yato has asked? Allow me today submit in the context of the week, and I'll focus mainly on agriculture and environmental sciences, what we do. Given the 5 minutes, I will highlight the key areas we have worked on. Our main focus is the agri-food systems. How do we improve agri-food systems for livelihoods, for income, and for national development? There are a lot of work going on in terms of innovations that relate to climate change and how to address the impacts. I'll start with the seed systems. We are proud to mention that Makerere University hosts the Regional Center for Excellency in Plant Breeding and Seed Systems, where we are focusing on breeding resilient seeds, mainly the cereals, breeding for disease resistance, breeding for climate resistance, but above all, breeding for palatability, for human consumption. Quite often they tend to say things that are breeded are no longer tasty. We are cognizant of that, and also breeding for palatability. From the seeds, we go to grow them, and then we look at the cropping systems, where we are talking about breeding climate resilient crops, varieties. Again, for some reason, mainly cereals. We have a lot of focus on the Mak soy. Mak soy is a soybean variety from 1 to 6, bred to be grown in different regions of the country, adapted to different climate conditions, soil conditions, and taste preference. The beauty with soya is not only for food, but it's also for livestock feeds. So already we have an influence on the food security, an influence on income, but also growing the right crop for the right climate seasons. We've also gone far in sorghum and cowpeas, which are staples for the northern and eastern region. When you have the seed systems, you know the crop to grow, the next is where to grow. That is the soil systems. At Makerere, we have worked through a soil testing kit, very affordable, very easy to use. Any farmer, you and me, and our mothers can use it. Quick testing, but you get to know the nutrient levels of your soils and be able to match the right crop to your soil. So this has already gone miles and highly adopted in different rural communities. But also interesting about soil is the mycorrhiza. At Makerere, we have gone far as producing and packaging mycorrhiza to increase farm-level productivity. We've been talking about land cannot increase, but productivity is falling. We need to continue using the same land. So mycorrhiza research and innovation has come in handy. From the crop system, we have moved to the animal production systems. And for those who are interested in dairy, we have a milk booster. This is a feed you give to the livestock to increase milk production. Again, our emphasis is agri-food systems, food safety, income from food systems, and making the communities better. We've also had innovations in feeding blocks. In this heat stress, I'm sure the grasses are gone, the pastures are gone. But with the feeding blocks, these are fully packaged feeding blocks with all the nutrients you need for fodder. So during these harsh conditions, the animals can't go hungry. They're affordable, reachable, and accessible. I'll then move to water for production mainly here. And we have now the solar irrigation system, quite affordable as well, for both small, medium, and large-scale farms that can be used, especially in such conditions. Without water, no production, and then the chain will follow through. Again, for water for home use, We have the famous Maki Nai, that is Nai standing for Naikonto in the local language, but for borehole, which is a solar-powered borehole. The beauty with it is how far it can drain the water at the water table, meaning efficiency and availability of water. After you've reared your animals, you've grown your crops, you've grown your seed, you harvest. Then you move to the level of processing and value addition. We have quite a number. I'll just mention a few because the engineer limited us on time, and I'll be, as a professor, I'll respect the time. The solar dryers, 4 different fruits. We've been talking a lot about the waste of mangoes, talk about pineapples. With the solar dryer, we're able to increase the shelf life, get more income in the pockets of the people, and therefore contribute to the national development. But we also have different technologies for other crops. For example, the potatoes, Irish or sweet potato. And now we are talking about, we've had scenarios where a farmer harvests, sorts the big potatoes, takes to the market. Small potatoes put in the corner, we eat what we can, and the rest will rot. This is what we are saying. Eat some of the big potato, put some of the big potato into chips and crisps, and the small potato, we've now moved into potato powder. Potato powder for porridge, potato powder for all of us who go to hotels, all the cuisines we go for, they have soups which have been enriched with this powder. So it has quite a lot of market. So for the farmers who harvest the small potatoes, they can't go to waste anymore. We've now moved into precision agriculture. I'm closing up. Precision agriculture, this is quite, allow me to communicate on this one, where we're talking about water utilization and fertilizer exact. What does maize need in terms of water use? What does potato need? What does sorghum need? We've gone to that level. And then finally, the clean energy. I can't leave the podium without talking about energy and forestry and tissue culture. So as Macquarie University, we've done quite a lot. But I know the bigger question from the whole audience is, where are they? And how do they get there? If you give me another minute after this, I'll explain where they are.
Yeah, I'll definitely give you another minute. When you talk about food, I'm even getting hungry. I think it's good, but you'll just need to clarify about the milk booster. You know, our children are becoming too fat. I hope they're not boosting themselves with the milk, but I hope that's not the case. Robert, you're always running up and down with emergencies. We now want resilience so that you don't run a lot. What's your take on this? How can we address this in Uganda?
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of us in this room. And also, I take the opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting us and participating in this very important topic that is at the center of our livelihood and our existence. As the Red Cross, it is not only running around to respond, but also working with the communities to ensure that their resilience, which Margaret referred to, but also the mitigation measures are in place, such that when it goes wrong, then you can minimize damage to property, but also you can save life. Now, and this is a global problem, largely triggered by climate change, but also now human beings also trying even to make it worse through other ways where they are doing it wrong. And this is a global phenomenon. Because of climate change, by and large, the disasters, the emergencies at a global level are on the increase. And even the countries which are supposed to be classified as developed, they are failing to cope. If you have seen disasters at a global level, if you have seen emergencies at a global level, the ones that have the capacity and the means, they struggle and they lose people, and of course they lose property. So then you can imagine Uganda, which is the 13th, it is prepared, but also highly vulnerable. And so my point is largely around how do we strengthen and prioritize early warning for resilience? And where are we in Uganda? And what is it that we can do better? Our keynote speaker basically mentioned the policy framework by and large is in place. The legislation, the guidelines for mitigation, for what we should do. I think one thing that is not yet in place for strengthening this early warning and resilience and disaster preparedness and response mechanism, we don't have a disaster law in this country. Now, the debate can be, no, the others can serve, whether it is climate change law, whether it is, you know them. But the disaster law is not yet there. And this disaster law further defines how we work together. Because up till now, we still work as either departments or in our silos, and that is a problem. So the disaster law, government people who are here, please speed it up. It will help. It will make a big difference at that level on how we can be better organized. But regarding early warning, two points I want to bring out. All this information we get, how are we making the people who are most affected understand it and also apply it? Professor, she has told us the good thing they are doing. If I was a student, I would say, very interesting, but how is this going down to the people whom we are targeting? She says she has answers, so maybe I shouldn't go that far. But it starts and ends at the community level. We know it. It doesn't start in Rizera and end in Rizera. It starts at the community and ends at the community. And so, how are we using all this information? Because science now gives us the information. How are we applying it for the people who are most affected to know and to use it for mitigation, but also for preparedness, but also for response? The other aspect I want also to bring out around early warning, if we are to be effective, to build community resilience, is the funding. Can we put money where our mouth is, as they say? The funding. Now, there is the global context to support us, and that one will always be welcome. But as a country, we can do better. I'll just give you an example. Yesterday, I was in Parliament alongside the Prime Minister's office trying to make the ministerial statement. There is zero funding for the disaster policy execution. Yeah? And then we are talking of resilience, we are talking of mitigation. Now, are we short of money? Yes, we don't have enough, but we can do something before we look for other resources. So for me, the whole question is about resourcing also. How do we resource and prioritize some of these aspects? And the third one, which I would want to end with before I run beyond your time, is how are we working with the leaders that work with the communities, the district leaders, the local leaders, such that when the communities pick something, or when something is supposed to be picked by the community, there is a mechanism as to how it works like a cycle. Short of that, we'll always be reacting, and reacting doesn't strengthen the resilience, but also we'll be repeating ourselves every year. We respond without addressing the root causes. And I think we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the work that you do and for the emphasis on resilience and funding. Now, Engineer, before you come in, I would like to recognize that our online panelist, Madam Anne Shoemakers, is now around. Can we see her? She's online. Just prepare your voice. You'll just come as the last panelist for the general question. After this, I'll just repeat the question for you at the end. But you're most welcome. Can you test your mic if it is okay? And can you hear us? Now, Engineer, you have been in
Thank you for having me here. I can hear you.
Oh, thank you very much. Engineer Matemo, you have been running in the region, doing a lot of great things, both for the NBI, for our countries, and for your country, Tanzania. Now we have a challenge here, which has been growing despite all your effort. We still have to come back to you. Livelihoods, lives, property, community resilience. Those are the key words I want you to pick on. And you've been in Uganda for many years. So tell us, how does the gaps and obstacles affect Uganda?
Moderator, thank you very much. And dear participants, I take this opportunity to thank all of you for inviting me to share my experience in terms of practical. You know, last year during the UN Water Conference, it happened after 77 years. 77 years, what does this mean? No, it's not. It was 1977. That was the last meeting of the UN Mar del Plata meeting. And in that period, up to last year, 2023, is a talk. We are very good in talking, but we do not live the talk. According to what you have said, I would like to say this. The report of the World Economic Forum that was released January this year highlighted the major risks, listed more than 10 major risks globally. The one leading is the weather extremes. And it is scored 66%. And the second is all about artificial intelligence. How information and data can disrupt, can mislead you. Now, back to your question. During the presentation of the keynote speaker, Commissioner Margaret, thank you very much. You used the term repeatedly, communities, 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 16 times in your speech. You can count them. 16 times. Leave alone Professor and my fellow panelists here. And I count up to 24 times. I think my brother here mentioned 3 times communities. What does this mean? It means that in any development interventions or developments or investments, involvement of communities is very key. Working with the different institutions at governmental level, regional and international level, there is a gap on how really we use and make communities participate in our programs and the projects and whatever policies we are doing. So the bottom-up, community-driven involvement is really very key. The use of indigenous knowledge, and this we have forgotten about indigenous knowledge. And I like, Professor, what you have mentioned about how to preserve all the foods and all of it. But I know during my childhood at the village, by using indigenous knowledge, I come from Kilimanjaro, where we have banana plantations and all of this. And we use, during the plenty, the bump harvest of bananas, and there is no market, we used to prepare them and smoke them, and use smoke to preserve them. Yeah? And even fish, for those who are very close, they call it smoked fish. So we are not reinventing the wheel. There is indigenous knowledge when married with the science-based kind of approaches can really take us somewhere. It is very important. I come from Nile Basin Discourse, which was established in 2003 by the 10 countries, plus the consortium of donors, as a civil society voice in the 10 countries. This was established by answering this question. You know, the Nile Basin Initiative is intergovernmental organization. And I am following what my brother here have said. You attended the parliament yesterday. Then the question was raised. Can the countries really, talking of science, high tech, and all of this, represent and make the citizens own whatever you are doing? The answer was not, and that was the purpose of establishing the Nile Basin Discourse. Discourse means conversation. You continue doing conversation on issues of programs, projects, technologies, and all of this. So this is what we are doing. In terms of Uganda, just to conclude, Uganda is 100% a transboundary state, falls 100% within the Nile Basin country. So whatever you do, it has a spill effect to other countries of the Nile Basin. And for that reason then, the Nile Basin Discourse, knowing the importance of communities, there is issue of awareness creation and the capacity building. And we have worked with the Mabamba Bay communities. There is issue of energy efficiency stove, clay stove, instead of cutting so many trees for firewood. And the issue of water conservation, what are the good types of trees to plant, etc., etc. So this is what we are doing, and not only in Uganda, but we are doing in all countries. What we are doing again, and me always, I just say, we need to be practical. Having volumes of policies, whatever, fine. Guidelines, whatever, actions, fine. Are we really practical? How are we making sure that the language we are talking is understood by the communities? The communities do not understand the language which you are putting in your documents. There should be a bridge to make sure that the communities do understand what the policymakers, and the bottom-up approach is the one that will influence the decision-making in terms of planning and whatever we want to do at the national level, regional level, and the global level. Thank you very much.
Wow, engineer, you deserve that, because we have to be practical. 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 Then community, I think you also said about 6 times. So everybody is talking about community. So thank you very much. Our last panelist for the general question is Madam Anna Shoemakers. Madam Anna, I introduced you already and we had your CV before you came online, but now you're online. I hope you had the questions, but I'll just highlight a few things. One of them, community resilience and stability, which is in our theme, protection of lives, livelihoods, and property. And what advice do you have for Uganda from the Netherlands? The floor is yours. We could hear you last time. I hope we can hear you still. Anna?
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much. Yes, the keywords are communities, practical. Am I still here? Can you confirm?
Yeah, we are eager to hear the next word.
Okay. communities, practical, collaboration, and it is hard work. So to say something about how aid environment works, not as a policymaker, but with the people. So the staff of aid environment is in the eastern part of Uganda, in the northern part of Uganda, there where it actually happens. The staff interacts with the community, makes sure there's first the trust building, then working from the genius of the place, by which I mean knowing how is this landscape, where can we practically start with solutions. So the team has technical knowledge on regeneration of the land and restarting, if needed, food production. With the communities transferring all the knowledge every day and also taking the knowledge, as you say, there is a lot of local knowledge available. Same for the water. The team has technical knowledge, but works with the communities to, when it rains and there is rainy season, make sure the land can take it up and the people can store it somewhere. And that is actually all the same in the Netherlands. You are in the Nile Basin, I am in the Rhine Basin. And if we don't work with the water and the river, then it will, because of extreme water events, just flood, take away, cause mud streams and damage houses and livelihoods. But to regenerate the land means that the land can take up as much water as possible. And all the panelists have said it before, it's collaboration, it's trust with the communities, and we all here have a responsibility that we support, so that we spiral up together, so that we go in the same flow with supporting, not only with the money, but also with the spirit and the mindset that it really is necessary to collaborate and to, whenever we fail, just stand up again and hold each other's hands. This is in Uganda, as I learn, as I see from the team there, and it's actually the same in the Netherlands. You can't go anywhere if you don't go together.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne, for keeping time. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that the organizers gave us the best experts. They have touched from how refugees are actually planting trees while us, we are just watching, and how they're participating in the resilience. We've heard our emergencies, communities, resilience, what we should do, what we should think about funding. Engineers mentioned the word practical many times. We must speak to the communities directly. Professor gave us a lot of technologies, which I thought were very exciting. I don't know whether they also have something for testing the moisture content, because the ground is too hot. I don't know whether it's under temperature. And then I've just heard from Anna, who has also been passionate about the community and how we focus. Peter actually talked a lot, and I think they both bring the knowledge that climate change and resilience are global. And they brought their perspective and how they see us moving forward. Mary,
Yes.
don't you think you're excited enough to say something?
I'm very excited, and Anna mentioned the word communities 5 times. Did you count them? Yes. So I would like to turn over to you, Matthew, with a very specific question in the area where you're working, that is the refugees. We are observing increasing incidences of climate change-induced migration and displacement. Just this week alone, we saw South Sudan closing schools. And I don't think parents there are sitting. They are definitely looking out for schools where their children can go. Not a doubt Uganda being one of the countries where they are coming for school. But how has UNHCR adapted its strategies and resources to address the growing needs of the affected population? Can you elaborate a bit on what UNHCR is doing in that context?
Thank you for the question. To answer this question, let me give you a very brief synopsis of the refugee situation here in Uganda, where I had mentioned earlier on that we have about 1.6 billion and still counting. Since 2022 to date, we have more than 250,000 new arrivals coming. Uganda is a very hospitable country, and that is why everybody is running here. So we have to give a lot of credit and appreciation to the government for what the government is doing. UNHCR's international mandate is for the protection of refugees, international protection of refugees. However, at the country level, the primary responsibility for protection of refugees is with the government. And UNHCR is only here to support the government to protect the refugees. When we talk of protection, you can talk of the legal aspect of protection, you can talk of the physical aspect of protection. UNHCR is here to work with the government to ensure access to the territory. Uganda's policies are such that refugees are received, nobody is turned away, and UNHCR is here to work with the government to ensure that once they come in, emergency response, anybody who has had the opportunity to visit, let's say, Kisoro, Nyakabande, and those areas would see the situation in which these refugees come. Very dire situation. They immediately need to be received, given hot meals, registered. Registration is a key component of, is a key protection tool. If you don't have a registration ID, you are almost a non-entity. How many times have you, if you don't have your ID on you or passport, any ID card? So it's one key aspect of protection that we ensure. Many of the refugees come here from different backgrounds, different cultures, and so on and so forth. And you can expect that some of these cultures may have some adverse effects, and even on the local communities as well. So we ensure and work with government and the local communities to ensure that certain practices like gender-based violence and so on are kept. It's one area that, if not taken care of, would even lead to some, it would impact the peaceful coexistence between refugees and the host communities. There are a number of issues that we do, and let me link this one up with the first question as well. When refugees come here, we are supposed, we work with the government to make sure that they are able to sustain themselves whilst they are here. And then, talking of livelihoods, climate smart agriculture in the settlements. Refugees coming to Uganda are assigned plots of land. When Uganda embarked on this open door policy, the number of refugees in Uganda were small, maybe 200,000, 400,000. Land was not a limitation. So refugees were settled, in the communities, government gazetted land, and so on. But this is becoming unsustainable because land has become more and more limited. Therefore, what do? We have to embark on practices that would ensure that there is optimal use of the land. And you can link this one with environment also. Many of the refugees who come here are rural, which means they embark on agriculture as a means of livelihood. How are we supporting them with government to ensure that land is properly used? Recently, through the Minister of Disaster Preparedness and Refugees, the President has instructed that refugees scattered all over Uganda is not sustainable, that we should find means of creating hubs of refugees without encampment to ensure that the land that is availed will be used optimally for refugees. So there is a lot that is happening there. But unfortunately, funds continue to dwindle, even though refugee numbers are going up and up and up. I don't know to what extent you would want me to, how comprehensive you want me to address this, but I can go on and on and on. We are working with the communities to ensure that, yes, refugees are here, they are not a burden to Uganda, and that they are able to contribute towards the local economies as well. And we are able to ensure that refugee systems are integrated well in national systems so that we don't have two parallel systems, which are by and large unsustainable. And finally, let me say this, that refugees are occupying settlements in about 31 different locations, spanning an area of about 1,162 square kilometers. This is twice the size of Nairobi, 4 times the size of New York. So you can imagine that if we don't embark on good practices that would make it sustainable, even for their own livelihoods, the environment is going to be degraded. There is going to be some, well, scaffold between the local communities and the refugees as they fight for the same resources like water and so on and so forth. Even land could become an issue. So more or less, this is it. This is how I would like to state it. But there is a lot to unload here, depending on your level of interest and the questions that may come up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Matthew. And of course, your efforts as UNHCR and as partners in the refugee hosting communities, especially in the area of land restoration, productive use of land, climate smart agriculture. Such interventions are much appreciated and should be upscaled. Robert, I think it's a good time to have you again. We are talking about interventions. We are talking about working with communities. We are talking about interventions that reach the last mile person. And of course, we know that Red Cross has been a very, very big key player in the sector, especially when it comes to protecting lives, livelihoods, responding to natural disasters. Can you just highlight some of the key factors that have contributed to your interventions, the successful implementation of your interventions? Probably we want to pick a leaf from Red Cross.
Just to go straight to the question, the starting point is, how are we structured as an institution such that we are able to work with the community? So we are a membership institution, but also a volunteer-based institution. And as we speak now, we have over 500,000 volunteers. So the people you normally see whenever the Red Cross is doing its work, they are not staff, by and large. Our staff, I think, are about 250. But you have 500,000 people who are committed to humanity. So how do we make sure that that population, those volunteers, the number grows? So that's one of our key challenges, and we must make sure it grows. Because they live in the community, they are members of the community. So then they become our first responders. They are the ones who can disseminate information. They are the ones who can pick whatever we would want to do with the community. Now, of course, we have offices all over the country. Government has been moving too fast for us because every other day they have been creating districts, and we can't keep the pace because we don't have a taxpayer to finance the opening of offices. So at times we find some districts which are new, they are still being served from their mother districts. Now, the other aspect where government, through the Prime Minister's office, has mandated us to make sure that this works is working with the districts and the local leaders. I don't know the way of what they call the district disaster management committees, where each district is supposed to have a committee that is functional, but also these districts develop the disaster profiles of their districts. And this helps. Then they know maybe the disaster profile of Chisoro or Buro is totally different from the one of Wakiso. So this helps in the local governments taking ownership, knowing what to do, when to trigger, whether the preparedness or the response. So working with local governments. Of course, this tries to link up to the national level, which you know, but I would want to limit it to the local situation. Now, districts where we have, and I think even here we are working even with the Ministry of Water, where are being profiled as high risk I think currently we are talking over 40 districts that have been mapped out as at high risk for this kind of climate-triggered emergencies. So then, what early warning systems are we putting there, together with the government and other actors? The question of sensors, I know we have been working on sensors on rivers and some of these high vulnerable areas. There are even community radios on top of the FMs which are all over the place, where I can give you an example. On Wednesday, I was in the Mount Elgon region, Buburo, and the community has a radio which was stored there, and I thought it was not as wide, but it covers 12 villages. So if they sense something, they can easily alert the neighbors across the village that, hey, something is going wrong, you better rush for your life. So these are some of the aspects of the early warning mechanisms, both by government and all the other actors, some of them who are here, but working with the community. Now, but then, if it happens, because you see, the preparedness, investing in preparedness is a must do. Some people, and I know this at times a debate with some of our development partners, that yeah, but it hasn't happened, so why are we putting money there? But you have already made a lifetime investment. If it doesn't happen, excellent. Those communities, those institutions are empowered and are stronger. So it is worth the investment. But then, when it goes wrong, what mechanism do you have that you can be able to save life, to protect property? So then that's when you start talking of, do you have the early response mechanism? I'll just give an example. If a village today gets swept off by a disaster, a landslide, the first problem is water and sanitation. So what do you do? Because the water sources are contaminated. So you find, as Red Cross, we have what we call water treatment kits. We haven't reached the level of National Water Corporation, but we can reach there, depending on the situation as is, where you can, within 24 hours, you produce safe water for the people. Sanitation, yeah, you can talk about it. How do you ensure that you put up sanitation facilities? Now, we're even taking it a step higher. We have mobile fecal sludge systems. Because normally sanitation is a big problem. So mobile fecal sludge systems, not the one station like in Rubiji, but now it is mobile. Mobile clinics, people come when they are, either they have been hurt, so then they need either first aid or support. So now we have mobile clinics. We can do more. Now, the other aspect I can mention is, one of the problems whenever there is population movement because of these emergencies, institutions suffer. They come and occupy schools, they occupy community institutions, the churches, the religious institutions. Now, we have what we call tents, which we can set up and people can live, and it is a holistic approach. So women have their wing, you don't have to stay with your wife when you are in that situation. Men have their wing, sanitation facilities are there, and these tents are now positioned in all corners of the country. In Western Uganda, in Kisoro they are there, in Kasese they are there, in Mbare they are there. So, but that capacity needs further strengthening. Like I said, we can't wish it away, we know it will happen. So that capacity is still work in progress. And so that's how we do it. But on top of that, we train these community responders you see in our jackets every other day. They have the skills. And now we have digitized the system whereby that system now, they can send messages and we can get information, and that information helps in taking decisions. Can we do it alone? No. Can we work in a silo? No. And that's why I talk of integration. How do we work with the government ministries? How do we work with actors? Ministry of Water, Prime Minister's Office, UNHCR, UN agencies, all of us who are here. Can this be put in a way This information is accessed by all of us to inform the decision making and how we can manage the situation.
Okay, thank you very much, our panelists. Engineer, before you take on the next round of questions, I would like to really ask this question to Peter. Peter, are you still online? Please.
Hello?
Yes, Peter. Peter, it's really interesting to learn that you play a very vital role in shaping the global strategies for adaptation and resilience at FCDO, the former DFID. I think DFID resonates with most of us very well. And I remember a few years ago, DFID or FCDO now really supported a very interesting program in Karamoja in building resilience of people in Karamoja, which results we still see up to now. And we would like to know from you, how do you now prioritize your initiatives aimed at protecting vulnerable communities and livelihoods? Especially speaking in the context of Uganda, where are some of your priorities? Yeah, if you could take a take on that, Peter.
Thank you. Yeah. So we, yeah, I mean, resilience building for us is absolutely critical. I mean, so our ministers talk about protecting development gains, which is always a big thing for DFID and continues to be in the FCDO, which was the merger of DFID and our Foreign Office. And our recent development white paper has really set out that we kind of want to see that resilience coming through, particularly linked to things like humanitarian and making sure that we're not just talking about kind of reactive responses. We're actually really building the resilience of communities. Like, how are we making sure that, you know, we're not waiting for the drought or the famine to strike. We're actually sort of looking at, you know, drought resilient crops, food, water systems that can see through dry periods, and building infrastructure that is more much more resilient to kind of climate change, and really looking at kind of that modelling of the kind of 1.5 degree change or more. We support various initiatives, things like CRUISE, which is the Crisis Risk Early Warning System, and really looking at not just sort of short-term warning systems, which can sort of send messages to recipients to warn that extreme weather is coming, but also kind of longer-term weather impacts and changing weather systems, and actually how do we build that resilience to make sure that people don't sort of sell their livestock and don't sort of, you know, become destitute. They actually sort of have that sort of protection in place. In Uganda specifically, so we are working with through our Climate Finance Access Task Force, where the UK is an anchor donor, but it's also working kind of with Ministry of Uganda, looking at the NDC, including the Uganda's NDC, looking at the kind of adaptation elements, and we're really looking at kind of how insurance and disaster risk financing policy can be key strands of this. So we see really kind of how you're financing disaster risk as an absolute critical build to resilience. So how are you getting money in advance of the emergencies and disasters? And where you can't get in advance, at least it kind of comes out very, very quickly afterwards. So how do those insurance mechanisms pay out to make sure that people aren't having to sort of sell their assets and therefore kind of have nothing? I've already mentioned IPR, so we've got we're piloting adaptation delivery in 3 districts. We've applied to scale up to 12, and this kind of business unusual model where we really put the kind of communities at the centre, and they can really say what their sort of vulnerabilities are and really discuss how we're going to kind of address those. We also see economic development as a hugely important part of this resilience. Like, financial resilience has a huge impact on people's lives. So we've got this bilateral climate smart jobs program, working with market systems to grow climate smart resilience value chain. So working with innovative financing piloting with some SMEs, with supporting SMEs access to agri-finance. We're also working through community landscape management and looking at sustainable nature-based solutions. So for the UK, nature-based solutions are absolutely critical. We have to work in harmony with nature. Like, nature is so critical. As the video at the start showed, like, water is just epicenter of all life kind of thing. You know, if we don't protect water, we are, you know, there is no future for any human being. So we just need to work out how can we work kind of making sure that we're not just looking at grey infrastructure, and where we are looking at infrastructure, that it's kind of harmonious with nature. It doesn't damage water systems, doesn't create kind of maladaptation and that kind of flooding piece. And then I think kind of also there, and finally, when it comes to water, we're supporting sustainable water governance through our Nile Basin Initiative, which is headquartered in Entebbe. Which is, and so yeah, so we've got lots of really exciting work here in Uganda, but also kind of this overall kind of global approach, talking to other donors, looking at how access to climate finance is happening in a more kind of effective and efficient way. And yeah, we continue to look forward to continuing to work with Uganda in the future.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter. Engineer Yato, do you have some more specific questions for our remaining panelists?
Yeah, our time is fast spent. We have about 8 minutes to finish our session. But Mary, I went down there because when you are standing up here 1.9 meters high,
yes,
the air you breathe here is different. Yeah? So now, I went down there to test the air there. The air there is better. It's cooler.
Sure.
So now, that's why I have a question for Engineer Sylvester. He's been working in the region.
Can I also go and test the air down?
Yeah, you can try it out.
Okay.
And see how it feels.
Thank you very much.
Engineer, what do you think are the opportunities and challenges in scaling up investment in climate change? Because you like talking about the communities. We are all passionate about the communities. The keynote address speaker talked about the communities. But we need to scale up these opportunities and don't forget the challenges. Engineer, you know about our topic. How do we harness this?
Yeah, moderator, thank you very much indeed. It is good that we are here to discuss about the theme of this year. It is well selected. I can just say it is well selected because it talks of livelihoods. And it is a combination of many things that touch our communities. The socio-economic development in totality. And the issue which is trending now is the issue of technology. How technology can simplify, can improve the livelihood of the communities in the peril of a climate crisis. There are two ways. There are soft and hard systems of technologies that really can help the communities. But we must be very careful. When we talk of technology, for instance, Professor talked about the research which has taken to have the seeds that are resistant to drought. It's not a 1 month, it's not a 1 year kind of research. It is a very expensive research. But how this technology is going to, can be affordable to the communities in our rural areas, in the villages, that is really key. We must know the cost of that technology. Can the technology be affordable to the communities so that they can improve their lives? Or it is a complication? Or it is a heart attack to the communities? Another thing is all about like the irrigation, drip irrigation, for instance, is a water saving kind of technology. And not the technology whereby like the football fans, where they just transpose the head of animal, a lion, and put on a human being, on a person. They call it Photoshop. Photoshop, they just put it and it is okay. I'm not talking of that. That's why I say the risk is the AI can cause a disruption or can mislead. So we needed to find the appropriate and the affordable technology that really will help us. There is the issue of crop rotation, for instance. Crop rotation that is soft. There is the issue of insurance, the agriculture. Yesterday I was watching news and somewhere, I think it was in Indonesia, where the drought is like 50 years, it haven't happened like that. The rice is farms, the paddy farms are really affected completely. Where other places are suffering from floods and so on. So what I'm trying to say here, we have one challenge to address. And all of us as stakeholders, we must be on board. The issue of coordination. If I listen to my colleagues here, the panelists, they are experts, they are competent in their dockets, in their areas of competence. But the coordination to know who is doing what, it affects, it becomes like a duplication of efforts. So it is a good thing that the decision makers, like the ministry, have done this, and we know now the potential we have in terms of partnership, so that university can be on board. Red Cross can be on board, refugee can be on board. Yes. Nile Basin Discourse can be, because our niche is the capacity to mobilize the communities, and we talk one language and optimize the resources for the benefit of our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Professor, before I come to you, let me get Anna to share with us her thoughts. You know, flooding is what keeps Robert here moving to Bududa and Mbale, because we get landslides. Now, Anna, flooding is among the most prominent risks to community resilience. The Netherlands is a country mostly under sea. How have you been managing those floods coming mainly from Central European mountains through the Netherlands to the sea? And also, we can't forget about community. How are you working with Uganda to aid in community-focused interventions, especially on resilience and related risks? Anna, are you there? Can we see whether she's...
Yes, I am. I am here.
Please, just come on. You have only 3 minutes, please.
Yes, I am here.
Did you hear the question?
Thank you. Yes,
Thank you.
Yes. I live 2 meters under sea level in Amsterdam. So I am aware of climate change. It will affect me. Maybe not tomorrow, but it will, as it happens in Uganda. So for aid environment, it has been important to work in the communities, as I said, but even as important to have the collaboration with the ministry to make sure the bottom-up approach comes back into the ministry. Where is the knowledge? Where are the financial resources, the experts, and then to bring it out in the field, up and down, and to do the practical things as installing tree nurseries where it's needed, but also the integrated water management, which is a huge expertise in the Netherlands, but it's also a huge expertise in Uganda. And it's of crucial importance to keep using it, as it's important to have that collaboration from the national to the local, up and down, up and down. So happy that aid environment could work with the ministry in the eastern part of Uganda, in the northern part more on creating the wash and the emergency facilities. And now we are in the eastern part to make sure we build gullies to make sure we harvest and catch as much water as possible. Am I in the 3 minutes? Because I want to thank you and also thank you for this week to bring all these stakeholders together, because it's also inspiring each other, which brings the energy to move forward. And let's go from the policy making and the talking out in the field and just work there with the people. That makes all of this talking very useful.
Thank you very much, and we thank you very much for sparing time and being passionate about us doing it practically and the work you're doing in Uganda. Finally, Professor, you got a lot of applause when you talked about those technologies. I hope you are displaying them down there, because some of us already want to try them. What other tools do you want to tell us about and technologies you have developed for communities to support them deal with the impacts of climate change? I left you for last.
Thank you, moderator. Allow me kick off from where I ended, because usually when you leave such a room, there is a question, where are you? You've talked so much about it, where can we shop them? For many of us in the room, in my age bracket, and there may be some young ones, we've grown up looking at Makerere University as the ivory tower, as a place where you just go to be prestigious. This has been for the last 100 years. And now we have moved in our new strategic direction to be a research-led and community-engaged university. Community, once again. What does this mean? Whatever we do in teaching and research has to be community-based. So we are talking about problem-based teaching. We have the curriculum for all courses, but they are not cast in stone. They are available as guides, and they are adapted or adopted to a problem or situation we are handling. When it comes to research, yes, we continue to do basic research. The science, the pure science, still goes on, but a bigger proportion of the research is now community-based research. And I like the aspect of indigenous. We're actually integrating indigenous knowledge. So the mantra is, for the communities, if you're doing something for us, do it with us. Don't stay in Makerere, wherever you are, do your research and bring down the varieties. If you're doing it for us, do it with us. That's the Makerere we are moving today. So how do we engage the communities? We make sure for every research and innovation, we come up with prototypes, pilot them for usability, affordability, and sustainability. Examples are the farmer field schools in many of these areas where we're operating, and then you go out for scaling up. So why are we here today to dialogue and partner? We can't do this as Makerere alone. We are a research institution, we're an academic institution. We need partners, we need partnerships to reach out to the communities, the government agencies, the private sector, community groups, so that we can pilot, we can receive feedback. It's really important. We've seen innovations done, put out in the communities, and they're abandoned. No feedback, no improvement. So as I end, I would like to say, all of us here, all of us online, all of us who read this after this week, please come and partner with Makerere University. We are ready to receive requests for research and innovations and walk the journey of dissemination with us. Finally, in the wake of climate change, Makerere University is working on the Climate Change Resilience Support Center. It's going to be a one-stop center for all the research and innovations in climate change. It's going to have a community library. It's an innovation we're excited about. And at that moment, I'm sure people like Commissioner will be on board to see this function. We are ready to serve the communities, and we are ready to leave the ivory tower and reach the communities. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Mary,
Engineer.
this audience is really very, very exciting, and I think they might have something to say. What do you think?
I think our time is fast spent, but before, maybe we can get a burning question. One, really one, such that the room doesn't burn.
There are already 2 hands, so 3, and there's gender sensitivity, so you manage it, Mary.
And please, a question. Gentleman over there.
Can we get a mic here very fast before we are thrown off the podium? Kindly stand so that even the people online can see you.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you for the deliberations. One thing I've got out of this is that all the kind of interventions and resolutions that we come up with have to be, number one, community-based, and they have to be field-based. So my question comes to, what are, like, because for me I come from southwestern Uganda, and I've been there, but I'm not seeing a lot of field interventions of Ministry of Water. You know, we are having people who are still bricklaying and cutting down trees. You know, we are having people who are still cutting down trees to make charcoal, okay? And all these are direct detrimental activities to the climate in Uganda. So what are those field practical interventions that have been made by this ministry to the community that are following a bottom-up approach, okay? Engaging the community in a sustainable way, but from a bottom-up approach. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the question. Second one, I think that question is better answered by the commissioner. But dear participant, I think a lot has been done by the ministry. If you have been part of this whole water week, and I think we will have the opportunity in the afternoon to get a summary of what has been happening, a lot is actually being done. A female, for the sake of gender balance, right over there, and I think we shall stop at that question in the interest of time.
There are three. Maybe you'll be kind enough to allow him. His hand was hand first. And then the female will soothe us with a softer voice, and then we conclude on the questions.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you so much. I'm Kodi Mulumba Matthias, part of the NBD family, based in Discourse family. I'm happy to have my regional manager present, and I coordinate Uganda as the national technical expert. I listened through the week, and I've been part of the national organizing committee for many of these events. And I'm happy Dr. Calist is here and the commissioner who gave a keynote address. The word community comes up every other time we have these Water Week activities. And we have a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience from our very experienced people. You can see the regional manager for NBD, the Uganda Red Cross, where I worked for a long time under Kwesiga. But what comes after this is what is the problem. Because when we get this knowledge, we wait sometimes to come back again, and sometimes we don't have case studies and lessons learned and how we do the collaboration, like my regional manager said. How do we, from this now, collaborate? How do we go out of the silos? How do we ensure that Makerere, those best practices and researches that we've done, really sink down to the communities? We who are to the communities working with the civil society use these activities. Probably this will go to Dr. Calist and the commissioner, but also I could hear from the panelists about this.
Thank you very much. I think Dr. Calist will answer that question. Lastly, please be precise in the interest of time, straight to the point. Keep it short and sweet.
My name is Akoth Patricia, and I work with an organization called Love Binti International that has drilled up to 50 boreholes in Uganda and a few solar-powered, hand pump boreholes, and a few solar-powered boreholes. My question goes to Professor Anna, who highlighted the efficiency of solar-powered boreholes in extracting water from underground sources. And we have set up these solar-powered boreholes, and we have a problem of maintenance. I would like you to state how solar-powered boreholes can enhance resilience and long-term sustainability of water access in rural areas that we are intervening in, most particularly in terms of infrastructure durability and maintenance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please move the mic to Dr. Calist to respond to those questions.
I was going to suggest that Dr. Calist will answer when he comes, because he's coming next to take us to the next session. So maybe we'll start with the commissioner here.
Okay.
Because they are cutting trees, they're in the wetlands, and she sees all those things happening. So she has the better answers.
But Engineer Yatu, before Commissioner comes, I would like to task our panelists to think of one sentence as we close that starts with the word communities. It either starts with the word communities or it ends with the word communities. And it will be your take home. It will be our take home from our dear panelists. So please, Commissioner.
Where's the mic disappeared? I can just try it down again. Margaret, this gentleman needs to catch you.
I can. Okay, thank you for that question. We have very many we have very many initiatives that are being implemented in the country under the Ministry of Water and Environment, but of course with other partners. I can talk of some initiatives even in the past. We had a project called the Farm Income Enhancement and Forestry Conservation Project. It touched many lives. This is where we were restoring our watersheds and also bringing on board the irrigation component. This project eventually resulted into one of the biggest irrigation schemes establishment in the country. In this particular component, the natural resources component ensured that we are working with communities. We would mobilize communities, ask them what kind of species of trees they want or any other kind of technologies they want to ensure that their livelihoods are sustained. So we had a number of initiatives where we involved communities and they actually implemented so many planted so many trees, and some of them we are now harvesting. Another one is the Investing in Forests and Protected Areas for Climate Smart Development project. It's also going to touch a number of communities, including our refugees. We are going to supply so many metric tons of firewood to communities and planting so many trees across the Albertine region, but also countrywide. Thank you. I would have talked more.
Thank you very much. You realize, His Excellency, the President has been talking about people leaving the wetlands. So if you are still there, please leave. You know there's a charcoal ban. So if people are burning charcoal from your side, please report to the police. And we also, as a ministry, have the 40 million walk for trees. We are planting in restoration. So there's a lot going on. Mary?
Yes, engineer. So our panelists, are you ready with your sentence that either starts with communities or ends with communities? Yes, Professor. A sentence.
Allow me just refer my friend to have a conversation after this about the solar borehole. I can't say it's at a pilot stage for usability, affordability, and sustainability. Let's have a conversation thereafter, and we can work together to the department to go further into this in the interest of time.
And then your
My
sentence?
take home. One sentence.
Yes.
Community-based interventions and innovations for sustainable and productive livelihoods.
Thank you, Professor. Engineer Matemu?
Problem of engineers is doing with numbers. But what I'm saying is Nile Basin Discourse is a civil society and is not involved, is a taboo to be involved in politics. So let's work with the government to strengthen the partnership, to make sure that we strengthen the bridge between the policymakers, talking of the ministry, and the community. And we have the office.
Thank you. Communities was the last word in the take home. Yes.
It starts and ends with the community.
Thank you very much.
And so we call them sandbags anyway. So what happens in these auditoriums, in the boardrooms, in whatever research, whatever policy we are talking about, if it can't be in the community, we will not have made it. Thank you.
And Matthew?
Community-based approach is the hallmark of Uganda's hosting of refugees, which is being mimicked by operations around the world. Uganda is a pioneer in this. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Uganda government for ensuring that the peaceful coexistence between the refugees and the host communities.
Thank you very much. It ended with communities. And our panelists online, Peter, are you still there? And Anna?
Peter, can you hear us? Hello, Anna. Are they online, our team? It seems they're yet to come back. So thank you very much, our wonderful audience. You have heard from these panelists. They have told us what we are doing and being good people who keep the refugees. We have heard about being resilient, practical from the engineers. Professors given us the tools. Anna has shared with us the experience of living 2 meters under the water. Peter has been with us and he's been here in Karamoja and other areas. He shared us with all this. And the keynote speaker highlighted a number of interventions and things we should be driving ourselves, the international agenda. So Mary,
Yes,
what
Engineer.
else did you hear?
What I heard? Communities. Yes.
So can we give a big applause to our teams? They have been very wonderful. As Dr. Carlos makes his way up here, but I would like to thank you very much. Give them something bigger than that as they walk down. And our panelists online, you have been very wonderful and you have talked your minds free. And I pray that when you go out, you'll reach the community and become practical. Because that's what you have preached to us and we believe in you. We are going to take a photo, but before you go down, you are going to sign that. I leave that to Dr. Kalis. He knows how to manage it better than me.
Yes.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give an applause to our moderators, Engineer Yatu and Mary Namukose. We are going to give some certificates and awards. Maybe the panelists can sign and then come back this way. Maybe keynote speaker, you can also sign there and then you come for some simple activity. Again, the team is committing themselves, moving forward the agenda. They have given us words of wisdom, ideas, and they are committing to moving them forward, of course, focusing on the communities. So thank you very much again, our keynote speaker and panelists. This marks the end of our dialogues. This is the last dialogue. We have been looking at how we are responding to the challenges on the ground. And I hope that the messages have been loud and clear. And the inputs by the panelists are very much appreciated. And as you can see, we had panelists coming from different background, different experiences, and we have benefited a lot. And of course, we had a very, very able team of moderators, which kept us awake. So thank you very much, Mary and Joseph, for that. Can I request Madam Sarah Rosenhart, Global Center for Climate Mobility. Sarah, if you can come forward here and help us to give this award to our keynote speaker. Sarah, can you come over? Sarah is the Deputy Executive Director for the Global Center for Climate Mobility. She's going to help us give this award. Gwendolyn, can you come and help Sarah too? So our keynote speaker would want to appreciate you. The permanent secretary would have done this, but he's engaged in another meeting. But there is a dangerous substitute in form of Sarah. So Sarah, you can move forward and hand over to our keynote speaker. And let's give Sarah an applause. So thank you very much, Commissioner Climate Change, Madam Margaret Athieno Mwebesa, for the keynote address. This is a sign of appreciation. Can we give Sarah and Margaret a big applause for that? And thank you very much. Can I call upon Madam Jenny Nabunya and Mr. Joseph Epitu to come and help us to give some certificates to our panelists and moderators? Okay, Sarah, don't go far. You'll be part of the photo when we finish. So, Madam Jenny Nabunya and Joseph Epitu, Gwendolyn will be reading, and then you can.
we shall start with our panelists. Start with Mr. Robert Kwesiga. It's too big. Then Engineer Sylvester Matemo. A picture, they're good take pictures. We shall come for Mr. Matthews, we shall do it later. Professor Justin Namara. Bentley. Then we shall get, if the panelists can stand there. Then we will also our keynote speaker, Miss Margaret Athieno Mwebesa. Our panelist, Mr. Matthew. Hey, people are clapping. Can you please clap your hands? Then we shall give our panelists online. Miss Anna. Head Environment is James, I think Evelyn is around. There was some other representative, even I think is not around. Okay, you are coming? I'll take it over. Let's have a picture, you see it. No, not sure I'm taking it. Then another person is coming. Okay. Okay. Then Mr. Peter Bentley, another panelist. Don't go away, remain. We are going to take our group photo. Bentley is not around. Then we can go to our modulators. Thank you for the modulating very well. We shall start with ladies. Miss Mary Namukose, our modulator. Gender balance. Thanks a lot. Then we go to Engineer Joseph Yatu.
So can I request that you come forward and take a group photo very fast so that we can go for coffee break? Panelists, Mary, Sarah, come and join the team. Yes, Gwendolyn, join the team as well. It's a memorable photo. So let's take a photo so that we keep remembering these moments. Let's take a photo to remember these moments where we are looking at protecting lives, livelihoods, property to support community resilience and stability. Can you spread, they can spread a bit? Oh, you are going up, okay. All right, so let's do it very fast. Okay. Please, let's do it very fast. You want him to go up? That's so, okay, fine. Yes, the camera people also have their way, so you have to follow their guidelines. They want a very good picture, so go up so that they can capture you very well. Let's do it very fast. This is a group photo for sub-theme number 4, which is the last sub-theme of the Uganda Water and Environment Week, focusing on protecting lives, livelihoods, and property, support community resilience and stability. So we want to thank you, our keynote speaker and panelists, the moderators and the team that have supported this event. We do appreciate. Okay. So I understand others have to go and equip the panelists. All right. Mary, I think you deserve to be there, you and Joseph. Oh, okay. Very fast. Let's do it very fast. Maybe you can tell them to smile. Hmm? Okay. I want to take another one for moderators. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the pictures are being taken, I just want to make some announcements. As the moderators are also taking their pictures, these are the only moderators that have decided to take the picture, so that's very interesting. Yes, unique moderators, and they handled us very well. I just want to inform you that we are breaking for coffee, for tea. Some of you have got coupons. We are going to go to the fourth floor for tea, coffee. We have also tea, coffee down. So let's take it very fast and return. We have last sessions for this morning. We have a session in this very room on nutrition strategy, a guide for implementing food systems and nutrition initiatives. This is supported by UNICEF. It's going to be in this auditorium. We have a youth debate going on. The youth are now competing. They are at IREC. They will give us results later, the closing ceremony. But in the room in Nile boardroom on first floor, we have a session on outputs of the Eureka project by the ministry. We also have a session on the Zoka boardroom next door, gender in climate and natural resources governance. Lessons learned by Care Uganda. We also continue with the technical presentations in DWD boardroom. I just want to, we also have poster sessions in Ruizi boardroom. In the afternoon, we are going to have a closing ceremony. Can I request that you lend me your ears? Because that's very important. Francis, if you can maybe hold on just a bit, not to diverse, just a moment. I just want to inform you how the afternoon is going to go. This afternoon we are going to be celebrating World Water Day, World Forest Day, and World Meteorological Day. But we are combining these with the closing ceremony. So from 12:30, we are going to have a band leading a march past, starting Kitintale. Those of you know Kitintale, but Presca, as you are coming here, about a few kilometers from there, we are having school children and students from universities and secondary schools, and our teams here marching with a band. We expect them to reach here at around 1:30. They will move around, tour the exhibits, and the guest of honor will be arriving at 2 p.m., where we'll also join the tour of the exhibits, and we expect to start this event, the closing ceremony and celebration of World Water Day, World Meteorological Day, and World Forest Day at 2:30. So we'll come back here, where we'll be having some speeches focusing on these days, basically highlighting the messages and why we are celebrating these days. We shall also be having a message from the Secretary General of the UN, delivered by UNDP resident representative. We shall also be having a few speeches by the minister, and the guest of honor, who is the third deputy prime minister, will speak to us and close this event. We also have a session where we'll be giving a few awards. So I want to request you to participate actively in this event so that we can celebrate these international days as we also close the Uganda Water and Environment Week. It will be televised live on UBC, Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, and we expect to end at 5 p.m. with a cocktail. So don't miss the cocktail. We'll be celebrating the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024. Otherwise, thank you very much. Let's break for coffee. I know we are a bit late, but I want to request you to come back very fast so that we can catch up with the other sessions. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
A land of breathtaking landscapes and vibrant communities. Welcome to Uganda, a land of contrasts, where innovation meets adversity in the battle for sustainable development. In this documentary, we explore the delicate balance between the environment and water resources, shedding light on the challenges and initiatives shaping the nation's future. Uganda, known as the Pearl of Africa, is blessed with abundant water resources, from the majestic River Nile to the picturesque of lakes. However, the country is grappling with water scarcity, environmental degradation, and the looming spectre of climate change.
There is no water if the environment is not there. Even the environment will not be sustained if there is no water. If climate change is not addressed, it jeopardizes the two. So it talks to each other.
The lush forests of Uganda and the wetlands are essential for maintaining water quality and regulating rainfall patterns. Unfortunately, rampant deforestation and encroachment on the wetlands pose a severe threat to this resource, which is an essential catalyst for economic development and transformation of this country.
Uganda's development is natural resources led. Therefore, the natural resources that we do have, which includes forests, wetlands, the water resources themselves together with their banks, and then those fragile ecosystems like the mountain slopes, the mountain tops, etc., that need to be protected because, one, they are towers for water itself, but they're also filters, and they also purify the environment for us. These resources are actually part of our day-to-day life, and they're necessary for us to survive as a country. Hence, the need to protect and conserve them responsibly. Development can coexist with the environment.
Government, through Parliament and the Ministry of Water and Environment, has put in place various policies and strategies to protect the country's degraded environment and water resources, and one of them is to partner with stakeholders and the communities surrounding the protected areas to conserve the environment.
As an agency of government, we want to replant, but replant with our communities, regenerate them. That's also an undertaking. In the wetlands where the president said they should be evicted, we are putting in place alternative source of livelihood. We said we can engage them to have fish ponds along the wetlands. If our people start benefiting from the fish ponds, which is more viable than the rice in the middle of the wetland, then that is the way we think our wetlands will be protected. Beehives, ecotourism, we have even gone ahead and canceled titles because dubious people went around behind the government and even created titles.
To bolster these efforts, in 2018, the Ministry, through its Water Resources Institute, introduced an annual advocacy event called the Uganda Water and Environment Week, Uwewk, through which it interfaces with the public, academia, and other stakeholders to create awareness and give the right information on how to harness water and environment resources.
We know that water, environment, and climate change issues affect everybody. So we use this opportunity to bring all the stakeholders from the grassroots, the community, the local level, the local governments, the civil society, the private sector, the cultural institutions, religious institutions, the youth, academia, government institutions, international organizations, to come together and reflect on how far we have gone with providing services to Ugandans, water, environment services, and how we are dealing with the current challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, high population growth, pollution, and so forth.
The week-long event, which has evolved and grown to become the flagship program for advocacy, information sharing, and learning within the water and environment spectrum, is preceded with a number of activities. This year's event, the 7th of its kind, kicked off with a 518-kilometre walk for water, environment, and climate change.
Well done, well done, well done.
The trekkers set off from Fort Portal on the 26th of February 2024 to the Ministry headquarters via Mbarara City on the 14th of March 2024. Other activities with new innovations included Uwewk celebrations.
On behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment, and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda.
Today we gather united by a cause that transcends our individual beliefs and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation. We are faced with a crisis that threatens the beauty, diversity, and vitality of our motherland. The water, climate, and environmental crisis in Uganda calls for our immediate and undivided attention.
The goal of my ministry is to reduce environmental degradation and the effects of climate change with improved utilization of water and environment resources for sustainable economic growth and livelihood security.
When the oceans look up to the heavens and mirror the stars. After all, we are born by nature. We are one with nature.
I wish to recognize and appreciate the various organizations and government partners that have continued to support the Ministry of Water and Environment to achieve water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I wish to thank you for this support and request you to continue working with us so that this critical sector of government is effectively managed. I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this week and a successful commemoration of the 3 annual Sector International Days. It is now my singular honor to declare the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024 officially open for God and my country.
Welcome to our third day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science, and as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors. Wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, other departments, we all engage in this.
Nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions.
Gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources essentially so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with a concrete plan on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. 1, integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. 2, allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations. And conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
Welcome to our third day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science, and as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors, wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, other departments. We all engage in this.
Nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as the engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions.
Welcome to our third day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science, and as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors, wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, other departments. We all engage in this.
Nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions.
On behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking, Collective Action and Innovative Solutions, Water, Environment, and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda.
Today we gather united by a cause that transcends our individual beliefs and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation. We are faced with a crisis that threatens the beauty, diversity, and vitality of our motherland. The water, climate, and environmental crisis in Uganda calls for our immediate and undivided attention.
The goal of my ministry is to reduce environmental degradation and the effects of climate change with improved utilization of water and environment resources for sustainable economic growth and livelihood security.
When the oceans look up to the heavens and mirror the stars. After all, we are born by nature. We are one with nature.
Wish to recognize and appreciate the various organizations and government partners that have continued to support the Ministry of Water and Environment to achieve water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I wish to thank you for this support.
On behalf of the Minister of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions, Water, Environment, and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda.
Today we gather united by a cause that transcends our individual beliefs and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation. We are faced with a crisis that threatens the beauty, diversity, and vitality of our motherland. The water, climate, and environmental crisis in Uganda calls for our immediate and undivided attention.
The goal of my ministry is to reduce environmental degradation and the effects of climate change with improved utilization of water and environment resources for sustainable economic growth and livelihood security.
When the oceans look up to the heavens and mirror the stars. After all, we are born by nature. We are one with nature.
Wish to recognize and appreciate the various organizations and government partners that have continued to support the Ministry of Water and Environment to achieve water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I wish to thank you for this support and request you to continue working with us so that this critical sector of government is effectively managed. I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this week and a successful commemoration of the 3 annual Sector International Days. It is now my singular honor to declare the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024 officially opened for God and my country.
Welcome to our third day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science, and as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors, wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture.
I want to extend my sincere appreciation for the initiative of Water Resources Institute, which has focused on mentorship of youth and persons affiliated to the water and environment sector. Your life came from water. It protects the embryo during conception to the stage of a baby. It protects life, trees, and animals. Blood itself is water. So therefore, this institute is imparting knowledge and instilling life in its participants through mentorship.
Going forward, what do I see? I see that we need to prepare society to be resilient. Like when this heat wave came, we are not prepared for it. No one told us.
There is a very high level of vulnerability of water and sanitation services within the urban area. So this concept is so timely for us because as we are urbanizing, we need to mainstream the resilient planning within the urban planning.
Even when we design these systems and put them in there, if we don't conceptualize the fact that urban areas have a different dynamic, and the dynamic is that we put infrastructure there, we get population expansion. If we don't plan very well for that, even the resilience that we are putting in our designs is negated.
Together, let us unlock the full potential of women as leaders, innovators, change agents in building a healthier and more sustainable Uganda for generations to come.
In a very special way, I'd like to say thank you to WaterAid for supporting the implementation of the mentorship program. And I would also like to thank all the mentors for sparing time to take the mentees through the various sessions.
I call upon other partners and stakeholders to emulate WaterAid Uganda and support this noble cause so that it can be scaled up to cover more young people.
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources essentially so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with a concrete plan on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. 1, integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. 2, allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations. And conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
I want to extend my sincere appreciation for the initiative of Water Resources Institute, which has focused on mentorship of youth and persons affiliated to the water and environment sector. Your life came from water. It protects the embryo during conception to the stage of a baby. It protects life, trees, and animals. Blood itself is water. So therefore, this institute is imparting knowledge and instilling life
in its participants through mentorship.
Going forward, what do I see? I see that we need to prepare society to be resilient. Like when this heat wave came, we are not prepared for it. No one told us.
There is a very high level of vulnerability of water and sanitation services within the urban area. So this concept is so timely for us because as we are urbanizing, we need to mainstream the resilient planning within the urban planning.
Even when we design these systems and put them in there, if we don't conceptualize the fact that urban areas have a different dynamic, and the dynamic is that we put infrastructure there, we get population expansion. If we don't plan very well for that, even the resilience that we are putting in our designs is negated.
Together, let us unlock the full potential of women as leaders, innovators, change agents in building a healthier and more sustainable Uganda for generations to come.
In a very special way, I'd like to say thank you to WaterAid for supporting the implementation of the mentorship. The Minister of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for our next session, where we are going to talk about nutrition. And we're already late. We want to start now. We should have started by 11:30. Today we are going to have a presentation on nutrition, and we have a presenter who is a staff of Ministry of Water and Environment, and is none other than Julia Kamara. She has worked in the sector for quite a long time. Over 20 years, I think I was probably in Senior 1 or P7. She was already here. And she's so passionate about nutrition. She has been pushing so fast the nutrition agenda. And we are glad that she's going to share with us some of her passion as far as nutrition is concerned. So for this session, this is how it's going to run. We are going to have an opening, I was about to say opening prayer. We have had opening prayer already. We are going to have an opening remarks from Engineer Richard Matua. Then shortly, we have the presentation from our presenter. Thereafter, we shall have a panel discussion, and we shall have panelists. We shall have a representative from Office of the Prime Minister. We shall also have a representative from UNICEF. I'm meant to know that she's online. Then we shall also have our very good friend, Charles Asimwe, a consultant in nutrition, also a representative of the Ministry of Water and Environment, who will be Engineer Richard Matua. So that is how this session is going to run. After the panelist discussion, we shall also have few questions from the audience and see how we move forward. Without wasting time, Engineer Matua, could you come forward for an opening remarks? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, Alex Ojuka. I want to warmly welcome all of you to this very important session where we are going to look at nutrition. I think this is a subject that is dear to all of us. When we talk about nutrition, we are talking about food. And when there is no food, we know what it means to the communities. So food security is key. And the type of food that the communities should grow, they should eat, is very key to their well-being. So as Minister of Water and Environment, we have been working closely and being supported by our partners. We have support from Office of the Prime Minister. I hope they are represented here. OPM representative. I think they are on the way coming. We have been supported by UNICEF. I hope UNICEF is in the room already. I hope they are coming or they are online. We also have support from National Planning Authority. So we have been working on these nutrition aspects collaboratively. And this has enabled the Ministry of Water and Environment to develop the nutrition strategy, Ministry of Water and Environment nutrition strategy. And it is this strategy that we will want to launch and to disseminate during this session. So I invite all of you to listen attentively to the presentation on the nutrition strategy so that we can dialogue, we can provide input, and we can get guidance, further guidance from you. We don't want to stop here. We have a nutrition coordination committee at the ministry here, but we want to take this down to the regions. We want to have desk officers for nutrition at the district, at the regions where we have umbrellas, where we have facilities, and even districts. The idea is to mainstream this strategy so that it can be implemented smoothly and all partners can participate from an informed point of view. So I want to invite you, all participants, please pay attention to the presentation from the keynote speaker. And may I invite Madam Kamara Julia, please take us through the presentation. I thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. Before the presenter comes, I want to recognize our friend, Ellen Mary, Ambassador, who is environmental management practitioner. Please, can you wave to people for recognition? Yes, thank you. Madam Kamara, please come forward.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, as you have been told, I'm 12 as a Julia Bidet, but most of you call me Kamara. Yes, I'm also Kamara. And I'm the senior sociologist, but at the same time, the focal point officer for nutrition and food systems. I'm glad to be presenting this document here and developing this document. I have not worked alone, as you have been told. I start by appreciating our permanent secretary, who worked hard to see that this document is developed and formed a coordination committee, which coordination committee worked hard to see that we have the document. He has already thanked the OPM. I also join him thank the OPM because this is the multi-sector. The session which was here, the panelists were complaining about working alone. But in this nutrition, we are not working alone. We are working together as a multi-sector approach. UNICEF, they've thanked UNICEF, but UNICEF also gets funding from EU. And we have also NIPIN project, which is funding the nutrition. I would like to thank the Water Week organizers. This is the third time I'm presenting this. The first time I was getting comments from people, but now I'm disseminating. So they gave me also that opportunity to present. The document has been developed by many contributors, MAIF, NPA, Minister of Health, Gender, as a multi-sector. What is in this document, people have really given me input, including our own Charles Asimwe, who is seated there, the consultant. So I would like to thank everybody, including my department and my commissioner, Engineer Twino, John Med Twino. So now I can start the presentation. Can you please go to the, yes, it is not working. I can control it from here. This is going forward. It is too big. It looks like. So first and foremost, this strategy followed all the procedures that you know, getting issues from the community to put in the strategy, presenting it to senior management for approval, and also giving it to OPM and our experts to include what is missing. So ideally, within this strategy, Alex, can you give me the strategy there so that I can show people that it is available? In this strategy, we have the background of the strategy. You will read it, it is online. If you want it and you put nutrition strategy, you will find it online. And in this strategy, we are saying in September 2020, government of Uganda developed the second Uganda Nutrition Action Plan. We are developing it, also having guidelines. We didn't develop it from the air. So when this Uganda government developed the Nutrition Action Plan, so we had also to make sure that as a ministry, we come on board very fast. So the UNAP 2, I would call it UNAP 2, provides a coordination framework for implementation, monitoring, reporting for improve the delivery of multi-sector nutrition results in an inclusive manner. So MWE provides quality assurance to increase access to nutrition-sensitive water, sanitation, hygiene, and water for systems, service for all. This way. So through the Ministry of Water and Environment, the coordination committee was formed, and MWE is supported the strongest, the enabling environment for increasing access to nutrition-sensitive wash and water for food system services at all levels. The goal of the Ministry of Water and Environment is to contribute to nutrition status among children under 5 years, school-going children, adolescents, pregnant and lactating women, and other vulnerable groups. I believe Charles, when he's speaking, he will tell us why we are concentrating on children. Because you will be told that children, once children are stunted, after 2 years, you can't reverse it. And so he will be telling us. The strategy is to be implemented within institutional framework of the Ministry of Water and Environment. Kawedema Amanda. So the objective of the strategy is to increase access, utilization of nutrition-sensitive water for agriculture production services. Number 2, increase access to utilization of nutrition-sensitive wash services, and also strengthen the enabling environment. and scaling up nutrition sensitive sanitation. On enabling environment, I would tell you that already our PS has already reached far, because at least for us, we have a committee and we have an enabling environment. He has given us support, including the minister who was able to sign here. It means he read, and that is an enabling environment. Then the key expected primary output is to increase cumulative water for production, increase area under formal irrigation. You know, we have irrigation systems we are doing, but we are doing it with agriculture, so we are in touch with agriculture and worked on this with agriculture. Increase percentage of functional water for production, increase access to safe water in rural areas, increase access to basic sanitation, improved and hand washing facility. All these we do, but we have to increase. Next. Nutrition situation in Uganda is the one which led to the development of the UNAP. And here we are saying this one was developed in 2016, but it is so alarming that 29 of the children under 5 years are stunted. In Uganda here, where we have a lot of food, even the panelists who were here mentioned that we have a lot of food, that we are privileged, we have a lot of food, we have a lot of, the climate is good, but we have children who are stunted. 10% of the infants are born with low birth weight, and 4 are overweight. Even overweight is a problem. It's not like when your baby is fat, you should be happy. Then we also have 53% of under 5 children who are anemic, and 17 of adult women aged 18 years and above are overweight. And this one, when you compare to the men, women, we are more overweight than men, and it is also dangerous for us. We have 8 of the adults. You see now the men are 8%, and 3 of the adults have raised blood pressure and diabetes. 24 have raised pressure, and then the impact of chronic nutrition or stunting on a children's physical and mental development, which has irreversible. This one I had already told you. Once your child is stunted, it is irreversible, especially after 2 years. So there is that challenge that we have here in Uganda, and also mothers who are pregnant, normally they are not eating well, so eventually they get these challenges of having the children with low birth weight. Low birth weight. So we are working, but using legal frameworks, and some of these legal frameworks are international, and others are national. So under the national, we have the NDP3. This document is aligned to NDP3, and it is also aligned to UNAP2. It is also aligned to the National Strategy for Zero Hunger. It is so aligned to Uganda Vision 2040. So we didn't get it from air. We developed it bearing in mind that we have other documents which we have to align with. Next. So the legal frameworks, the international, we have scaling up nutrition. We have the Committee on World Food Security. We also used it in this document. And then we have the Roma Declaration framework for nutrition. Since we have the ambassador here, I'm happy to mention that we are also using that declaration to develop our document. WASH contributors, what do you contribute? In most cases, when I go to present about nutrition, people are asking me how nutrition is related to water. But these are our contributors. We have direct and indirect. Now, under direct, we have clean and safe water is essential for all the body system. Do we agree with that statement? You don't have water, you need water when you are born, you need water when you are eating, you need water when you are in the hospital, even when you are dying, you still need water. So water is important for our body. Then promotion of agroforestry provides fruits that provide various vitamins, essential oils, protein, and many more body benefits. Here we have the Department of Forestry.
if we worked hard with this department, or if we are going to ensure that people have fruits are very important for our body because they have essential oils. So our department here is doing great in ensuring that people have fruits and the oils in their body. But this department also does what we call tree planting. If a woman has charcoal, or not charcoal, they said we should not talk charcoal. If you planted trees at home and you can have firewood, you will be able to cook for your children. If you don't have, maybe you might sleep hungry because the firewood is far. But apart from cooking, we know also that the trees are important to hold the soils, which soils will not cause erosion or runoff, because many times when people are running away from floods, they are not able to cook. You are running away from floods, you will not cook, you will be running away. So the trees are very important. Water for production. We all know water for production. Yes, they are doing pasture, which is essential for animals, but also they are providing irrigation, boosting nature positive production. If you provide irrigation, it means people are able to harvest more, they get more money, but also they get food. So we are also doing that as a ministry, and we are going to intensify doing it for purposes of this. We have the directorate which does monitoring and protecting the lakes and wetlands. This one promotes different kinds of fish, including the marine protein. We get marine protein from there because at the end of the day, if you protect a wetland, you will find there fish, you will find there other herbal medicines which are good for your body. You will find there any other plant that you need in the wetland. And here, these people who are monitoring, they are doing a great job, and they have to intensify. Of course, we have challenges with this, in that sometimes people dump at night. They dump soil at night. By morning, the whole place is full. So we have the environmental police, fine, but here maybe we can say, how do we get more environmental police to help us to do this so that people don't do it at night? Then we have indirect benefits. We do a lot of activities at the ministry, only that they are not documented, or we didn't know how they are related to nutrition. One of it is that we do hand washing. We construct, yesterday we had a presentation on fecal sludge. All that contributes to nutrition, because if you do sanitation, you are promoting good nutrition. If you are practicing good sanitation, you are promoting good nutrition. So we have water quality. We have a department also which does water quality monitoring. You know the water-related diseases. If your kid is sick, this kid will never eat. But if they have safe and clean water, then they will eat, and they will efficiently and effectively help their metabolism to do what? To be active. Then we have sanitation and hygiene messages. I believe all of you, the sociologists who are here, and the environmental health officers, when we are promoting hygiene, hand washing, use your toilet, clean compound, garbage management, you are all helping this person here to make sure that the nutrition is good, and whatever they cook, they are cooking it with good water, and they do it in a good environment. The fecal sludge, how are we doing it? The fecal sludge management, we have this project, I had already mentioned it. We do women empowerment. And when you empower a woman with money, these women will have a purchasing power. Instead of this woman sitting at home, they might buy eggs for the children, they might buy good things for the children, something nutritious for the children. So for us, we should just do sensitization, and when the woman is already having a lot of money to use on that. Then we are also doing charcoal saving stoves, especially under strategic towns. We have done that, but also in the Directorate of Environmental, Directorate of Water Resources, they are also doing charcoal saving stoves as a ministry. And as I told you, if a woman knows that they have a stove to cook quickly with little charcoal, they will always cook for their children. Solid waste management, we are working with the very many towns, but here I have singled out KCCA because most of you maybe didn't know that we are working with the KCCA, but when you are on the road and you see the trucks of KCCA, you will see them, they are UGS, meaning that we worked with them to give them those trucks to protect Lake Victoria, a common good from pollution. Nutrition, food systems. Now, during Corona, the head of the UN called us to join the food systems, and the Ministry of Water and Environment had a track, and this track was called Boosting Nature Positive Production. The PS was the chairperson, and Uganda Water and the Sanitation NGO Network was a co-chairperson. So we had a dialogue in Uganda and international, and we had to discuss how to manage food systems, but using also our water and agriculture doing theirs. So ours was boosting nature positive production, where we are saying we protect, we manage, and we restore. I believe we do this. But how much are we going to do it better to ensure that the stunting I mentioned above is reduced? So the goal of boosting nature is to boost nature positive production system that scale to globally meet the fundamental human rights to health and nutrition and nutritious foods while operating within parameters of the boundaries. So ideally, all this is in this document. We shall read it and we shall understand it and we shall ask questions either today or even online. So as we boost nature positive production, we are saying SDGs, they are there. All those SDGs you see there, they cannot work without water. All those SDGs there cannot work without water. But we singled out only SDG what? SDG 2, which is on hunger. Zero hunger, reducing, we focus on zero hunger. So we are saying ending hunger requires access to safe drinking water. This is very clear. Ending malnutrition requires access to safe drinking water. Productivity of agriculture system depends on adequate availability of good quality water. We said sustainability of agriculture systems depend on adequate and availability of good quality water. We just picked that, but ideally all the SDGs cannot work minus water and environment. So this strategy, we have the direction of the strategy, and the goal of this strategy, I already told you, to improve nutrition status among children under 5. We concentrated under 5 because of the irreversible nature of malnutrition. And then the objectives, one of it is to realize the goal of this strategy. The following objectives can be have been highlighted: increase access and utilization of nutrition sensitive for water for production. These ones I think I had already gone through them. I had gone through the objectives. This thing is not working. People at the back, your machine is not working here. I think the battery is low. So under food systems, we also have action points: promote climate smart agriculture, like mulching and other smart agriculture, agroforestry, promote sensitive provision and enforcement of land, environment, and water resources, conservation and management, restore of degraded land, soil. This one we have also been doing, but with the challenge. We have the ministry in charge of, department in charge of that, but it is hard. But what is interesting here, they are saying we should exploit the ICT. I know we have very many ICT people, but we can go ahead. For example, there is where I saw they have something called a SCADA system. This SCADA system, even if I'm here, I can see something loitering in Entebbe. The SCADA system is also a monitoring system, ICT, where I can monitor someone dumping in Entebbe. So if we could get such facilities, it would be better for us to at least minimize on the dumping. Then protect nature ecosystems against new conversions for food and feed production. How have we protected this? The water runs from Karamoja, it comes to Tesoland. When it reaches in Tesoland, it destroys all the crops. People there don't have food, they are starving. After that conversion, they are starving. So how do we ensure that we protect the nature ecosystems against new conversions for food production? To me, if we had money, Engineer Matua, I think we would put a very big dam, which is like a lake, crossing from Kapera-Byong down towards Karamoja, so that at least one, you solve the problem of the floods, but also you have irrigation and you have water for the cows so that they don't come crossing, even you have solved many things at the same time. Because one time I was on the TV and I saw someone from where? I think from Kapera-Byongo maybe, or Amuria. The Karamajongos had come to steal. And this old woman was given, they have those Roko bow and arrow. It was inside her thigh. I felt so bad. I said, so if this one we could have a very big dam, you put in even fish, it creates its own wetlands, then these people will not cross, but at the same time, they have food and they have water for their cows. So the interventions in the strategy, strengthening nutrition coordination and partnership, which we have started, improve the planning, resource mobilization, and the financing, improving planning, resource mobilization. On this one, I have to thank my PS because we are already, the ministerial policy statement already has nutrition, and he has already helped us. This one, we did it without donor. It is GOU. And as I talk now, we are doing a training manual using the GOU. So at least that one, I will tell you that we are already moving towards the right direction. And also UNICEF is already here trying to mobilize for us resources. Then strengthening institutional and capacity, technical capacity for scaling up actions. This one already I'm doing it, we are doing it together. I can see we have already the capacity, the engineers are already on board, the environmentalists are already on board, and everybody is on board, and the capacity is going to be stronger and stronger. Tomorrow, I would like to see Engineer Sandra putting down a project, nutrition-sensitive project, and then this nutrition-sensitive project is funded, where you have the where you have incorporated all components of water and nutrition and hygiene, and then that project can be funded. We look for funders. Then strengthen advocacy, social mobilization, and behavior change for the promotion of nutrition. Advocacy, we have sociologists who should do this advocacy. We have promotional materials. We have developed promotional materials. He didn't give it to me, but it's there. We have developed promotional materials. We have the staff. What else do we have? So we need to do advocacy. As I told you, when you go to the community to sensitize on water, the advocacy also should be on nutrition. Actually, as I talk now, under strategic towns, all those consultants have been doing this. Because we are like 3 years now down the road talking about nutrition before this came, but we are already doing it under strategic towns. When you read the reports of the consultants, you will find that already they are sensitizing people on nutrition. Then strengthening and institutionalizing nutrition linkages, evidence, and knowledge management for effective decision making. This one will always come in our reports for effective institutional decision making. Hello? So now, in this document, you will find that we have institutional arrangement. We have not left anyone behind. The finance and administration have their part to do. Water and environmental sector liaison have their part to do. Water for production, the way you see them all there, each one has the part to do. In the senior management, when I presented, comments came from all those people, water quality, I had to go and get comments to incorporate in this document. But we also have the local government, they have a part to play. We have our agencies, National Water, NEMA, National Forest Authority, all those are part of this. And also we have the deconcentrated structures, we have private sector, we have Uganda and Sanitation NGO network. All of them are part of this document, and what their contribution is incorporated. So this is the coordination structure. First of all, the Office of the Prime Minister is the one in charge of nutrition coordination. And then the permanent secretary is the member of the coordination committee at that level. And then we have Water and Environment Nutrition Coordination Committee. Do you have coordination committee members of the committees here? Can I invite the members of the coordination committees to put up the hand? Members of the coordination committee nutrition? There are people missing there. In forestry, we have my deputy sat behind instead of coming closer to me in case I forget something. So we have members of this coordination committee, and these members, they were not handpicked. We had to do a human resource analysis with support from UNICEF. We did a human resource analysis. After doing a human resource analysis, we came up with the members who are supposed to be on this committee. Then we are going to make regional nutrition coordination committee, desk officers, because information should flow from the region to the headquarters and then to the PS for decision making. Then we have district nutrition committees. These district nutrition committees, forestry committees, natural resources, they all have to feed us. And they are there at district level. Then we got the community. At this community level, we can also form community, like water user committee. They will do water user committee. We can also say nutrition committee, and they are there at the community. Yes. So financing arrangement. First of all, financing arrangement, I already told you, ministerial process statement, but also in the PIAPs, we shall have this nutrition issues incorporated. We shall have to mainstream the activities. We shall also have to involve Minister of Finance. And as I talk now, Minister of Finance already, I would tell you that the circular, budget circular of 2023-2024, paragraph 83 and 84 are now talking about nutrition, which was not the case. But thanks to OPM and the people pushing, that we have it now there. So as I talk now, we are not going anywhere. Nutrition is moving forward. Then we have the donors or the development partners who will be supporting us. As I've told you, we have UNICEF, we have EU. And also, we can always mobilize finances from NGOs, from writing proposals. We can always mobilize these finances. Next. So we shall do also monitoring. Where is Mauso? Maybe he's online. I've been working with Mauso on on monitoring and also planning. So we shall have the processes of monitoring what we are doing. We have routine monitoring, we have quarterly monitoring. Next. We have joint annual reviews. We shall have joint annual reviews. We shall have medium reviews, and we shall have end of term reviews. All those reviews will help us. We shall use a participatory approach, participatory monitoring and evaluation approach, where we shall involve everybody, including the community, to participate in monitoring to see whether whatever we are doing is working according to the plan. Next. We also have the section on community and feedback. We have communication officers. Is Mr. Kalisa here? No, we have Joanita. We have communication officers, so we shall have internal communication, which we are already doing on WhatsApp, on EPOP, on email. We're already doing that internal communication, and even presenting to senior management that it was internal communication. But this one, which I'm doing now, it is both internal and external communication. I'm already communicating to the whole world. Then there is also public participation. We shall use also that approach. We shall use multimedia. We shall use media advocacy. We shall use information, education, and communication. We shall use drama scripts. We can make a drama script on nutrition, and then we come and use it. But also, we have radios. The other day in the first session, we had a reverend who was saying that we are not using the radios of the churches. Many churches have radios. So we shall also engage the faith-based organizations and also the church and mosque to deliver our message on nutrition. Because he told us he has very many people. And we all agree with him. Next. Now, we are here talking about nutrition. But this picture here is not supposed to show us how we are supposed to eat. We need that energy-giving food. We need the bodybuilding, and we need the protective foods. But who can afford, for example, in this ministry at lunchtime, to have all those things put together on one plate? Maybe Charles will tell us whether there is a plan. Oh, I welcome you, sir. Commissioner from OPM is here, and you will be given an opportunity to be a panelist here, and you tell us what you think about what we are doing. Yes, so we are proposing now that the commissioner is here, I can tell him direct that ministries also should start providing food. They should start providing food, nutritious foods for their staff, because most of the staff cannot afford. So if you could also put it in the budget, and also we see how we can do it. Also, this one I will say it with confidence. I'm proud that our permanent secretary, last Women's Day, he promised us to have a nursery where our girls who are fearing to give birth because they don't have where to breastfeed their children will be having. And also a gym, because most of the people are also obese. He promised us a gym, and he promised us that nursery for the children. So I thank him so much. Next. And by the way, we have this we have a Women's Day celebration on 28th of this month. So most probably we shall remind him of the commitments. So as I finish, let me end with this quotation from Julia Child. I was lucky that she shares the name. And I quote, Julia Child was an American cook and a writer, but this is what she said, and I quote, water is the most neglected nutrient in your diet, but one of the most vital. And most of you people, you even have water in front of you, but I'm seeing the bottles still closed. They are saying water is the most neglected nutrient in your diet, but the most vital. So I thank you so much for listening, and God bless you. For reference, please go to www.go.ug. You will find a full document you can download and use it. I hope I have not taken wrong, because our time was eaten by the other group. So I thank you so much for listening, and we shall invite questions, but let me hand over to Alex.
Bigger rounds of applause. I think she deserves more than that. Thank you. Yes, now we are going into a panel discussion, and I want to welcome the following. Edward, from Commissioner Edward Walugembe from OPM. Please, could you come forward and take your seat? Can we give him a warm welcome? Thank you. Next, can we have consultant Charles Hasimwe? Please take your seat. Next, we have Engineer Richard Matua. Our final panelist is Nelly Birungi. I meant to know that you're online. Are you still online? Are we able to hear you, to see you? Nelly Birungi. Okay. Okay. Charles is going to put on two shoes. Now, after the panel discussions, we shall then have some questions from the audience for responses. To start with, I want to start with the ministry representative, that's Engineer Richard Matua. Nutrition has been sort of a new concept in the ministry, but it has swiftly moved, as we heard. What are some of the measures that we put in place to ensure that this has been popularized? The other question could be, with this achievement of the strategy in place, that's a very big achievement. What next? Or we think we have achieved enough? Yes? Engineer.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, moderator. I think as the Minister of Water and Environment, we embarked on this task of mainstreaming nutrition into all the sector plans. We set up a nutrition coordination committee. I think you heard from the presentation of Julia that there is a team of officers on this nutrition committee, and they are doing a lot of work. They have been able to disseminate messages on nutrition among the various departments and directorates. And I can say, starting from 2020 up to now, the awareness and the level of sensitization on nutrition has really grown in the ministry. You are aware that most of us engineers, the social scientists, environmentalists, the other disciplines, we mainly focus on water supply, sanitation, environmental issues, and so on. And it has never occurred to us that central to those functions is actually safe water supply to aid nutrition. And without good nutrition, we cannot be healthy. We cannot realize the full benefits of clean water and sanitation. So we needed to really incorporate aspects of food nutrition into whatever we are doing. Today we have disseminated the the nutrition WASH nutrition strategy. That is a big achievement. We have also been able to collaborate with various partners, UNICEF, OPM, National Planning Authority on nutrition aspects, specifically with respect to WASH. We are saying that we need to move down to the regions so that we can involve our deconcentrated units to embrace nutrition and include them in their plans. We have also been able to now incorporate and provide a small budget in the ministerial policy statement, especially for 2023/24. So I think the buy-in by the ministry and the hard work by my team, the Nutrition Coordination Committee, I think all these are achievements, and we will want to see this level of effort being deepened so that we can lead the efforts and achieve more and more in this aspect. So I want to thank you for this presentation. I want to say we are going to do more and increase the knowledge levels and awareness in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. Next, I want to go to Commissioner. We have been told that Office of the Prime Minister has been coordinating nutrition, and what has been your experiences with different stakeholders and also as Office of the Prime Minister in promoting the nutrition agenda?
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I came in late, but I'm glad to be here. I want to congratulate Minister of Water and Environment for this milestone, having the strategy in place. The question is about coordination and my experience. I want to start by saying that nutrition is an outcome by several players. In fact, we no longer say the whole of government approach, but we say the whole of society approach. And maybe I could start by saying that when you talk about nutrition, it has to be realized by the following systems. One, the health system. Two, water and environment and sanitation system. Three, the food system. Four, the education system. Five, social protection. And I may also add another one, that is the distributive trade, distribution of the nutrients and food. And all those, when they work together, then we can get nutrition outcomes. The food system provides us with the food we eat, and we normally say nutrition dense foods. And I remember my sister here presented the plate that we should have, but the Ministry of Health also guides us on the consumption patterns. Education gives us education about what we should eat and so on. Then trade the trade sector also brings it to our doorsteps. So those systems help us to work together. And apart from those systems, or within those systems, there are state and non-state actors. In all those systems, we do have the academia to do research, to give us solutions to our challenges. We do have the private sector, the business network, again, to give us, to make the food available to us. We do have the civil society who do advocacy and so on. We have the development partners who support us in this area. And of course, we have the government OMDAs. And of course, also the clients, the population. So all these players in the nutrition journey need to be coordinated, need to be on the same page. So that's where coordination comes in. And coordinating them, I want to appreciate Ministry of Water for championing this. Because for us in the Office of the Prime Minister, we formed the Secretariat and we formed the coordination. We do the coordination of government business and implementation. So the Prime Minister, by Article 107 of the Constitution, 108 of the Constitution, coordinates government. So it's a journey which tries to break the silos. So in nutrition coordination, we need to break the silos so that all these systems together, when they work together, we can achieve the nutrition outcomes. So it involves a lot of learning to work together. It involves a lot of ceding territory so that you don't say, this is my mandate. You know, that kind of thing. I'm in my place. Where are you coming in? This is my territory. So that's one of the lessons that we've learned. And this is a journey that we are growing to handle. So again, we've learned that in achieving nutrition outcomes, for us in coordination, we have to espouse triple C, 3 C's. The first C is the connectedness. So all these players, as mentioned, must be connected and must be on the same page. They must be connected, so we have to have connectedness. Number 2, we must have continuity. So what we strive to do, we have to continue working on it and achieving it. Then we have to communicate. And I saw all those areas in the strategy that had been presented. So we realize that we need to work together, we need to connect, we need to be intentional in achieving the nutrition outcomes. So there is no single champion, but all of us working together, we can achieve nutrition outcomes. Everyone can contribute a small bit, but once we put them together, then we can achieve the nutrition outcomes. So I would say that we learn to work together. And of course, this is again the dispensation we have under the program working groups, under the programmatic approach in the NDP. So we no longer work individually, but work together. And I'm glad and I'm sure the strategy that has been laid before us, the various players are indicated. So Ministry of Water is not going to achieve it alone. It's going to achieve it with other players, all of them doing what they're supposed to do in time, but at worst on time, so that once we deliver, so it's going to be a conveyor for all of us to do our bit and we achieve what we are supposed to achieve. So congratulations to Ministry of Water. We've again worked together in doing this, and I want to thank my sister here. Of course, with the entire Ministry of Water, but she has been the key person that we've been working with, and she has done very well. We do continue to have engagements on a quarterly so that we can look at our bottlenecks and find solutions together. So working together, as I said, government business is not by any ministry, it's not by any individual, but by the whole of society. But we have champions and leaders who must lead. So the challenge at hand now, and I may say that Uganda has been known, and most people say this, and I also believe you also say it, that we have very wonderful plans, we have very wonderful strategies, but when it comes to implementation, we have challenge. So now, Minister of Water, the biggest challenge begins today, as we launch, as we celebrate, as we pop our champagne, we need to fold our sleeves and go into the implementation mode. I want to say thank you for the time being.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for those remarks. Now, I want to go to the consultant, to Charles. He's a guy who's very passionate about nutrition. One time I met him in Soroti. To say hello, he was talking about nutrition already. Charles, I want you to have a reflection on the presentation that Madame Kamara made. Then you have also been involved in the UNAP 1, UNAP 2, and we want you to basically, as a consultant, to unpack. I know the strategic direction was also presented. So could you unpack and the strategy and ensuring that you touch on the food systems and nutrition as the topic today. Then I remember Madame Kamara mentioned you should have a voice on why the strategy is concentrating on lactating mothers, on the children under 5, and so forth. Yes. Take it up.
Can I talk from there? I'm uncomfortable talking while
Please,
sitting as a
anywhere.
teacher.
Please, you can come forward.
I can adapt. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. The questions you have raised, I'm going to quickly. A reflection. One, why the strategy? I will mention that my name is Achari Sasimwe. I'm a nutrition consultant, but I run my own business as the ED for Chigiz Food and Nutrition Consulting Limited. I have my office in Natete, opposite police, and the office is not, the house is mine. It is not rented. Okay, so I will trace from 2011 that the government of Uganda in 2011 approved the first Uganda National Action Plan as a strategic framework for scaling up nutrition in Uganda. The reason was that by then, every ministry was doing their part in pieces. So that strategy was, that action plan was developed and brought 11 ministries on board. Mr. Commissioner and Representative Pace and the OPM, I want to thank Minister of Water. While Minister of Water was not part of the signatories of the UNAP for 2011, they came on board very quickly and took step further than even other ministries which were signatories of the UNAP 1. How did it happen? I just met Madame Kamara somewhere. I gave her a call. She told me I sit in Ruzira. I moved and found her here. This is the second time I'm coming. The first time I came is when we started the journey for development of the strategy. Then other days we'll be running online. So I want to thank also, when you are in a public service, courtesy and a good welcoming approach helps very many opportunities to take place. Not closing your doors is very important. I hope you no longer use the closed door approach. So I came here, Mr. Commissioner, by then I was working for you at OPM as a consultant, working on the development of UNAP2. I convinced Julia, then Julia accepted, and then brought others on board, and you see the journey where we have moved. In 2011, when the UNAP was approved, because two ministries were working together before that, it was taken by cabinet that the coordination of multi-sector action should go to OPM. I think, Mr. Commissioner, as you coordinate the program approach, you have a learning curve somewhere, because nutrition started using 11 ministries earlier than even what we are doing now as a program approach. So one of the learning lessons for program approach and working together is the implementation of the UNAP. However, in UNAP 1, you need to note that some of us had just finished school, and we put most of the interventions in the UNAP 1, which were classroom interventions. So we erred somehow. By then, the first NDP had been developed. What we should have done was to pick interventions from the NDP 1 and put them in the UNAP 1. So you will note that the implementation of UNAP 1 from 2011 to 2016 was not effective, because most of the actions in it were not aligned with the NDP, and therefore financing for UNAP 1 was a tug of war. However, we learned lessons. So when we were developing UNAP 2, we said we must now refocus and align interventions within the NDP 3. The NDP, the UNAP 1, should have ended in 2016 in December, but the Prime Minister extended its life until the time when we finish the development of the UNAP 2 and the National Nutrition Policy. So colleagues, when you look at UNAP 1 label 2011 and 2016, you know it kept on running up to the 20th of September 2020, when the government approved the second UNAP. We would be having the third UNAP, but we have the second because the UNAP 1 moved for 10 years instead of what? Instead of 5 years. Achievements made in the UNAP 1. In 2011, the stunting levels. Stunting is when the child is born with retarded brains. It is not being short, colleagues. A child is born is born and grows with retarded brains. We call that one stunting. And when the child goes beyond 2 years, it is permanent. So in 2011, out of every 100 children, 33 had stunted brains. But after the implementation of the UNAP, up to 2020, when you look at the figures, actually 2016 we had 26 and 29. Then now, Madam Julia, the current situation is we have gone to 26%. But you can see the journey. You can imagine 5 years you reduce by only 3% points. So the rate of reduction of stuntedness is still very low, because we appreciate the stunting issues differently. I will mention to you that currently, when you look at the issue of stunted brain development, the region which is ranking highest in stuntedness is Karamoja at 44%, which was originally at 35%. I pose a question here for the water people. If we are investing a lot of resources in water for production, you are investing in irrigation, you are investing in climate change, everything, why is it that the stunting levels of Karamoja have increased from 35 to 44? Now, for Chigezi, the stunting level in 2016 was at 30%. It has moved now to 41%. Therefore, stuntedness does not mean that there is no food, for example, for Western region, while it might be no food in Karamoja, but there are other issues, and most of them are behavior change in nature. So the action is therefore, when you look at this strategy, therefore, more resources for this strategy should be focused on the social behavior change, what? Communication, so that people can change mindset, and then they change their way of work. The meal, the number of food groups eaten per day. I saw Madam Julia presenting the number of food groups there. But to assure you, in 2016, the ones consuming the meals 3 times a day, together with the number of foods more than 5 in a day, have reduced from 15% to 7%. Mr. Commissioner, that's a serious issue to handle. Instead of moving forward, nutritionally, we are moving what? By the mothers and fathers of those children whose dietary diversity is going down, For example, for Kampala, the overweight and obesity is at 50% total. Out of every 100 women you see in Kampala, 50 of them are overweight, stroke obese. Where is the problem? We eat away from our homes, then the children are what? Are malnourished. However, the good news are that with all of these interventions, if efforts are put in place, then we can move forward. Why is it that we are focusing on water, on nutrition in water? I just want to tell you physically here that scientifically, if you look at your water cycle, you have what we call the water resource management. It has availability, quality, access, and stability. Those 4 areas for us in nutrition, they lead into drinking water, wash promotion, food preparation, food processing, food production, especially for fish, animal, crop, energy, and others. So you see, when we are talking about nutrition in water, we are requesting you to do all of this that you do with the lens that when I do this, I lead into nutritional outcomes. When you do all of those, you'll have utilized the food, stable food, access and availability, which we say that one is food security and nutrition. And the commissioner said nutrition is an outcome. So when you are implementing this strategy, all of the intervention that you have, when we are driving this strategy, we made sure that we don't deviate, but we say out of the 100 activities you have, based on the concept framework, which ones can feed into nutrition, and that's what we did. Therefore, don't get worried about the cost implication of this strategy because it is the money that you are using. The only thing we would want from you, now that I talk as a civilian, is to refocus your intervention, and wherever you go to do, whether it's water for production, tell the community why water for production is important for nutrition. And I think that one does not need a lot of added money. But for governance, when I was totaling, because I'm the one who did the final total costing for this document, I found that the money, other monies you already have, but the money you don't have is for enabling environment. While Julia is here, looking here and there, but at least for water you are putting some money, but it's not yet institutionalized. And I've been calling upon OPM and finance that if you are to monitor enabling environment for nutrition, you have to create an output called nutrition coordination. Now, when you put the word nutrition coordination, then the enabling environment finances can be captured there, and then the indicator can be called nutrition coordination functionality index. Once you have those two, even when you get the money from UNICEF or other partners, then you are able to spend on that line. Rather than hiding it here, when there is no goodwill, it will disappear, but it needs to be institutionalized. The other area you asked me to comment about is why focus on children. I have said issues of nutrition, most of them, once the child has gone beyond 2 years, especially for stuntiness, they remain permanent. So we focus on the children below 5 years because that's the strategic target group. We focus on children in school. We focus on women of reproductive age. We focus on the adolescents. Then, when we say other vulnerable groups, let me expand that one. That is older persons. Any person 18 years and above is also a focus because we would want you to consume 400 grams of fruits and vegetables. Akatas, you know that nice plate. An adult is supposed to consume that plate every day of fruits and what? By a show of hands, how many have consumed that on a day? Let me put on my glasses and see. Daily. If you know fruits and vegetables, I can say scientifically that it is the minister of health for your body, minister of defense. If you want to live longer, you must have a practice of consuming fruits and what? Vegetables. You only consumed the fruits and vegetables during COVID because you knew that was the only chance to survive. After COVID, no fruits and what? Vegetables. Ugandans normally respond only when there is a big problem. So, adults, you are not out of the picture. Only that when the resources are limited, we focus on children under 5 years and the women, but we are also part of this strategy because we say, and other vulnerable what? Groups. In Kampala, if I was to do this nutrition strategy, I would combine it with workforce nutrition like I have mentioned. A hungry person will not deliver. I think we should avoid hiding in nutrition in welfare, because we have a lot of budgets of what? Welfare. Welfare does not necessarily mean nutrition. We must have physical activities. We must have breastfeeding corners. All of that is part of nutrition, which is also in this strategy as workforce what? Workforce nutrition. So those age groups. And remember, once you don't work on that age group of adults, we are the ones in the office, we shall suffer from non-communicable diseases. We go to the hospital. The water we are refusing to drink here is where we put the medicines for you. You have refused to drink water which is cheap here at 500. Then we go to the hospital in Marago and we put you on what? On a drip. What do we put in the drip? Glucose. What is glucose? It is food. That one, let me leave it there. Now, the other issues that you mentioned, I want to also to bring out the fears. Madam Ujira talked about coordination. Under pillar number 4 of the PDM, social sciences pillar, I would request that as you quicken it, because the Commissioner mentioned, don't keep this book as clean as it is here. We have the number of parishes in this country. You have their water user committees. Can you quickly orient and mobilize the water user committees to talk about nutrition in their simplified language? That's an entry point. Otherwise, these workshops here in Kampala, at the regional level, will remain there. I know you are going to construct a water project, irrigation project in Maika Nungu of Matanda. That side, I would be happy to see the signpost talking about nutrition, like how they say HIV AIDS kills. Can you also start seeing the word hunger is a what? Is a problem. Because for me, when I'm hungry, I will tell you enjara yanyita. I will not simply say enjara enduma. I say enjara yanyita. So let us speak nutrition directly. That without food, there is no what? There is no life. If I made you to talk here up to evening without food, you would see drop out one by what? One by one. So, as I conclude, for me, Commissioner and Minister of Water, I'm very happy that this document has come finally into the public. I was working behind the scenes with Julia, supporting the consultant. I was not the consultant who made this, but I was pushing, providing the technical guidance using the conceptual framework of nutrition. I think for now, I can stop here, because if you tell me talk about the process, there are a lot, and this time cannot be enough, but it's okay. Any question you can ask me about nutrition programming. Now that we have finished the Minister of Water, Mr. Commissioner, Health is also finishing theirs, but fortunately for the one of Health, I'm the consultant doing it directly. For this one, I was doing behind the doors, but the Minister of Health, I'm the one doing it, and I hope Minister of Health will also learn from water and quicken the process so that we can also launch the one of what? Of Health. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles, for those wise remarks. One thing which was disheartening is that where I work, where I come from, the stuntedness is at 44%. Karamoja. This is serious. Thank you very much. I think there was a question for UNICEF, but you have tackled. It was about still coordination and partnership. I think that was handled. Yes, Madam Kamara, is in doing this, I know you probably didn't get time to talk about the challenges that you went through. Do you have any challenge anyway? If so, you could just say in a few seconds, then we could have questions, maybe 2 or 3, because we are to stop at, actually by now we should have stopped. What do you suggest? Okay, can we have questions from the audience? Or are there some questions online? There's a hand. Yes, please, could we have a microphone here? Just in front with the ambassador.
The Commissioner OPM, Minister of Water representatives, distinguished participants. Ambassador Kemerwa Alinimeli Kenyanji, the Deputy Head of Mission Rome. I wish to thank those who invited me for this conference. While I was around, I said I should find time because I'm an environmentalist by practice and professional. I wish also to comment here, since I have this opportunity, that if I was to rank service delivery in government entities, I would give the Ministry of Water #1 as the best deliverer. This is because I have seen their practical work on the ground, and I would encourage you to continue doing this for the good of our nation. I thank the presenter and the panel for the discussions we have made and the discussions that require practical skills. I'm very thrilled because of the multidisciplinary approach you have all talked about, which is vital for the development of this country. And I also saw something very important about the water in Karamoja. I don't remember the areas you mentioned where the water a dam could be made. And this dam could serve many purposes, accessing water to the people of the area, bringing fish from the water dam, and also may be a source of security for the people around that dam, because those of the other side would feed their cows the other side and get their food, and then we reduce on conflict from that part of Uganda. I would wish to ask the Minister of Water to make a follow-up on that venture. However, as we talk about the multidisciplinary approach, I still see that we have a very big problem because it is inbuilt. Inbuilt because it is written in the Constitution that land belongs to the people. And when this land belongs to the people, there are so many activities done on the land that retard nutrition and food security. For example, in the district where I come from, Kabale district, we have a serious problem of land fragmentation. People with smaller pieces of land which cannot be productive. And yet, such owners cannot allow even exchanging or selling such a pieces of land to enable the neighborhood, to the one neighboring the land, to have enough food to grow there, enough food for food security and cash income. These are some of the things we need to look into in order to get good nutrition and food security. There is also the problem of planning. In Uganda, we talk about urban planning, but I think the whole country needs good planning where we have areas for settlement and areas for food production. I agree very much with the notion that we need to talk about nutrition and food security in all our endeavors, in all our government departments, and especially this bottom-up approach is so important that the people on the ground need to know the value and the importance of nutrition. And knowing the value and importance of nutrition with emphasis on indigenous foods, which some people have despised. I can't eat this, I can't drink this. And yet, these are the foods that made traditional societies strong and grow very fast. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your submission. Any other? Any clarification, question? Yes, there's a hand there.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Jackie. I'm a nutritionist. And my question is, what are some of the very practical solutions? Because in certain discussions, especially as scientists, we have the statistics, we have all these things, but we do not give so much of practical knowledge for people to use on the ground, basing on the normal Ugandan who is, let me say, down there in Chikubo, having their daily meals delivered by some lady from a certain restaurant there. So what are some of the practical solutions we are thinking of for normal Ugandans that fit into their budgets, nutrition-wise, and in access to safe water and all that? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe we can have one more and we close. Think we don't have. Okay, what are the practical solutions? Yes, consultant, the man of nutrition. Yes.
So the practical solutions, I will quote the president's speech while he was addressing the US, that the problem in Uganda now, some of the areas, is not food production per se, but the Ugandans some miseat, others overeat, others undereat. And therefore he said that all of us should go to out and communicate in a simple way of what are the things that people should do to improve nutrition. I will give the answer that if you want to get improved nutrition, go to the science of P3. P what? P3. Actually, when I'm in the communities, I teach people the nutrition using the science of what? P3. Bodybuilding, energy giving, health giving. Isn't that the language of P3? But now, as Jack is saying, for us science, we normally talk with ourselves a lot of the terminologies and the people go with nothing. But the office of the Prime Minister has worked on what we call the National Communication Strategy for Nutrition for Uganda. And each ministry has a deliberate message that has to be communicated depending on the audience. If you go to meet water user committees, Ministry of Water will communicate the messages which are linking water with nutrition. If you are meeting the VHTs, you communicate those messages. So those different strategies, we could not expound all of them here, but when you read through the main strategy, you'll find all of those there. In education, with support from UNICEF, we have developed what we call the comic book, where all the teachers are supposed to be given the simple messages of how to communicate nutrition. So there are a number of them. But as Commissioner Warugembe mentioned, we need to move away from these documents and we implement them. The earlier we implement these things, especially at the parish level, I've already worked with the local government commissioner to simplify the interventions, the PDM pillars, and baptize them in the name of nutrition. So that when they're on the ground, they're implementing activity, they know these ones are nutrition. So we should quickly move to the parish model, parish approach, and move forward. So those interventions will be seen in a simple way at that level.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much, Charles. Now I'm going now to give one of you maybe 1 minute to wrap up so that it's about 1:30. We shall go for lunch. So 1 minute or two. Yes, engineer.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I just want to appeal to all of us here, the stakeholders and ambassadors of nutrition. Let us carry these messages to the communities and the society where we come from and popularize this science. The consultant has said it is a P3 science. And I think we all know about this P3 science. So let's do advocacy and let us sensitize the communities so that we can have a healthy community at local levels and also nationally. About the land issue, the ambassador has reminded us we need to really increase productivity of the small pieces of land that we have. I know in Kabale, density of population is very high, but when we do awareness creation and when we sensitize and talk to those people, they will be able to use the small pieces of land they have to grow and have nature-based solutions so that they can have improved nutrition in their areas. So yes, land is a scarce resource, but we should optimally utilize it to ensure that this picture Kamara showed us, where you have a balanced diet, we are able to grow all those food crops. Thank you.
Word here, I make an appeal that we all move forward towards communicating the good nutrition messages. If we don't know them, we refer to where materials are. Then number two, my prayer is that we go to the parish as soon as possible. We all come from our own parishes. Can you go back to your own parish and first convert your parish? And then we can go to others. OPM, we really need that output of nutrition coordination. And we also need that indicator, then we can move. But the good news, I want to tell you that although I said the picture is bad somewhere, other parts of the country have made a big improvement in the nutrition situation, and we need to defend it. TESO has gone for around 39%, so we need to learn what's happening in TESO that is making the situation to be better than other parts of the country. I beg to move.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you for the interventions. Ambassador, thank you very much. Those are practical issues that we need to sort out. Charles has sent us back to our parishes. I'm among the lucky people that my parish is here. So for me, it is easy to go back to my parish. But there is a lot of, maybe I start by saying that to achieve nutrition outcomes, we are all supposed to do something. It begins with me, it begins with you, so that we can move together. Growing up in this area, we used to have one market here, and there it could be inspected. Inspectors would come at some point. Now, the entire place has got a market, and food safety is a very big issue. How do we go back to those levels? How do we go back to the basics? So we need to go back to the basics. We need to ensure that there's food safety for all of us. Because even if we have the even if we have food security and we mishandle the food, then we are going to get challenges. So my appeal to all of us is to be the change agents. It's all of us to act and also to give the information. Most people don't know what we are supposed to eat. We need to give I think we all think about pizzas, apples, and Coke, and they do very good packaging. So I don't know how many of you think about Wentula, the Minister of Defense, as Charles has said, but we think about those things that are are they yummy? What are they? And we've passed on that kind of information. So Jackie, the nutritionist, and your colleagues, you have a very big role to play to change our mindsets. I've been to the Nutrition Society of Uganda function, and my major point was for them to promote professionalism, but most importantly, to engage their communities. Most of us, we are making mistakes. And I was telling them that as I was going for the break tea, I was worried whether I'm going to put in poison or to put in nutritious food. And you know what is served to us in such environments. So it's a very big challenge for all of us. We are thinking about those, what we think are exotic items, and instead of looking at what's nutritious. So my humble prayer is for us to move away from the documents once again and implement what we are supposed to implement. We can only realize and consolidate the gains that we've achieved. Charles talks about going back and forth in terms of progress, and then we regress. But we need to be intentional ourselves, those of us who are here, to be the promoters and the advocates for nutrition. So thank you very much. It's for all of us to take action. And as you go back to your parishes, please take that message. Let us go back to the what? To the basics. The basics. We moved away from the basics, and that's why we are suffering a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Kamara, your final words.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to start from where he has stopped. Go back to our parishes. But as we go back to our parishes, we have to know challenges we shall find there. First of all, the first challenge is culture. We have challenges with culture. You find someone tells you he doesn't eat fish, and yet fish is more nutritious. He tells you he doesn't want mukene, and yet mukene, they say it is whole meal. Then you go to another region, you find someone telling you that they don't eat greens. I remember hearing this word from my village that I can put it in language, emboganeza batindi, that greens are for the poor of the poorest. Meaning they don't want to eat greens. If you are eating greens, means you don't have beans, you are poor. And also, you find someone saying avocados are not sweet. So me, I realized that even the dogs eat better than us. The dogs are eating the avocados because they fall down. These people are saying they don't eat. So as you go to your parish, get to tell these people the importance of why are they eating greens, why are they eating this. Even the rats eat better than all of us. Because when you go to Tesorand, you hear quiri quiri wiri wiri maido, wiri wiri maido. They eat the peanuts. They eat better than us for sure. Another issue we are going to find as a challenge is the climate change. People are destroying our environment, and at the end of the day, it is affecting their nutritious foods. Then we have also the refugee influx. We are here, but we have very many refugees here. They need food, we need food. So there is this saying, the refugee and host communities. So how do we ensure that these refugees have some land to put maybe vegetables, but also you don't leave behind the host communities, because you will create conflicts if you don't merge them. Then there is also this issue now for your working class. When we are launching Uganda status, nutrition status of Uganda, there is this lady who gave a testimony. She was working in the bank. She wakes up at 6, reaches home at 6. So what happened to the baby? The baby was malnourished. The baby was almost dying, to the extent that she said, a baby or a job. And she decided to leave the job and concentrate on the baby, and the baby is now okay. Most of our working mothers, what they do when they are going home, they buy yogurt, because she's from work. She's from work, it is late. She doesn't know what's happening. The babies are sleeping in the car. The education system is like that. They wake up very early, they go home very early, they go with homeworks. So this lady passes through the supermarket and buys yogurt, chicken chips. So the baby is on chicken chips the whole time. And the mothers of these days, what do? The baby doesn't want to eat this. The baby doesn't eat this. My grandchildren come at home and you find they are telling me, Kaka, I don't want to eat this. I don't want to eat this. But when I convince them that eat them, everything I've put on your plate is for your good health. They eat. But when they go back, I think, to their parents, they say, Mommy, I don't want to eat this, I don't want to eat this. So I made it compulsory. When they come home, mukene compulsory. That's the opportunity I have. Mukene compulsory. I have a big bottle of mukene. I have greens. So I put and say, you eat, everything is good for your what? So as we go to these communities, let us also be conscious. Some ladies, young ladies, they don't want to breastfeed. They produce children, immediately they give them the other milk, which is processed. And yet we are told that that 1 hour milk is good to make the brain of the baby. And after 1 hour, it disappears. So if it disappears, you will never get it for your baby. It has gone, it has gone. Then also, as they are breastfeeding, you find after how many months, they win the babies. They don't have time. They don't want their breasts fall down, all those issues. You say it yourself. So at the end of the day, we have these challenges which are in front of us, but we have to disseminate. So lastly, without wasting time, I thank my commissioner, Engineer Richard Matua. I will tell you that maybe I wouldn't have reached here, but he's the one who said, no, we have a code here where we can put this money, and we put the code there. We talked to the commissioner planning, assistant commissioner planning, who is now in OPM, Collins. We talked to Matua, and we had a code. I thank my PS who has supported me up to this level, and he's still supporting me because he has written circulars, even telling the planning unit, even telling the planning unit that you budget and ring-fence money for nutrition. So we have finished the strategy, and we are doing the training manual, courtesy of our PS. Can give him a big clap. Charles, I thank you so much. He came here, but it was not by coincidence that he just looked in the ministry. He didn't know that I was here. He didn't know me. But what happened, the PS wrote on the letter from OPM. OPM was saying nominate a focal point. So the PS wrote on the letter, focal point, go and attend the meeting in OPM. They went to the first level. They looked for focal point. They failed to get a focal point. They went to the second level. They looked for focal point. They failed to get a focal point. They went to the third level. They looked for the focal point. Then someone said, but there is this Kamara. It looks like she always attends workshops or meetings in OPM. This lady just calls me Kamara. I was not even here. I was in the field. He just said, Kamara, you have a letter here from the PS. You go and attend. Reaching there, I was in Ginger. So when I was in Ginger, I called someone in facility. I called people here, they didn't pick. They didn't pick the phone. I called someone in facility and said, you go and attend, you come and tell me. So when this person attended, this lady attended that meeting, she came with the report and told me. And when he told me, I went to brief the PS. I had to write a report, go brief the PS. Then the PS said, you appoint yourself as a focal point. And I'm here now. He told me, appoint yourself. So I thank him for so much. I thank the commissioner here. No, he called me my sister, so I wanted to say the commissioner here. I have gotten all the support I need from OPM. But also Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Health, that document, that plate, the plate I gave you, the last plate I gave you of food, it is not mine. It is from Minister of Health. I can't work alone. I got it from the COVID document, and because it was very interesting, I had to put it there. And I thank my committee members, from forestry, from DW, RM, all the departments. We have the IT. I had seen him here. On my committee, I have all the disciplines, including the IT. So the IT, when we have a meeting and we need the Zoom, quickly, he creates the Zoom and we move on. So ideally, there are many issues post-harvesting. People dry their things on the roadside. What are you going to tell them? People harvest, you will find them there. What are you going to tell them? They harvest, put on the roadside. They prepare food, sell alongside, everything. So we are going to find all those challenges and make sure that we explain to the people what they are supposed to do, especially the relationship between water, nutrition, environment, climate change, as our department, our ministry mandate will relate it to nutrition. I thank you so much, and I thank you for being a good audience. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you. We have two functions to do. The panelists, as a norm, we shall have a photograph. Then we also have the strategy to be given to UNICEF because they funded the process. So then you will walk down and we sign this board to show that you did participate. So again, another round of applause to our panelists.
We have the promotional materials, and we start with the source itself. We start with the source of water itself, and then we go to our environment, with our homes. We show them the sanitation at home and nutrition. Then we go for hand washing. Users of water. People will ask you very many questions which are related to maybe water guard, so you have to advise them on how to use this water. We have to advise them not to dump in the waters and drink water from the waters, from the lakes, rivers, because it can be contaminated, as you can see. We have just want to go. We have the way of treatment. For us here, we are using boiling. We are not going into water guard. We are saying for us as a ministry, we treat water and we can boil it. How to keep water safe is also there. The sanitation bit. But the most important thing is these food systems. These food systems shows you how we can use the parish development model and the 4-acre model of the president. The president talks of the 4-acre model. So if you have small land, 4-acre model, you have a cow, you have everything. You have garden, you have the cows, you have everything within the 4-acre model. Thank you.
Okay, so I think, yes. So maybe the commissioner, you can hand over the document to OPM. Then we shall have one to UNICEF. Okay, so can we have now the official photograph? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Oh, can I have the ambassador to join, please? Yes. Just a minute. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay, thank you. Let's appreciate them as they come down to sign. Yes. Thanks. Sign anywhere. Up.
On behalf of the Minister of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action. On behalf of the Minister of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated
Thank you.
under the theme,
Our
Rethinking.
panelists have signed. Thank you very much. Can you clap for me as well? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You have been a very good audience. And I think lunch is served. We can go for lunch and later we return here for the next program, which is the closing program. Thank you very much. My name is Alex Ojuka Jalamesu.
Calls for our immediate and undivided attention.
The goal of my ministry is to reduce environmental degradation and the effects of climate change with improved utilization of water and environment resources for sustainable economic growth and livelihood security.
When the oceans look up to the heavens and mirror the stars. After all, we are born by nature. We are one with nature.
Wish to recognize and appreciate the various organizations and government partners that have continued to support the Ministry of Water and Environment to achieve water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I wish to thank you for this support and request you to continue working with us so that this critical sector of government is effectively managed. I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this week and a successful commemoration of the 3 annual Sector International Days. It is now my singular honor to declare the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024 officially open for God and my.
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference. between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources essentially so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with concrete plans on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. 1, integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. 2, allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations. And conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
Welcome to our third day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science, and as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors. Wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, other departments, we all engage in this.
Nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions.
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between it so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with concrete plans on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. 1, integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. 2, allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations. And conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
I want to extend my sincere appreciation for the initiative of Water Resources Institute, which has focused on mentorship of youth and persons affiliated to the water and environment sector. Your life came from water. It protects the embryo during conception to the stage of a baby. It protects life, trees, and animals. Blood itself is water. So therefore, this institute is imparting knowledge and instilling life in its participants through mentorship.
Going forward, what do I see? I see that we need to prepare society to be resilient. Like when this heat wave came, we are not prepared for it. No one told us.
There is a very high level of vulnerability of water and sanitation services within the urban area. So this concept is so timely for us because as we are urbanizing, we need to mainstream the resilient planning within the urban planning.
Even when we design these systems and put them in there, if we don't conceptualize the fact that urban areas have a different dynamic, and the dynamic is that we put infrastructure there, we get population expansion. If we don't plan very well for that, even the resilience that we are putting in our designs is negated.
Together, let us unlock the full potential of women as leaders, innovators, change agents in building a healthier and more sustainable Uganda for generations to come.
In a very special way, I'd like to say thank you to WaterAid for supporting the implementation of the mentorship program. And I would also like to thank all the mentors for sparing time to take the mentees through the various sessions.
I call upon other partners and stakeholders to emulate WaterAid Uganda and support this noble cause so that it can be scaled up to cover more young people.
On behalf of the Minister of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking, Collective Action and Innovative Solutions, Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda.
Today we gather united by a cause that transcends our individual beliefs and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation. We are faced with a crisis that threatens the beauty, diversity, and vitality of our motherland. The water, climate, and environmental crisis in Uganda calls for our immediate and undivided attention.
The goal of my ministry is to reduce environmental degradation and the effects of climate change with improved utilization of water and environment resources for sustainable economic growth and livelihood security.
When the oceans look up to the heavens and mirror the stars. After all, we are born by nature. We are one with nature.
Wish to recognize and appreciate the various organizations and government partners that have continued to support the Ministry of Water and Environment to achieve water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I wish to thank you for this support and request you to continue working with us so that this critical sector of government is effectively managed. I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this week and a successful commemoration of the 3 annual Sector International Days. It is now my singular honor to declare the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024 officially open for God and my country.
Welcome to our third day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science. And as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors. Wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, other departments, we all engage in this.
Nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions.
I want to extend my sincere appreciation for the initiative of Water Resources Institute, which has focused on mentorship of youth and persons affiliated to the water and environment sector. Your life came from water. It protects the embryo during conception to the stage of a baby. It protects life, trees, and animals. Blood itself is water. So therefore, this institute is imparting knowledge and instilling life in its participants through mentorship.
Going forward, what do I see? I see that we need to prepare society to be resilient. Like when this heat wave came, we are not prepared for it. No one told us.
There is a very high level of vulnerability of water and sanitation services within the urban area. So this concept is so timely for us because as we are urbanizing, we need to mainstream the resilient planning within the urban planning.
Even when we design these systems and put them in there, if we don't conceptualize the fact that urban areas have a different dynamic, and the dynamic is that we put infrastructure there, we get population expansion. If we don't plan very well for that, even the resilience that we are putting in our designs is negated.
Together, let us unlock the full potential of women as leaders, innovators, change agents in building a healthier and more sustainable Uganda for generations to come.
In a very special way, I'd like to say thank you to WaterAid for supporting the implementation of the mentorship program. And I would also like to thank all the mentors for sparing time to take the mentees through the various sessions.
I call upon other partners and stakeholders to emulate Water Aid Uganda and support this noble cause so that it can be scaled up to cover more young people.
behalf of the Minister of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking, Collective Action and Innovative Solutions, Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda.
Today we gather united by a cause that transcends our individual beliefs and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation. We are faced with a crisis that threatens the beauty, diversity, and vitality of our motherland. The water, climate, and environmental crisis in Uganda calls for our immediate and undivided attention.
The goal of my ministry is to reduce environmental degradation and the effects of climate change with improved utilization of water and environment resources for sustainable economic growth and livelihood security.
When the oceans look up to the heavens and mirror the stars. After all, we are born by nature. We are one with nature.
Wish to recognize and appreciate the various organizations and government partners that have continued to support the Ministry of Water and Environment to achieve water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I wish to thank you for this support and request you to continue working with us so that this critical sector of government is effectively managed. I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this week and a successful commemoration of the 3 annual Sector International Days. It is now my singular honor to declare the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024 officially open for God and my country.
Welcome to our third day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science. And as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors. Wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, other departments, we all engage in this.
Nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions.
On behalf of the Minister of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking, Collective Action and Innovative Solutions, Water, Environment and climate change crisis in Uganda.
Today we gather united by a cause that transcends our individual beliefs and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation. We are faced with a crisis that threatens the beauty, diversity, and vitality of our motherland. The water, climate, and environmental crisis in Uganda calls for our immediate and undivided attention.
The goal of my ministry is to reduce environmental degradation and the effects of climate change with improved utilization of water and environment resources for sustainable economic growth and livelihood security.
When the oceans look up to the heavens and mirror the stars. After all, we are born by nature. We are one with nature.
Wish to recognize and appreciate the various organizations and government partners that have continued to support the Ministry of Water and Environment to achieve water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I wish to thank you for this support and request you to continue working with us so that this critical sector of government is effectively managed. I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this week and a successful commemoration of the 3 annual Sector International Days. It is now my singular honor to declare the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024 officially open for God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with a concrete plan on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. 1, integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. 2, allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations. And conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
Welcome to our 3rd day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers, examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science. And as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors. Wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, other departments, we all engage in this.
Nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions.
On behalf of the Minister of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking, Collective Action and Innovative Solutions, Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda.
Today we gather united by a cause that transcends our individual beliefs and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation. We are faced with a crisis that threatens the beauty, diversity, and vitality of our motherland. The water, climate, and environmental crisis in Uganda calls for our immediate and undivided attention.
The goal of my ministry is to reduce environmental degradation and the effects of climate change with improved utilization of water and environment resources for sustainable economic growth and livelihood security.
When the oceans look up to the heavens and mirror the stars. After all, we are born by nature. We are one with nature.
Wish to recognize and appreciate the various organizations and government partners that have continued to support the Ministry of Water and Environment to achieve water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I wish to thank you for this support and request you to continue working with us so that this critical sector of government is effectively managed. I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this week and a successful commemoration of the 3 annual Sector International Days. It is now my singular honor to declare the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024 officially open for God and my country.
Welcome to our third day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers, examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science. And as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors. Wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, Other departments, we all engage in this.
Nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions.
On behalf of the Minister of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking, Collective Action and Innovative Solutions, Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda.
Today we gather united by a cause that transcends our individual beliefs and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation. We are faced with a crisis that threatens the beauty, diversity, and vitality of our motherland. The water, climate, and environmental crisis in Uganda calls for our immediate and undivided attention.
The goal of my ministry is to reduce environmental degradation and the effects of climate change with improved utilization of water and environmental resources for sustainable economic growth and livelihood security.
When the oceans look up to the heavens and mirror the stars. After all, we are born by nature. We are one with nature.
Wish to recognize and appreciate the various organizations and government partners that have continued to support the Ministry of Water and Environment to achieve water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I wish to thank you for this support and request you to continue working with us so that this critical sector of government is effectively managed. I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this week and a successful commemoration of the 3 annual Sector International Days. It is now my singular honor to declare the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024 officially open for God and my country.
I want to extend my sincere appreciation for the initiative of Water Resources Institute, which has focused on mentorship of youth and persons affiliated to the water and environment sector. Your life came from water. It protects the embryo during conception to the stage of a baby. It protects life, trees, and animals. Blood itself is water. So therefore, this institute is imparting knowledge and instilling life in its participants through mentorship.
Going forward, what do I see? I see that we need to prepare society to be resilient. Like when this heat wave came, we are not prepared for it. No one told us.
There is a very high level of vulnerability of water and sanitation services within the urban area. So this concept is so timely for us because as we are urbanizing, we need to mainstream the resilient planning within the urban planning.
Even when we design these systems and put them in there, if we don't conceptualize the fact that urban areas have a different dynamic, and the dynamic is that we put infrastructure there, we get population expansion. If we don't plan very well for that, even the resilience that we are putting in our designs is negated.
Together, let us unlock the full potential of women as leaders, innovators, change agents in building a healthier and more sustainable Uganda for generations to come.
In a very special way, I'd like to say thank you to WaterAid for supporting the implementation of the mentorship program. And I would also like to thank all the mentors for sparing time to take the mentees through the various sessions.
I call upon other partners and stakeholders to emulate WaterAid Uganda and support this noble cause so that it can be scaled up to cover more young people.
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources essentially so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with a concrete plan on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. 1, integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. 2, allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations. And conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
On behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking, Collective Action and Innovative Solutions, Water, Environment, and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda.
Today we gather united by a cause that transcends our individual beliefs and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation. We are faced with a crisis that threatens the beauty, diversity, and vitality of our motherland. The water, climate, and environmental crisis in Uganda calls for our immediate and undivided attention.
The goal of my ministry is to reduce environmental degradation and the effects of climate change with improved utilization of water and environment resources for sustainable economic growth and livelihood security.
When the oceans look up to the heavens and mirror the stars. After all, we are born by nature. We are one with nature.
Wish to recognize and appreciate the various organizations and government partners that have continued to support the Ministry of Water and Environment to to achieve water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I wish to thank you for this support and request you to continue working with us so that this critical sector of government is effectively managed. I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this week and a successful commemoration of the 3 annual Sector International Days. It is now my singular honor to declare the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024 officially open for God and my country.
Welcome to our third day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science, and as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors. Wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, other departments, we all engage in this.
Nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions.
I want to extend my sincere appreciation for the initiative of Water Resources Institute, which has focused on mentorship of youth and persons affiliated to the water and environment sector. Your life came from water. It protects the embryo during conception to the stage of a baby. It protects life, trees, and animals. Blood itself is water. So therefore, this institute is imparting knowledge and instilling life in its participants through mentorship.
Going forward, what do I see? I see that we need to prepare society to be resilient. Like when this heat wave came, we are not prepared for it. No one told us.
There is a very high level of vulnerability of water and sanitation services within the urban area. So this concept is so timely for us because as we are urbanizing, we need to mainstream the resilient planning within the urban planning.
Even when we design these systems and put them in there, if we don't conceptualize the fact that urban areas have a different dynamic, and the dynamic is that we put infrastructure there, we get population expansion. If we don't plan very well for that, even the resilience that we are putting in our designs is negated.
Together, let us unlock the full potential of women as leaders, innovators, change agents in building a healthier and more sustainable Uganda for generations to come.
In a very special way, I'd like to say thank you to WaterAid for supporting the implementation of the mentorship program. And I would also like to thank all the mentors for sparing time to take the mentees through the various sessions.
I call upon other partners and stakeholders to emulate Water Aid Uganda and support this noble cause so that it can be scaled up to cover more young people.
behalf of the Minister of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking, Collective Action and Innovative Solutions, Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda.
Today we gather united by a cause that transcends our individual beliefs and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation. We are faced with a crisis that threatens the beauty, diversity, and vitality of our motherland. The water, climate, and environmental crisis in Uganda calls for our immediate and undivided attention.
The goal of my ministry is to reduce environmental degradation and the effects of climate change with improved utilization of water and environment resources for sustainable economic growth and livelihood security.
Oceans look up to the heavens and mirror the stars. After all, we are born by nature. We are one with nature.
Wish to recognize and appreciate the various organizations and government partners that have continued to support the Ministry of Water and Environment to achieve water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I wish to thank you for this support and request you to continue working with us so that this critical sector of government is effectively managed. I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this week and a successful commemoration of the 3 annual Sector International Days. It is now my singular honor to declare the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024 officially open for God and
a land of breathtaking landscapes and vibrant communities. Welcome to Uganda, a land of contrasts where innovation meets adversity in the battle for sustainable development. In this documentary, we explore the delicate balance between the environment and water resources, shedding light on the challenges and initiatives shaping the nation's future. Uganda, known as the Pearl of Africa, is blessed with abundant water resources, from the majestic River Nile to the picturesque of lakes. However, the country is grappling with water scarcity, environmental degradation, and the looming spectre of climate change.
There is no water if the environment is not there. Even the environment will not be sustained if there is no water. If climate change is not addressed, it jeopardizes the two. So it talks to each other.
The lush forests of Uganda and the wetlands are essential for maintaining water quality and regulating rainfall patterns. Unfortunately, rampant deforestation and encroachment on the wetlands pose a severe threat to this resource, which is an essential catalyst for economic development and transformation of this country.
Uganda's development is natural resources led. Therefore, the natural resources that we do have, which includes forests, wetlands, the water resources themselves together with their banks, and then those fragile ecosystems like the mountain slopes and mountain tops, etc., that need to be protected because, one, they are towers for water itself, but they're also filters, and they also purify the environment for us. These resources are actually part of our day-to-day life, and they are necessary for us to survive as a country. Hence, the need to protect and conserve them responsibly. Development can coexist with environment.
government, through Parliament and the Ministry of Water and Environment, has put in place various policies and strategies to protect the country's degraded environment and water resources, and one of them is to partner with stakeholders and the communities surrounding the protected areas to conserve the environment.
As an agency of government, we want to replant, but replant with our communities, regenerate them. That's also an undertaking. In the wetlands where the president said they should be evicted, we are putting in place alternative source of livelihood. We said we can engage them to have fish ponds along the wetlands. If our people start benefiting from the fish ponds, which is more viable than the rice in the middle of the wetland, then that is the way we think our wetlands will be protected. Beehives, ecotourism, we have even gone ahead and cancelled titles because dubious people went around behind the government and even created titles.
To bolster these efforts, in 2018, the Ministry, through its Water Resources Institute, introduced an annual advocacy event called the Uganda Water and Environment Week, Uwewk, through which it interfaces with the public, academia, and other stakeholders to create awareness and give the right information on how to harness water and environment resources.
We know that water, environment, and climate change issues affect everybody. So we use this opportunity to bring all the stakeholders from the grassroots, the community, the local level, the local governments, the civil society, the private sector, the cultural institutions, religious institutions, the youth, academia, government institutions, international organizations, to come together and reflect on how far we have gone with providing services to Ugandans, water, environment services, and how we are dealing with the current challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, high population growth, pollution, and so forth.
The week-long event, which has evolved and grown to become the flagship program for advocacy, information sharing, and learning within the water and environment spectrum, is preceded with a number of activities. This year's event, the 7th of its kind, kicked off with a 518-kilometre walk for water, environment, and climate change.
Well done, well done, well done.
The trekkers set off from Fort Portal on the 26th of February 2024 to the Ministry headquarters via Mbarara City on the 14th of March 2024. Other activities with new innovations included mini Uwewk celebrations within the Ministry's 6 regional offices. That's Moroto, Wakiso, Mbarara, Lira, Mbale, and Fort Portal, where tree planting, marathons, radio talk shows, football matches, clean-up exercises, and youth school debates took place.
We are having a special event for people who have retired. We call them water and environment elders. These are people who have made the sector what it is. Many of them retired a number of years ago, but we have brought them. We have also a half day where they are going to be engaging with us so that the young people can actually get to know them. We call it greet and meet the water and environment elders. We want people to get to know them, but also we want those elders also to get to know the young people so that they interface and also motivate them, share with them the progress of the sector, but also for the people who have retired, also to get to know how the sector has grown.
This year's event running under the theme Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda also has 4 sub-themes, which are designed to address water, environment and climate change issues and challenges, outcomes and recommendations of key global water and environment-related events.
The theme is basically challenging the status quo. It is telling us, think outside the box. With these challenges, are you doing enough? So we want the debate to reflect, to revolve around that. What more do we need to do to strengthen our action so that we address these challenges? So
there are professional, there are technical papers that are going to be presented, but also going to be very simple technologies that are affordable but very relevant at individual level that will be showcased. And I would like to invite the public to come and participate and also see what the Ministry of Water and Environment is doing to conserve these resources that we have been entrusted with by the people of Uganda. So see you there.
The event, which seeks to contribute towards the attainment of sustainable socio-economic transformation and achieving Ugandan National Development Plan and Vision 2040, will also be used to commemorate 3 international days, which resonate with the Ministry's mandate. That's the World Forest Day, which falls on 21st, the World Water Day on 22nd, and the World Meteorological Day on 23rd of March every year.
We are rich. We should really be proud of our country. We should protect what God has given us. We should be a solution to the global problem of climate change.
The water and environment sector is facing climate change effects, which also suffocates the economy. Experts who earlier worked in the ministry were retired, leaving no manpower with experience. Ministry of Water and Environment has launched a scheme to redeploy the once reliable officers in environmental management.
Members of the sector who are retired scattered everywhere will not be lost. They'll be together, and each time we need them, we can reach them as government. Instead of getting consultants from outside who are very expensive, we just rely on our own here, who have similar experience.
We hope that they will welcome the idea of serving again in another capacity, because these are really people we need. And I must say that, by the way, I must say, we miss you. We really missed you.
Minister for Public Service, Mururi Mukasa, advised retired servants to utilize this opportunity, carry out research and write books to pass on knowledge to the next generation. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Public Service, Catherine Bitarakwate, guided how the Ministry of Water and Environment should relate with these experts.
You know, when people become, when you're very experienced and mature in the field, and you take on a bigger role, then you will have those professionals who are not relaxed, taking the pass, and we don't want that.
Commissioner for Water Resources, Planning and Regulation at the Water and Environment Ministry, Dr. Kalisti Tindimugaya, is the brain behind the Retired Professionals Scheme.
We actually started this process about 2 years ago. We ran an advert in the papers calling upon people who have retired to express the interest to join. We received 55 applications, which we evaluated, and we found that 5 were not qualifying because we had the criteria that you should have worked in the water and environment sector for a minimum of 10 years and should have actually have distinguished careers.
According to plan, the retired professionals will be deployed on a consultancy basis, while some have been asked to render services at the Water Resources Institute to ensure that Uganda's water resources are optimally utilized.
To be helping us in reviewing policy documents. For example, if you have a document right now, have a national water policy, a national environment policy, and we want it to be reviewed, to be updated, they will come in and review again because they're experts. We want those.
Dorcas Kimono, UBC News.
Uganda Water and Environment Week is a week-long event organized by the Ministry of Water and Environment through the Water Resources Institute. This week has been successfully organized for the last 3 years. Uwewk was first celebrated in 2018 with the Vice President of Uganda, His Excellency Honorable Edward Sekandi, gracing the inaugural ceremony. During the same event, the Uganda Water Resources Institute was formally launched by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Dr. Hakana Rugunda. Being the interface between sector actors and other stakeholders, a lot of learning, knowledge exchange and dialogue was witnessed during the second event.
Plastics and other litter have invaded every ocean, lake and river at all depths. Floods are washing away our fellow children, men, and women. To address these worldwide disasters, all of us must work together.
Since 2018, the annual Water and Environment Week has sought to contribute towards attainment of sustainable socio-economic transformation of Ugandans in achieving Ugandan National Development Plan and Vision 2040. During this week, Uganda joins the rest of the world in commemorating 3 vital and interlinked days on the United Nations calendar. Every year, the UN works with governments, community organizations, and other civil society organizations to promote both local and global activities for the World Afforestation Day, World Water Day, and the World Meteorological Day. On 21st March, the World International Day of Forests is observed globally. Several activities are planned, and these include tree planting campaigns, exhibits, and events that portray the importance of forests and trees, sharing forest-related infographics, videos, news, and messages. On the 22nd of March, World Water Day is celebrated. This day focuses its attention on the importance of fresh water and advocates for sustainable management of freshwater resources. On 23rd March, the World Meteorological Day is celebrated. It commemorates the entry into force in 1950 of the convention that created the World Meteorological Organization. This day highlights the contribution of national meteorological and hydrological services to the safety and well-being of society. As part of the National Sensitization and Awareness Plan for the 3rd Uwewk celebrations, Ministry of Water and Environment partnered with Workers Association of Uganda and Global Consulting Services to organize a 330-kilometer walk from Mabira Central Forest Reserve in Buyikwe District to the banks of River Rizi in Bara District. The 10 days walk, dubbed Walk for Water, Environment and Climate Change, was graced by the Archbishop of Church of Uganda, His Grace Stephen Kazimba Mugalu. Thank you for being part of the online sessions for the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2020.
Thank you very much. Throughout this journey, we interacted with all the district and town council authorities along the route. We interacted with religious institutions, learning institutions, and also a traditional institution. We collected issues pertaining water and environment, both positive and negative, of which we have documented. In the interest of time, I may not be able to go through it one by one, but we documented and we shall present it to you before Uganda Water and Environment Week is open officially.
These are our workers. They are ready to move 518 kilometers. And the reason why they are moving, we are trying to create awareness about the effects of climate change, which are majorly caused because of the human activities.
And we are going through Victoria Water Management Zone up to the central facility. We ask for your prayers and collaboration.
So as we flag off the workers today, let us again realize that whatever the awareness they are raising, whatever they're going to do, is part of our overall core responsibilities as citizens, as government, as civil society, as traditional institutions, to see what we can do to address these challenges.
If you don't have trees, life is very difficult. No trees, no life. You want to live an enjoyable life, plant trees.
And on behalf of the people of Toro, I thank you for this drive. And now I take this opportunity to flag you off to continue making the campaign as you continue your efforts in having a good, clean environment, clean water, and healthy life.
The seasons are not predictable the way it used to be. So the farmers are growing crops, but you find that at the end of it, at times they are hit by drought, they are hit by rainstorm. So all these are impacts, all these are outcome of climatic change.
Everybody should fight using this channel to make sure that the budget for environment moves so high. All these diseases we are suffering from is a result of poor environment. So if we have good environment, we have protected it, that means we are also eliminating some of it.
When we monitored these projects along the Namwamba catchment, we have found a few challenges. But I want to implore the project implementers that our people along the catchment, the farmers, those who are doing other livelihood projects, tourism, and the planting of the bamboo. I know when the bamboo grows, it will bring in a lot of other animal species, the birds, and therefore it can be a tourist attraction.
Senators batulete na dustbins awokuba tuleba abantu banakuvera ubasanga abokuba dustbins ati ninche munonga kai amwaro no kweruguru cyo twabiri tubagambire bagomba za kuchikoraho.
We usually like to have a water hydrant, but it's now like a year. We go to that stranger. We have tried to fight tooth and nail to reach several offices. If you talk to one that this weed will one time block the whole channel. And if it blocks the channel, then the natural resources that are underground will die. Because the water hydrants covers water, and when it covers water, they will block the entry of oxygen.
Kuja kufanya plastiki hii iko ngumu, labda mchafutie sisi watu ya kuja kununua plastiki hii. Kama tunazungumza kwa maneno ya plastiki hii, mimi namwambia nyinyi hapa plastiki hii hawezi kuisha. Kwa maana wakubwa ndio iko na business huko Kampala. Kama mimi nasema rongo, mnanipa. Wakubwa ndio iko na business hii ya plastiki. Hawezi kubali business yao ya mpito. Paka watuletee wachuruzi. Kama mimi nakusafiri maji niweke kwa nyumba, kwa maana mimi nakusajua nitapata ndani nini pesa niweke. Kama ule mchuruzi amekuja nunue yote azio hapo.
Man planning ke amasomero ga government baseka boreholes kibaseka bayamba agamizi bayamba kora imirimo kezo cleaning classes and toilets.
Because we are in a national park, we have a challenge of people sneaking into the park to get firewood. And that has actually created a conflict.
In a world where every drop of water tells a story about its journey, its health, and the health of our planet.
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much for coming to this commemoration of the International Sector Days, the Uganda Water Week 2024 wrap-up and closing ceremony. Our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 5 days, and we're now coming to the end of the conference, and a lot has been covered. And we have added value to the understanding of what needs to be done in our country in this subject. So may I suggest at this time, Mr. Guest of Honor, that we stand for the national anthem, and thereafter the East African anthem, and I'll ask Dr. Mugunga to lead us in a prayer after that.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Let us remain standing so that we can dedicate the closing ceremony to the Almighty God.
Thank you. Dear God, we come before you and we beseech you to be with us this evening when we are here to come to cut the climax of the Water and Environment Week. We do acknowledge that you created this earth, and on each of the separate days when you created the earth, everything was good and you appreciated it. After that, you handed over to man, and we have not been very good stewards. We pray that we continue to understand why we should protect what you handed over to us for generations to come. We pray that as we end this day, you lead us well to wherever we have come from and give us genuine mercies. We thank you, Lord, for our guests you have given us this afternoon who have come to bring this occasion to a climax. Dear God, I pray that you bless all of us, and as we return with a commitment to protect the environment, to protect the wetlands, to protect the water sources, to provide better for the people that you gave us to provide services to. In your name I've prayed.
You may take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And we have a poem and entertainment to give us a light moment before we go into speeches. Please, you can make your way to the podium for that. But as you come, dear guests of honor, some of us who have had an opportunity to travel around the world in the line of duty, we can actually attest that God placed us in one of the best places on earth, in a country called Uganda. And I'm sure Dr. Kashubama can even also testify to that. Because we live in a beautiful country. You know, the source of the river, the longest river in the world. You are on the equator, but you can see snow. In fact, former British Prime Minister, because he was dazzled by the beauty of this country, he called it the Pearl of Africa. Until about 30, 40 years ago, this country had almost half of it covered by forest. And if you are flying from anywhere in the world and coming into Uganda, you start seeing some green, something different as you appear on the Pearl of Africa. This is very true. You need to go in Southern Africa and see how rugged and brown those hills are. You need to go to the North Africa and see how it is. So sometimes we may not appreciate, but we are in the right place. And perhaps we are lucky. But what kind of environment are we going to hand over to those who are coming, the next generation? Are we handing over something good or handing over to them a mess? I'm sure this is what has been discussed in the last 5 days, and I'm sure we are going to be better because the best individuals have been in this auditorium to add value to our resources. May I, at this juncture, invite the chairman organizing committee to come and give us the summary outcomes of the Uganda Water Week 2024. Let us welcome with a round of applause Dr. Kaliste Ndemugaya.
Thank you very much, moderator. Our guest of honor, the third Deputy Prime Minister, represented by the Chief Whip, the former Vice President of Uganda, who is also the Senior Presidential Advisor on Environment and Sanitation, honorable members of Parliament, the Permanent Secretary Minister of Water and Environment, representing the Minister of Water and Environment, our development partners, all of you ladies and gentlemen. Can I request that you put up the presentation? Put up the presentation. We are coming to the end of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And as is our practice, we always want to highlight what has come out of this week for the benefit of all of us, but also for deciding on how to take actions that come out of this. So this event as a summary, we held prevent activities. So while we are celebrating the Uganda Water and Environment Week from 18th to 22nd March, we have had activities all over the country in 6 regions of the ministry. We had 8 different prevent activities. One of them was the walk for water, environment, and climate change, covering 518 kilometers from Fort Portal through Mbarara to Kampala. And this walk started on 26th of February and ended on 14th March. But we have had activities in the 6 regions of the country. We have an office in Karamoja. We have had events taking place there, debates, dialogues, cleanup exercises, community engagement exercises, media activities. We have an office in Mbale. We have activities there. We had activities in northern Uganda in Arua. We had activities in western Uganda in Fort Portal, southwestern Uganda, Mbarara. We also had activities here within the central region in Wakiso. So those activities marked the pre-event activities. And I must say that they were very, very engaging. We engaged the stakeholders on the ground, the common people, the communities, the civil society, the religious institutions, the cultural institutions, all the stakeholders on the ground were engaged. All of these culminated into the long week we have been having, which is coming to an end today. We had an opening ceremony on Monday, 18th March, which was streamed live on UBC and NBS, and of course also on social media platforms and Zoom. And we had a lot of participation from within and outside the country. We had keynote presentations and dialogues. We had 5 keynote presentations that were followed by dialogues on the main theme, which is rethinking collective action and innovative solutions to water, environment, and climate change. We had 4 sub-themes where we also had keynote presentations and dialogues, and the last one was today, where we're looking at how to improve people's resilience to impacts of climate change. Overall, we had 36 keynote speakers and panelists. And a number of them were from within Uganda, but we had others that were from outside the country who attended physically and some attended online. So the engagement was really intense, and we are happy that we were able to have all of these keynote speakers present with us. So we also had parallel sessions. We had short training courses. We had 6 training courses. We had paper presentation. We had people who submitted abstracts on technical presentations, on policy, practice, and scientific papers. Overall, we had 115 people making presentations, as either formal paper presentations or posters. And again, these were either scientific, policy, and practice presentations. And again, we are happy to thank the team from Makerere University that has coordinated this activity, that has evaluated the abstracts, have trained people on how to prepare abstracts and how to make PowerPoint presentation. And the capacity being built is capacity that will enable Ugandans actually to engage even internationally. But also had side events where different organizations held different activities, some of them project launches, others meetings. We also had youth mentorship programs. We had a career talk. We have also had youth debates. And the youth debates competition have ended today, and later on we'll be getting the winners and awarding them. But we have had youth debates all over the country. Universities have engaged in debates, secondary schools and primary schools, and the winners came to Kampala today to compete, and we'll be getting the winners who will be awarded. Side events were organized by different organizations. Again, we are happy that they came forward. A number of them are from outside Uganda. They have come really to present their different activities and projects, and for us, we are happy with these engagements. We had field visits, 2 field visits. One was to National Water Treatment Center for people to see how water and wastewater are being treated. Also had a field visit on to see how waste is being turned into profits, people making businesses out of that. We had a career talk where young people were taken through how to develop their career, how to select careers. It was very interesting. We have been mentoring young ladies and gentlemen, 105 from within the ministry, 60 ladies and 45 men. And yesterday they graduated, and we were privileged to have the head of civil service presiding over the graduation of these mentees. And we have a number of people acting as mentors who are helping our young people to grow. As of now, these are staff of the Ministry of Water and Environment in the area career, but we want to extend this program to other sector stakeholders outside the ministry so that we can mentor them and enable them to grow professionally. And they have been taken through technical and leadership sessions, and they are well placed, and a number of them are already showing very good promise. Outside here, your guest of honor, we have seen exhibitions. We have had 44 organizations exhibiting. Again, showcasing different technologies, innovations, and again, we are happy to host them. In terms of participation, we have a number of people who have participated physically and others online. We're estimating that we have had 2,400 participants attending the different sessions. Again, we have been having parallel sessions running. In general, we have had really good participation, a lot of sharing, a lot of engagement, and a lot of running across the board. I'm trying to see how technology responds. Okay, so what was the theme? The theme was rethinking collective action and innovative solutions to water, environment, and climate change crisis. This theme was calling upon all of us to rethink the way we are doing things, that we cannot continue doing things business as usual. If we have not made substantial progress, we need to rethink and change and improve areas where we are doing well, drop those areas where we are not doing well, but innovate. We feel that we need to innovate if we have to move water, environment, and climate change agenda forward. So the theme was really challenging the status quo, and these are the discussions we have had, and I will present some of the key messages that have come out of these engagements. But we discussed the overall theme under 4 sub-themes. We had a sub-theme on sustainable access and utilization of water and environmental resources for economic development. We had a sub-theme on nature-based solutions, solve water, environment, and climate change crisis. We had a sub-theme on resilient built environment and infrastructure in urban areas, and a sub-theme on protecting lives, livelihoods, and property, support community resilience and stability. So all the discussions have revolved around the theme and the sub-theme. But what are the key messages that have come out of this week? Again, these are preliminary messages. We continue to internalize all the reports, but we have been able to pick out some key messages out of our engagements. Number 1, on collective action. Again, one of the issues we have been trying to make sure that everybody comes on board and contributes. But what has come out of this discussion is that we need to have a mindset change to address our attitudes and practices. That if we don't change our mindset, then we will not make progress. We need to work together, but we need to be open to working together, avoid working in our silos, realize that we are stronger working together. So mindset change is something we agreed we need to work on, but also recognizing that the current vertical solutions can address the problems we are faced with. We go in our silos, we want to solve problems alone, and yet if we work with others, we can actually do better. The other issue that has come out under collective action is that the current and future water and environment security challenges revolve around hunger, rising temperature, poverty, exclusion,
uncertainty, data and information. We need joint actions to address these issues. That we cannot look at water, environment, resources without looking at how they are going to impact community, address hunger, ensure that to address poverty, bring about change in the way we are doing things. The other message that came out is that we need to love Mother Earth. That if we love Mother Earth, we'll protect it. And this should be the basis for how we manage water and environment resources. We are compelled as individuals to take action at our household level, at individual level, but we are also challenged to take action jointly. That if we can start as individuals, we start at our households, then collectively we create a force that will make a difference. And obviously, the idea is that if we love Mother Earth, we'll protect it, we'll plant trees, we'll restore the ecosystems, we'll ensure that the resources we have are managed for the present and future generation. We need to expand financing for water and environment sector to accommodate other sources, innovative financing sources. For example, banks were identified, insurance products and services. The idea behind this is that we cannot continue depending on traditional funding sources. Government already is struggling with many demands. We need to innovate, but we need to go outside the box and see where we can get resources. We are talking about climate financing, but we're also talking about working with the private sector, but also using the resources we have efficiently so that we do more with the resources we have rather than every time looking for new money, but also do more with the water and environment resources we have so that they can serve more people than we have been doing. The urban settings are facing high and accounted for water. Again, it was noted that we are losing as much as 40% of water, that if we can reduce the amount of water we are losing to maybe less than 20%, it means water supply coverage can increase. Using the same water and using the same money, and thereby reducing the burden on government to look for more money. So we need, of course, also to remember that there's a lot of contamination of water sources from rapid and unplanned urbanization. It was noted, again, something that kept on coming up in our discussions, that we have good policies as Uganda, but policy execution remains a challenge. That we need to prepare corrective action and address the crisis by scaling up, that we cannot continue working at the scale we are working on and we expect different results. So policies are there, but we need to scale up execution. The other issue is on partnerships, that we need to expand partnerships beyond the usual stakeholders. We challenged again as to whether we might be speaking to ourselves, that do we have all the stakeholders with us? So we are challenged to go beyond the traditional stakeholders. And the guest of honor for this Uganda Water and Environment Week, we have made an effort. We have had extensive engagement of the young people, and many of them are out within this room, and we do hope that they will move forward. We have engaged stakeholders from within and outside the country, and we hope that we'll continue. But this issue still remains for us to address so that we can ensure that we have a multi-pronged approach to delivery of services. We also noted that we need to look at, recognize the natural resource value, that water and environment resources are not given their rightful value, that we take water and environment resources for granted, that we need to give them value and see how they are contributing to the socio-economic development of this country and allocate financial resources to enable us to manage and develop them sustainably. It was also noted that sometimes Uganda takes on innovation, takes on technologies without evaluating them. So we're told we're discussing and agreeing that we need to stop being a test and dumping ground for obsolete and pilot for new technologies without regard to the context and value for money. That we should evaluate and not accept anything, and we act as a dumping ground. On innovative solutions, that access and utilization of water and environment resources should define for whom. We shouldn't just provide these resources without looking at whom are we targeting, for what purpose, and under what circumstances. That oftentimes we provide services and the services don't create impact. That an integrated program approach is necessary so that we can look at development holistically, we look at development, but also we look at protection of the resource, because we know that this resource can actually get finished. So the idea of reusing what we have and also ensuring that we take advantage of what we have to serve more people so that we can save government more money rather than every time looking for new money for any new investments we want to take. The issue of lamenting, and I think it was noted that Ugandans are good at lamenting. And when you lament, of course, then you stop at that. So this meeting recommended that we stop lamenting about water, environment, and climate change crisis, that we should turn this crisis into opportunities. If, for example, there's too much water, how do we harvest it so that it becomes an opportunity? Climate change maybe has increased the water availability, rainfall, we have too much water, how do we take advantage of that? So we are challenged to stop lamenting, but to look at opportunities even within these challenges. The issue of circular economy in climate resilient world was noted that we need to look at the resource efficiency and ensure that we limit wastage of the resources we have. Nature-based solutions have been seen as key in our investment programs, that we need to ensure that nature actually coexists with our development aspirations. Religious and cultural institutions are key in bringing action on the ground, and again we're challenged by one bishop who indicated to us that they have infrastructure, that if we work with them, they can reach the common person at no cost. So we're challenged to work with them, use their media so that we can reach the people on the ground. The issue of indigenous knowledge to be balanced with new knowledge. Digital technology was noted as being key in improving the way we manage collected data, information, and engage. That we need to professionalize the sector through capacity development innovations. Like we need to ensure that we build the capacity of the people, and issues like mentorship, early career professionals program, and the retired professional scheme were noted as innovative ideas to ensure that we continuously innovate in capacity building. So what are the key recommendations? So number one is we need to resolve the impediments and in adopting the water, environment, and economic development nexus, that we need to avoid the silo planning and implementation. That water, environment are linked to food security, to energy security, to health, to education, that we need to ensure that we partner with others so that we get out of our silos and work with them. Again, we should translate policy execution into measurable actions, that our actions should be measured so that we get value we ensure that we quantify the value of water and environment resources and how they are driving socioeconomic development. Expand private sector financing. We feel that this is the way to go because government resources are limited, but also looking at the private sector within the whole framework of innovative financing, that we need to invest in reducing, recycling, and reuse of wastewater, including wastewater and solid waste, that the waste can be turned into products, but also we can use wastewater to actually even improve agricultural production. So recycling so that we can use the resources we have many times to give us many benefits. Proven nature-based solutions should be documented. Again, we are having nature-based solutions, but we haven't documented them enough, and we need also to scale them up to various parts of the country. We need strengthen our partnerships with religious and cultural institutions. We're already doing this, but we are challenged to expand so that we can cover the whole country, so that you can promote local action and address mindset change. It was felt that the religious and cultural institution can help us actually to address the challenges of mindset change. That we need to improve existing digital infrastructure with our own local solutions. While there is digital technology, we need to actually localize it and customize it. Capacity development initiatives should be expanded. And of course, we have practical training and relevant programs that are linked to technology. Community resilience starts and ends with the communities. Today, the idea was that let's not forget that whatever we are doing, we are serving the communities. That whatever we do, we should have the communities at the heart of what we are doing. So we need to invest in community structures and interventions at the grassroots level. And every program that we do should be done with and for the communities. We need to prioritize early warning actions and systems so that we are able to actually take action early before disasters strike. Humanitarian response needs to build resilience actions to enable communities to withstand environment shocks and stress. That urban planning and management should redress rapid and planned urbanization, that we're having a lot of unplanned urbanization, and of course this is affecting the way we deliver services. And green belts should be looked into, and we should have intentional planning for these green belts and gazette areas. A big discussion was made around, for example, the current heat wave and whether we are prepared. For example, in Kampala, we have very limited green belts. So again, we need to give special attention to this, and the idea of having, for example, golf courses, leisure parks, green spaces should be given attention in our various cities and municipalities. So with those, I summarize what has come out of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, and as I've said, we will continue sensitizing these issues, and we shall be issuing outcome document with action areas by the different stakeholders so that we can move forward. We have, can you put the logos? We want to thank your guest of honor. If you see that slide there, it is quite compact. And it indicates the number of stakeholders that have been part of this 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. There are over 80 stakeholders. And on this note, I would like to request that we give them a big applause. The Uganda Water and Environment Week wouldn't have actually happened without all these stakeholders. The stakeholders, some have been financial partners, others technical partners, but others have worked with us to make sure that we have a very good program. Some are within the country, others are from outside the country, and on behalf of the National Organizing Committee, I want to thank you wholeheartedly for the support. But I would also like to end by thanking the National Organizing Committee. Can I request those who are in here, I know many are outside, can I request those who are in here, the members of the National Organizing Committee? We had over 200 people planning for the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. Please stand up so that the guest of honor can at least see some faces here. So our guest of honor, we have had engagement with all kinds of stakeholders. So this is just a small number, many are outside working. But as we mentioned, we have had people who have walked 518 kilometers. And the Workers Association, Mr. Geoffrey Ayeni, I don't know whether you have the other members. So guest of honor, that gentleman, Geoffrey Ayeni, and his team walk every year for water, environment, and climate change. This year, they walked 518 kilometers on foot. They have not even dodged around to take a car or what. And they have done us proud, and along the way, they have been raising awareness among the stakeholders. With those, I want to thank you once again and wish you all the best. Over to you, the moderator. Thank you. Maybe before you come in, we had just documented a short video. I don't know whether it is ready. Just highlight a few issues that have happened. Is it ready? Okay, when it is ready, we will play it. Thank you very much.
Give Dr. Kalist another round of applause for bringing us to speed on what has been happening here in the last 5 days. And I think they have done great work. Thank you so much. Our guest of honor, may I also let you know that in this auditorium, we have a former Vice President of Uganda, who's also Senior Presidential Advisor on Environment and Sanitation. We recognize you, sir. Thank you so much for being here. Our guest of honor, we have members of parliament, we have Bishop of Namirembe Diocese, we have UNDP resident representative, we have head of office of Austria Development Corporation and the team from ADA. Of course, we have the permanent secretary, Minister of Water and Environment with us. We have the development partners. We have executive directors and directors in the Ministry of Water and Environment. We have private sector and civil society organizations. we have representative of the key stakeholders. Of course, we have government officials, and we have Ministry of Water and Environment staff. And I thought I should just let you know, sir, the people who are with us this evening. At this juncture, allow me to invite one at a time speeches on the themes for World Water Day. We shall have the International Forest Day and World Meteorological Day. So we have 3 people to speak to us. Each one of them has about 5 minutes to speak to us. And we're going to begin with the Director, DWD, Joseph Ebitu. And after that, we shall have the ED NFA. And also, we shall have later the ED UNMA. So may I now call upon Joseph to step forward and speak to us. Let us welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, moderator. Just a small correction. I'm not the director, DWD. My name is Joseph Epitu, Commissioner, Water and Environment Sector Liaison in the Ministry of Water and Environment, but I'm standing in for the acting director, Directorate of Water Development, who is not able to be with us this afternoon. I will I'll read the speech on the World Water Day, and it goes as follows. First of all, I'd like to recognize our chief guest, the Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister, represented by the Government Chief Whip. We'd also like to recognize our former Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, and now the Senior Presidential Advisor on Environment and Sanitation. In absentia, I would like to recognize the Minister of Water and Environment, members of Parliament present, representatives of the Bishop of Namirembe Diocese, the PS, Minister of Water and Environment, our development partners, executive directors of the various agencies under the Ministry of Water and Environment, representatives from the private sector and civil society, and also other key stakeholders, government officials in your various capacities, my own colleagues from the Ministry of Water and Environment. Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. As has already been stated, today, 22nd March, is World Water Day, and it's being celebrated under the theme, Water for Peace. Ever since we started hosting the Water Week, we agreed in principle that we shall also concurrently celebrate the three World Days. So today, the whole world is encouraged to use this occasion to highlight the role water plays in maintaining peace and stability. Ladies and gentlemen, demand for water in Uganda is increasing rapidly due to rapid population growth. Also, we have an increase in economic growth, increased industrialization, and climate change, among others. Water is needed for both consumptive and productive uses, and these uses have exerted a lot of pressure on available water resources in the country. Considering that Uganda's water resources are transboundary and shared with other 10 countries in the Nile Basin, there is decreasing transboundary water inflows brought about by overutilization of water by upstream users, environmental degradation, and impacts of climate change. Achieving water for peace, which is the theme for today's celebration, relies on far greater cooperation. Today, 153 countries in the world share water resources, yet only 24 have reported cooperation agreements for all their shared water. We must accelerate efforts to work together across borders and join and implement the United Nations Water Convention, which promotes managing shared water resources sustainably. Ladies and gentlemen, conflicts are wreaking, pollution and biodiversity loss are rampant, and the climate crisis is accelerating with serious implications, further threatening peace. Action for water is therefore action for peace, and it's needed more than ever before. Addressing the above challenges, ladies and gentlemen, requires cross-border and cross-sectoral coordination and collaboration amongst the basin states and water-related sectors and other water-related organizations within and outside the country. Uganda is making progress in ensuring cross-sectoral coordination and collaboration amongst the basin states and water-related sectors and international organizations and research-related institutions. The country is also implementing integrated water resources management, and the degree of its implementation currently stands at 59%, while the proportion of transboundary basin area with an operational arrangement for water cooperation level stands at 84%. Uganda is committed to the Water Action Agenda and has resolved to accede to the UN Convention on the Law of the Non-Navigational Uses of International Water Courses and the Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Water Courses, and also International Lakes Convention as a means of promoting transboundary water cooperation. Cooperating to safeguard water can be a tool of sustaining peace. Water stewardship can strengthen collaboration and cooperation between communities and build resilience to climate-related disasters. It can also drive progress towards sustainable development goals, which are the foundation of peaceful societies, including by improving health, reducing poverty and inequality, and boosting food and water security. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we are called upon to work together to make water a tool for cooperation, harmony, and stability, and so help to create a world of peace and prosperity for all. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the statement on our 22nd March World Water Day celebrations today. I would like to submit, and I say all this for God and my country. Thank you.
Give Joseph another round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. And may I now, at this juncture, invite Mr. Tom Rukundo, representing NFA, also to speak to us. You have your 5 minutes, sir. Let's warmly welcome him. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The chief guest, who is represented by the chief whip, the former vice president of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Minister of Water and Environment, the Honorable Minister of State for Environment, Honorable Minister of State for Water, Honorable Members of Parliament present, the Permanent Secretary, Your Excellencies, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want first of all to take this opportunity on behalf of NFA to congratulate our ministers for their appointment in the ministry, as this shows the contribution to the sector and the trust His Excellency has put in them. I also want to take this to thank and congratulate the Ministry of Water and Environment and all partners for accomplishing the 7th Water and Environment Week. On the 21st March, the world celebrated the International Day of Forests and the theme Forests and Innovation. This year's celebration is unique as it comes at a time when the globe is experiencing heat waves in many places and Uganda is not spared. As a country, we therefore need to devise and showcase new approaches, new technologies, new methodologies in line with the theme for sustainable forest management and contribute to mitigate the rising global temperatures. Uganda forest sector has over time transformed forest management through use of technology. This has enabled NFA to monitor, track, report on forests and other land use changes happening in the country after every 2 years. As we celebrate this day, the government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Water and Environment, with partners, is implementing an initiative to grow 200 million trees through Running Out of Trees Roots campaign. In 5 years, under the National Development Plan 3, 2020-2025. Through partnership arrangement, the National Forest Authority is engaging development partners, the private sector, and stakeholders to restore degraded forest reserves. Annually supply over 10 million free tree seedlings to communities, avail quality commercial seedlings to tree farmers, and extend tree nursery services to 35 major towns. Opened, marketed, and digitized over 4,000 kilometers of forestry boundary line. NFA has also established and is maintaining about 14,000 hectares of commercial forest plantations, promoting collaborative forest management, where communities adjacent to central forest reserves are engaged in the protection of the forests and in return benefit from the forest activities such as apiary and access to non-timber forest resources. Through innovation and advanced technologies, NFA is using systems such as the National Resource Information Systems to monitor deforestation throughout the country. National Resource Information Systems is a collaborative real-time data mapping system designed to monitor changes in forests and wetland cover, track the impacts and initiatives relating to deforestation and wetlands restoration, and provide a data source for future initiatives. The ArcGIS helps us collect near real-time data on forests which support planning and decision-making. NFA continues to face some challenges affecting sustainable forestry management, including land grabbing. Land grabbing by creation of titles in some forest reserves. Pressure on forest resources from other economic activities like agriculture, urbanization, and mining leading to deforestation. The pressure on urban and peri-urban forests for source resources such as timber, fuel wood, and land has greatly increased. An example is Mabila, which is surrounded by fast-growing urban areas. As we celebrate International Day of Forests, I want to remind all of us to embrace the new and innovative ways of forest management. We need to incorporate increasing human population, increasing demand for forest products, I need to transform the adjacent forest communities and mindset change in modern forest management planning. It is also important that we jealously conserve the remaining forest cover and promote growing of trees to secure our future and the generation to come. I thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause to Julius Rukundo. You know, when he said some Ugandans, our chief guest, are creating land titles in forest reserves, I could not fail not to note that. How would you get a land title in a forest reserve? That means there should be another government agency which is creating a land title. It must be very complicated for you. I wonder how you can deal with that. But this is where we are, Mr. Chief, our guest of honor, and the forest cover no wonder is dwindling. You know, nature does not need us, but we need nature to survive. Those trees do not need us, but we need them. So, but thank you very much, NFA, for the job that you're doing, because it is crucial and very important that we preserve and even grow more trees. May I, at this juncture, call a representative of the Executive Director, UNMA, I think that's Julius Kiprop. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Julius, come and speak to us.
Thank you. As you've heard, I'm the representative of the ED of UNMA. The ED of UNMA is Dr. Bob Alex Ogwang. He is the permanent representative of the WMO for Uganda. He is out of the country for official duty. So he delegated me to handle this task today. So my name is Julius Kiprop Kapkomo. I'm the manager of networks operations with the Uganda National Meteorological Authority, a well-grounded physical scientist, meteorologist, climate scientist, with the adequate local, national, regional, and international exposure. And by grace of God, I think I fit the shoes of the ED for today. I would like to read this speech. The third Deputy Prime Minister, represented by Honorable Obwa Dennis Samson, Government Chief Whip, the presence of the Senior Presidential Advisor, the former Vice President of Uganda, the Honorable Minister of Water and Environment, Right Reverend Bishop Moses Banja, Namirembe Diocese, Head of Office, Austria Development Corporation, Dr. Kaja Kashabama, the PS Minister of Water and Environment, the Honorable Members of Parliament present, the Board of UNMA present, representatives of the government ministries, departments, and agencies, representatives from the local governments, representatives from civil society organizations, representatives of farmer groups. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by appreciating God who has enabled us to successfully come to the end of Uganda Water Environment Week 2024. On behalf of Meteorology Family of Uganda, I would like to congratulate the Minister of Water and Environment and all the institutions that contributed directly or indirectly to the success story of the Water Environment Week 2024. Today, the World Meteorological Organization and all member states are commemorating World Meteorological Day, which is normally annually taken on the 23rd March, which is tomorrow. But today, for us, Uganda, we have done it today because we are part of the ministry. So what can I say? Gallant House, happy World Meteorological Day. First, allow me, on behalf of UNMA board and staff, to extend my sincere appreciation to the Minister of Water and Environment accepting to host this year's event. I also thank the development partners for generally supporting this year's World Meteorological Day. The theme for this year's celebration, according to WMO, is at the front line of climate action. That is the battlefield. At the front line of the climate action, due to climate change, extreme weather events have increased with the devastating impacts. Temperature rise is equally evident as observed in the annual state of climate reports. There is thus increasing need for early warning information on water and climate, on weather and climate, to save life and property, and for decision making and planning. And weather knows no boundary. It touches everybody. Be it short, tall, whatever. Rich or poor, touches everybody. As the theme suggests, at the front line, UNMA is at the front line of climate action and is well positioned to work with all the institutions and communities to ensure that the early warning information, which is the low-hanging fruit regarding climate adaptation, is ably provided. Sustainable Development Goal 13 commits us to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. Progress is in this goal underpins progress in all other sustainable goals. The work of the WMO community is indispensable to climate action and sustainable development goals across the board. The work is of huge societal importance, reducing hunger and poverty, improving health and well-being, ensuring clean water and affordable clean energy, protecting life below the water and life on land, and making our cities and communities more resilient to climate change. Weather and climate predictions help boost food production and move closer to zero hunger. Integrating epidemiology and climate information helps understand and manage diseases sensitive to climate. And early warning systems help to reduce poverty by giving people the chance to prepare and limit the impact of extreme weather. WMO its member states, including Uganda, and its partners drive the full value cycle from science to services to action for the good society. It advances knowledge of our Earth system, monitors the state of the climate and water resources, provides scientific information to inform greenhouse emissions, reductions, and delivers climate services and early warnings to support climate adaptation. Science is central to solutions and can supercharge progress on SDGs across the board. We are united in science. UNOMA, with the support from the government, development partners, and from WMO, will remain at the front line of climate action as we embrace a journey of cooperation and innovation, leveraging collective expertise to overcome challenges and achieve our shared vision of a safer, more resilient world for future generations. This year's theme for Uganda Water Environment 24, you saw rethinking collective action and innovative solutions to water, environment, and climate change crisis. I would like to say in Uganda, that theme you saw resonates well with the UNOMA's role in monitoring the state of the climate and provision of weather and climate information, such as early warning alerts in an event of a likely occurrence of hazardous weather. The extreme weather occurrences are associated with loss of human life, livestock, damage to infrastructure, destruction of crops, minimizing the negative impacts associated with extreme weather phenomena require a reliable early warning system. The findings from a recent study conducted by UNOMA indicate that all regions of Uganda are warming. We have been suffering of recent. The same study found that the warmest years are in the past 2 decades. Such a warming should be of great concern to all of us. This is because a warming atmosphere might be associated with extreme weather events. Scientific evidence indicates that the climate change and associated impacts are already visible in several countries, including Uganda. Studies indicate that the world continues to experience rising sea levels, extreme weather conditions, and increasing concentrations of greenhouse gases. In Uganda, results from studies show that droughts are now more frequent and more severe, leading to frequent cases of crop failure. The country has experienced frequent cases of flooding and landslides in the recent past. Such frequent droughts and crop failures are likely to lead to this reversal of gains made in the social transformation of the country, especially for communities that depend on crop farming as their source of livelihood. Reducing the risk that accompanies weather-related disasters, such as extreme weather events, require early warning. Such early warning systems are important in adapting to the climate change related to disasters. Weather and climate forecasts form a major component of the early warning system. UNOMA appreciates the government of Uganda for embracing the early warnings for all initiatives that will go a long way in ensuring that everyone in Uganda is able to receive and utilize early warning information on weather and climate for planning and decision making. Finally, it is important to note, dear House, 1, the persistence of tropical cyclone and depression over the southwestern Indian Ocean has deprived the East African region of moisture, hence persistence of dry spell. The availability of water vapor around the lake areas creates hot nights, as water vapor has what we call high heat capacity. It contains a lot of heat, and in the night people are suffering because it comes back to us. There is what we call the current phase of Madden Julian, MJO. That, as descending winds over our region, is another factor for current hot and dry conditions. I would like to say this MJO is mode of seasonal atmospheric variability that influences the location and strength of tropical precipitation. Starts over Indian Ocean, over the Central Pacific, but it is weakening now. The absence of rainfall means that there is no cooling effect from the atmosphere, hence the rising temperatures. Increasing loss of green cover, like trees, makes temperatures go high. Across the country, green cover has gone. That's why we are suffering. Currently, the overhead sun is now on the equator. Tomorrow, 23rd March, means there is maximum heating. Tomorrow, we have to brave for it. It is overhead us. Another point, tropical cyclones in Indian Ocean around Mozambican Channel diverted the moisture that would have brought rainfall over our region. They are since decayed, and the situation is normalizing. Rainfall will resume, resulting in normal temperatures soon, in a week's time. In urban areas where we all dwell in Kampala and all cities, high buildings, paved compounds, tarmac roads, store heat during the day and release it at night. I appeal to our colleagues who are very rich, have a lot of paved compounds. Those are wasted resources. It makes people have esteem that they're powerful, but you are contributing to the drainages which are killing people, Chambogo here, along Lugogo bypass and so on. That water should be, our compound should have grass, the water should infiltrate, and it should percolate and find itself to Victoria without causing harm. We need compounds with grass. Those pavements, I think, should go. You saw when you go down here, you see that you are suffering in the tents. With the support from the government of Uganda, WMO and development partners, UNIMA continues to make major strides in the following members. We provide accuracy of 6-hourly forecast, daily weather, 10-day forecast, to 12-hourly marine forecast. Those who go on the lake, you have had less casualties these days. We have marine forecast twice every day. And if you minimize the messages upon you. So what am I saying? We have 12-hour marine forecast and the seasonal outlook. UNIMA is taking advantage of the usage of mobile phones and radios. For your information, if you dial *201#, it will show you what do you want, which landing site, which district. You go and will tell you the weather even for the evening. *201#. Just kindly write somewhere. Using mobile phones, using radios, WhatsApps, and so on, to deliver severe weather warning and alerts to remote areas. UNIMA is also embarking on impact-based forecasting. The forecast is not on what the weather is likely to be, we are now saying, but on what it is likely to do, what is it going to cause? UNIMA envisions a multi-hazard early warning system to ensure that climate-sensitive sectors have access to early warning information at all times. Ladies and gentlemen, before I wind up, I have 26-year exposure to the world of meteorological field. I have enough experience, and the challenges we have are. For your information, UNIMA was the first body to be agentized in the region. Our threat today is the merger. If you follow the trend of Department of Meteorology and UNIMA, we performed very well. You are chief guest from 2015. So our main worry is that one has made staff lose morale, and it would be unfortunate for us to be the first in the region to exit agentization. Secondly, we have the task to be in every district. We have 146 districts. We have covered 69%, which is almost 100 districts. We are supposed to be in every district, but we lack infrastructure, chief guest. We need every district to have an automatic station like the other one outside there, which we receive data every 15 minutes. And the more densely populated the equipment are, the more accurate data we get, and the more we shall give you accurate information. So sometimes people say, maybe things are not well this time, but you have realized that we do a lot. Except at the airport, we have not had any casualty. We don't sleep. Staff work in control tower for 24 hours. So agency, our challenge is weather equipment, chief guest. We need more weather equipment. And these days, we know the hotspot areas of Uganda. We need more equipment in that area so that we don't respond and use a lot of money. I submit as a seasoned meteorologist and climate scientist. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, That is a big challenge to UNIMA. So what am I saying? We need early warning system that requires amount of support from government and development partners so that people move away and they don't lose lives and property. Together, we shall make it a reality as UNIMA remains at the front line of climate action. Thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country.
Give Julius Kiprop another round of applause. There was a gentleman who said that if you go in a seat of leadership for only 7 days, it can be so sweet in Tentebe Woma in Uganda. How is it, Kiprop? You can actually feel it that the man is so, holding forth very well, and with a lot of energy and a lot of passion. I hope you didn't smuggle in your own message, but it was all good. Thank you so much, sir. But remember, tomorrow it's going to be overhead. He told us tomorrow is what? So it's going to be overhead. And but in the next 2 weeks, the temperature is going to be normal. You know what Kiprop did? He has also given us a weather forecast for quite some weeks ahead, including tomorrow, which is a warning. Okay. At this juncture, allow me to invite the UNDP country rep to come and speak to us. Let us welcome him with a round of applause.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Tangavel Palanivel. I'm not a UNDP resident representative. I am UNDP Senior Economic Advisor and the Chief of the Strategy Policy Team. In this meeting, I'm representing and speaking on behalf of our UNDP resident representative, Madam Navani. So, like previous speaker, I will also add my own little bit remarks. To start with, at the outset, I also wanted to recognize our chief guest and the former vice president of the country, senior presidential advisors, and the members of parliament present, and the honorable PS, Ministry of Water and Environment, other senior government officials present. Then I also wanted to recognize the development partner, especially the head of the Austrian Development Cooperation Agency. I also wanted to recognize all the district local government officials present, religious leaders present, representatives from the private sector, civil society organizations, my own colleagues from the UN agency, ladies and gentlemen. As we come together to this closing ceremony of this, the Uganda Water Environment Week, which is celebrating 3 United Nations International Day, namely the International Forest Day, World Water Day, the World Meteorological Day. I am deeply honored to stand before you to speak on behalf of UNDP, just few minutes or few remarks. The first and foremost that we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Water and Environment and the government of Uganda for their strong support, dedication in organizing this important event every year, the last 7 years or more. The government leadership and the vision has been instrumental in bringing together a range of stakeholders from youth, academic, other range of stakeholders to discuss these 3 important issues: water, environment, climate change. We also want to extend our appreciation to all participants, the keynote speaker, the paper presenter, and the other participants, government officials, private sector partners, everyone in the last 1 week, including the people, youth, then walking from 500 kilometers to kind of increase awareness. So that's we are really, truly appreciate everyone for raising this awareness. This last 5 days, the number of you played a critical role in enhancing collaboration, exchanging idea, and also coming out a collective action towards how we could all try to support the theme of this week, rethinking collective action and innovative solution to water, environment, climate change crisis in Uganda. Throughout this week, we all explored various interlinked challenges, opportunity, each of these three issues, water, climate change, environment. We also explored the traditional approaches, the new innovative approaches, how some of those approaches could be leveraged, harnessed to address the challenges, opportunities. We also explored the critical linkages between a number of sustainable development goals, clean water sanitation goal, SDG goal 6, then SDG 15, environmental sustainability, climate actions, SDG 13, number of SDGs. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, the International Day of Forest in 2024 is being celebrated on the theme of forest and innovation, new solution for a better world. As many of you know, the United Nations General Assembly declared 21st March as the International Day of Forest. In first time is announced in 2012 to celebrate, to raise awareness about the importance of all kind of forest issue. So last 12 years across the world, we are celebrating this International Forest Day. The fight against deforestation in Uganda, other countries require new technological solution. The reason is very simple. Globally, every year 10 million hectares of forest being lost, deforest, 10 million hectares of the forest area being lost. Approximately 70 million hectares being affected by the fire every year. So in this context, innovation technology have revolutionized the forest monitoring, enabling country to track the forest condition, report on the forest more effectively. As a result, in the last 10, 12 years, as a world, internationally, globally, we were able to actually 13.7 billion ton of CO2 emission being reduced thanks to such innovative forest monitoring and other, methods. Uganda also has, let me also share that many of you probably know, but if not, Uganda also has leveraged technology innovation in its forest monitoring. It may be noted that UNDP support, the government of Uganda had developed a natural resource information system, simply called NARIS system, which is a real-time data monitoring, a real-time data actually mapping using the drone and other technology to monitor changes in forest cover, to track the impact of initiative relating to the deforestation, to provide an open data sources for future initiative. We need to use such an innovative technology solution, not only to forest, not only to monitor the forest, but also to try to address other emerging challenges. As many of you know, recently the European Union actually come out with a new regulation like that any coffee export going to the Europe need to be certified that it's being cultivated not in a forest deforested area. So in order to certify that the coffee being exported to Europe, it's not being cultivated in the deforested land, we need to have such a real-time data mapping system, monitor system, so that we may be able to address other socioeconomic transformation agenda like coffee production export. Similarly, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, globally in the last 31 years, we have been celebrating the World Water Day. Every 22nd March, every year, we have been celebrating the World Water Day. This year, the UN has announced that the World Water Day would be celebrated under the theme of peace, water for the peace. Transboundary water account 60% of the world freshwater resources, which is the cross-border water resources. More than 3 billion people depends upon the such a transboundary like river system, like Nile river system, for their livelihood, drinking and all. Today, 153 countries share that such a transboundary water resources, like a river system. But unfortunately, only 24 countries have so far reported a kind of international cooperation, the region cooperation agreement to share the water resources going on the river system. We must accelerate effort to work together across the border and managing the water, utilizing the water more effectively. So in this regard, the cooperation over transboundary water resources is not only essential for our economic transformation, but also to address climate action and prevention of other related issues, including water conflict. In this context, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, in his World Water Day message, emphasized that the world urgently need for increased transboundary water cooperation. He urged all countries to join the implement the United Nations Water Convention, which promote the managing shared water resources sustainably. Uganda is actually leading. Last year, I attended a meeting in the suburban area of Kampala, which is the Africa stakeholder regional engagement on the transboundary water cooperation. That meeting, after 4 days meeting, came out a declaration called Kampala Declaration on the transboundary watermarks, how actually Uganda is working with other the countries on the Nile Basin River to address some of those actually water management, water pollution, all kind of other issues. So if you look into that kind of Kampala Declaration on the transboundary water issue will show that Uganda commitment to manage such a cross-border transboundary water resources. Third, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, the previous speaker also highlighted that the World Meteorological Day is been again going on almost last 73 years. The United Nations established the World Meteorological Day in 1951, immediately after establishment of World Meteorological Organization on 23rd March 1950. Climate change is a real, it's affecting every one of us. The effects are already visible. So therefore, the theme of this World Meteorological Day is about at the front lines of climate action. So what is that UNDP is trying to do this year as part of this celebration? This year, if you turn your TV, global TV, yesterday, today, you would say that UNDP working with the World Meteorological Organization to launch a global awareness campaign involving school children, involving actors, involving, famous people to raise awareness. The awareness campaign is called is the Weather Kids campaign, involving millions of children and celebrities, UNDP Goodwill Ambassadors in the next, coming days, working with the other international organizations, especially the World Meteorological Organization, supported by even the Weather Channel. You know, the Weather Channel is one of the leading weather channel. UNDP has established a number of partners to increase the awareness using its network. So why we do, distinguished guest participants, healthy natural ecosystem underpin sustainable development. It's underpin our own, healthy human development, human well-being. Apart from that, the healthy ecosystem contribute to the $125 trillion assets to the humanities. $125 trillion is more than the world every year produce as a GDP. It is for this very reason that UNDP has nature-based solution as one of its 6 signature solutions across the world, working in 170 countries to address some of those the water-related issue, environment, climate change. It is for the same reason in Uganda, UNDP biggest portfolio in this country is about the nature, environment, climate change, resilience. We spend about 55% of our resources, more than like 12 million US dollar every year is spent on address this particular issue in this country. To conclude, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, throughout this week, we have had an opportunity to explore the critical issue related to the water scarcity, water pollution, climate change, biodiversity, loss, etc., etc. We have also examined innovative solution, traditional solution. We also exchanged those ideas, best practices, also how we could actually work as a collective partnership action to address some of those issues. Our work does not end today, this meeting. It is just beginning. We must continue to build on the momentum generated during this week, translate our discussion in terms of concrete action in the coming weeks, coming months, coming years. The challenges we face on this issue are huge, but they are not unmanageable. They are manageable. The world as a whole have enough financing. We have more than 500 trillion in terms of financial assets. But the financial assets in the hands of the private sector, how we could leverage, mobilize those resources to address this issue. By working together with all kind of partners, we can safeguard our precious water resources, protect our environment, ensure our sustainable future for our young people, generation to come. As the UNDP, we remain committed to supporting Uganda stakeholder, government, other stakeholder in their effort to the promoting, achieving sustainable development goals, also realizing the Uganda 2040 visions, and also achieving, implementing the Uganda development plan. As I close, on behalf of UNDP, let us remember that the decision we make today, this week, will shape the world tomorrow, shape the Uganda tomorrow. Let us seize this opportunity to redouble our effort, make a lasting impact on the health, well-being of our planet, our human being. Together, we can build a more resilient, a prosperous future for not only in this country, but also contribute to the entire humanity. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. UNDP is such a crucial and strategic partner in Uganda, and you've done quite a lot, and we thank you. Mr. Guest of Honor, we only have 2 speeches left, or maybe 3, and they're going to be very short. So at this juncture, allow me to invite, let me try to pronounce his name, Dr. Katia Kashubama. Dr. Katia Kashubama is from the Ocean Embassy Development Corporation, but she has also moved with another person, Irene Novotny, from the Austrian Development Agency in Vienna. We recognize your presence also, Dr. Kashubama. And after that, I will invite the PS to take over, who will invite the former Vice President and to move on to speak to us briefly. After Dr. Kashubama, Mr. PS, you'll come. Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent pronunciation of my name. The guest of honor, Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister, represented by the Government Chief Whip, the former Vice President and Senior Presidential Advisor for Water and Environment, the Honorable Minister for Water and Environment, represented by the Permanent Secretary, the representative of UNDP, the Bishop of Namirembe Diocese, members of Parliament, government officials in your respective capacities, representatives of local governments, representatives from civil society, fellow development partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to give these remarks today at the closing ceremony of the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024, which has served as a unique gathering, bringing together government officials, diplomats, politicians, academicians, private sector, civil society, and youth to discuss critical issues pertaining to water and environment in the country. I would like to sincerely thank the Ministry of Water and Environment for having organized this colorful event with engaging sessions and great lessons to learn. Now it is time for us to collectively reflect on the profound discussions, on the knowledge exchange, the collaborations and commitments made during this week. The Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Austrian Development Agency, in cooperation with our line ministries and other organizations in Austria, promote environmental protection and climate change adaptation, as well as mitigation strategies at the global level. Therefore, the Austrian Embassy Development Cooperation here in Uganda mirrors these goals in our activities with our partners, including the Ministry of Water. Under the European Union Division of Labor in Uganda, Austria, together with France and Germany, is covering and responsible for the International Day of Water. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout the week-long event, we delved into critical issues facing Uganda's water, environment, and climate systems. We witnessed a convergence of stakeholders from government, civil society, academia, the private sector, all united by one shared goal: the sustainable and resilient water and environmental management. The theme of collective action resonates deeply as we recognize that addressing complex challenges such as water scarcity, environmental degradation, and climate change demands a united effort. The discussions were not just about acknowledging problems, but also about exploring innovative solutions and leveraging partnerships to drive meaningful change. We have been inspired by the dedication and passion of the participants, the exhibitors, the researchers, the politicians, the academicians, the government, who have showcased groundbreaking initiatives, research findings, and policy frameworks aimed at enhancing biodiversity conservation and climate resilience across Uganda. We hope that all these outcomes will be put into action. As we commemorate the Water Week, it is important to note that we have spoken a lot about the right to water. However, when we ask ourselves what that right actually entails, there's not so much information available. You might know that Austria has two focus sectors in Uganda. One, of course, is water and sanitation, and the other one is good governance and access to justice. So therefore, let me try to look at the right of water and what it actually means. Internationally, access to safe drinking water and sanitation are recognized as human rights, derived from the right to an adequate standard of living under Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. Additionally, the United Nations General Assembly explicitly acknowledged the right to water and sanitation as essential for the full enjoyment of life and all human rights in a resolution adopted in 2010. This resolution affirmed that clean drinking water is integral to the realization of all human rights. At the national level, and we heard about this at the opening from the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda, at the national level, Uganda has made strides in water governance through the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as amended in 2005, under its national objectives and directive principles, which recognize the state's responsibility to provide safe and clean water. The right to water encompasses several essential components. So let us break them down. There is the accessibility of water, which refers to physical access to water sources without discrimination. There is the availability of water, which pertains to an adequate and reliable supply of water for personal and domestic use. There is the quality of water, which denotes that water must be safe, clean, and free from contaminants harmful to health. There's the affordability, which implies that water and water services should be economically accessible to all without compromising other basic needs. And finally, there is acceptability, which ensures that water meets cultural and social norms, respecting dignity and privacy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the right to water belongs to the family of the social and economic rights, and that makes its enforcement a bit difficult. While we all recognize that they exist, they are so much harder to enforce as the civil and political rights, where so much more jurisprudence is internationally already available. The questions that we still have with a lot of social and economic rights, such as the right to work or the right to food, is how do we enforce them? Can an individual sue? Who can we sue? Does the individual sue the government? Even if there is a decision, how can that decision be enforced? As I'm hoping that on an international and national level, that international courts and
universities, secondary and primary schools across the country to raise awareness on water, environment and climate change issues among the youth. The 2024 National Youth Debate winner, grand finale for the university category, is Finn's Medical University for the university category, while Mimbarara High School emerged as the winner of the high school category. The youth debates have been organised under the theme Youth Engagement for Sustainable Water, Environment and Climate Action, aligning with the official Uwewk main theme. To crown up the Uwewk event, a hybrid conference that attracted several participants from across the world was officially launched on Monday, the 18th of March 2024 at the Ministry's headquarters in Luzira, where several dignitaries from the government, the international community and several stakeholders from the private sector attended. Dialogue sessions commenced from Tuesday the 19th through to the 22nd of March 2024, with groups of keynote speakers and panelists expounding on 4 sub-themes, namely sustainable access and utilisation of water and environmental resources for economic development, nature-based solutions to solve water, environment and climate change crisis, nature-based solutions to solve water, environment and climate change crisis, as well as protection of lives, livelihoods and property to support community resilience and stability. The sub-themes were designed to address water, environment and climate change issues and challenges and outcomes and recommendations of key global water and environment-related events. The Uganda Water and Environment Week is held alongside 3 international days, which resonate with the Ministry's mandate. That's World Forest Day, which falls on the 21st World Water Day, on the 22nd, and World Meteorological Day on the 23rd of March every year.
Thank you very much, the media team. A round of applause. And now, may I take this juncture to invite the PS, the Ministry of Water and Environment, Mr. Kidi, to come and take over from here, and also take the honor of inviting the other dignitaries, including our guest of honor, to speak to us. Let us warmly welcome him here. You have been very phenomenal, and the entire ministry, in organizing this 7th Water and Environment Week.
the Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister, represented by the Chief Whip, Honorable Amson Boa, the former Vice President of Uganda, who is also our special Senior Presidential Advisor on Environment and Sanitation, members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, colleagues from central and local government, all development partners, civil society organizations, private sector, academia, the youth, and exhibitors, the media, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the closing ceremony of the Uganda Water and Environment Week. The first person to speak in this last segment is our very own, and he is also a senior citizen. He has served this country as vice president, and the president has requested him and accepted to serve as senior presidential advisor. Your Excellency, you can greet the people and say a word. I know he's very new in office. I've had one meeting with him, but still we request you to say a word or two to the people here. You're welcome.
Actually, I was ambushed, but I will say a very few words. Our chief guest, my colleague I moved with in northern Uganda about 10 years or 15 years ago, the permanent secretary, UNDP representative, the Germany group, the name was very difficult for me to announce, and you fellow Ugandans. When I came here, my first thing was an apology. I should have been here every day because I saw beauty of many things that are going on here, some of which are new to me. It reminded me of the time I went. It was in 2001 when I visited Namulonge, and I found rice being grown in the premises of Namulonge, beautifully cultivated there. And I said, what, you are growing this rice on soil? Yes. No, I only knew the rice grown in water. What is this? Is magic. But when I walked out of the compound, I saw primitivity, poverty, lack of food, yet there was rice in this huge Namlong establishment. This is what I've been wondering about here. So many things well done. But when I walk across, I see poverty and rubbish thrown everywhere and withering trees. My question has been, why are we crying out there that the trees are disappearing? And here is huge knowledge about trees being planted there. That, to me, is the biggest problem we have. The science, and that science linking to the poor. Sanitation, getting out of science in their compounds to where it belongs, the poor people. If I drive through Kampala, I see stagnant water, contaminated fully, and we just peep there, and the small children are playing in that water. And when they play in that water, they swallow some, and then you have repeated diarrhea, other infectious diseases, and yet here is the science. What's the problem? So, chief guest, that's my wonder. I traveled with the chief guest in northern Uganda, and I saw a beautiful tree. I really loved that tree. The sheer nut butter tree. They gave me some fruits. This sheer nut produces very nice oil that when you go to the body shops in Europe, but you buy 5 cc's of that oil for more than $10. When I went back to Bologna, trees were cut. I wanted more trees of that nature in our country. So we have a big challenge to link these wonderful programs to the communities and making those communities aware of the importance of mind change, not among you, among those people out there. I'm very new to this area. I studied water, I studied the environment in a very nice place in the north of England called Scarborough. When I came here, I went into different places. But the president, 5 years ago, talking with him, he said, you Kenya, why are my forests disappearing? I said, I don't know. Maybe you are selling them. He said, no. Why are the wetlands disappearing? I told him, I don't know. Maybe you are building houses there. And that challenge brought me to this nightmare of those who know and those plenty who don't know. How can we use this knowledge of all of you who know, and I walk with you to places where the forests are gone? The water is very dirty, and people drink it every day. I live near the lake, and all these communities get a jerry can and go and dip it in the lake to collect their water for drinking. Mine is piped. Theirs is raw water, and I live near them. That's a problem of Africa, and that's a problem of developing. Linking science to communities, and let's not use them as pilot studies. Let's go there. Change them. Let them know. And they can do something very positive. Permanent Secretary, you ambushed me. That's my message. And the Chief of Guests, I thank you, all of you. I've actually been very excited about what I've learned here today. I wish I was here the whole week. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Vice President Emeritus, Dr. Gilbert Bukenya. Now we are going to go through very brief ceremony. We have some awards to give, but before I give the word, Dr. Felix, are you ready? You have something to launch? Quickly, if I don't see you in the next 30 seconds, I will cancel. So what are we launching? Just tell us what you're launching and bring the item being launched here.
Thank you very much, PS. Our chief guest, honorable dignitaries, all protocol observed. We take the opportunity to launch the Uganda Water Supply and Sanitation Atlas. Ladies and gentlemen, this atlas is a very important tool for us, a decision-making tool, which enables us to see and map out in the whole country the level of service provision in water and sanitation. And in this atlas, we are able to see what is the status and what is the coverage, and therefore, it helps us to map out our next decisions and what we are going to do and what we shall prioritize on. However, we developed this atlas in 2001. We have updated it in 2010 and also 2017, but it has old data and is not also in line with the Sustainable Development Goal performance indicators. Under the project of Strategic Towns Water Supply and Sanitation Project, we developed a new tool and we improved it, improved the indicators into measuring water and how to measure sanitation according to the new SDG targets. And unfortunately, due to limited resources, we've done this covering only the 8 districts in which the project is working. And these are Chenjojo, Buikwe, Nakasongola, Dokolo, Kamuli, Kapchorwa, Kayunga, and Bujo. And with this new approach, we have added more water points into the tool. We have added more sanitation points into the tool, and it gives us an accurate position. So today, Mr. Permanent Secretary and Chief Guest, we launched this atlas to enable us use this new tool to cover all the other remaining districts so that we have updated data and everybody can see where we stand with service provision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Chief Guest, please, can you come and help us launch this atlas? Here we go.
On behalf of the government of the Republic of Uganda, I hereby launch the Water Supply and Sanitation Atlas. In the name of God, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Yes.
Next, we are going to go to the awards. We need to do it pretty quickly. Dr. Kalis, yes, I think we have.
guest of honor, we have a few awards to some of the organizations that have worked with the Ministry of Water and Environment since we launched the Uganda Water and Environment Week. So these are partners that have consistently supported the Uganda Water and Environment Week. We have GIZ. GIZ, can we get GIZ to come forward? IRC, Water for People, Water Aid Uganda, WWF, and IUCN. So the guest of honor is going to recognize these partners. These partners have been with us since 2018, and we would like to appreciate them. So GIZ, let's give them an applause. IRC, Water for People. Water for People, are you there? Water Aid, Uganda. Water Aid, Uganda. WWF. Do we have WWF here? IUCN. Water Aid. Jane, you can receive for Water for People. Let's receive, Jane, IRC, you can receive Water for People. Gwendolyn, you receive for WWF. Jane, you can receive for Water for People. WWF. And then IUCN. Gwendolyn, you can receive for IUCN as well. So let's give a big applause to our partners. We want to thank you. This doesn't mean that these are the only partners. We have many, many other partners, but these are the partners that have worked with us for 7 years in this journey. They have continuously supported the Uganda Water and Environment Week, and we would like to appreciate. The guest of honor, we have been having exhibitions. And when the team moved around, they checked around and they picked the winner, the best exhibitor, Nexus Green. The Nexus Green here, they have shown innovations. They might be down there. Nexus Green, can somebody receive for Nexus Green? One of the secretariat members. When you can receive. Rachel, can you come and receive for Nexus Green? I know they might be down at their exhibition. Nexus Green has exhibited innovative technology, including, of course, you saw a motorcycle, which they are exhibiting, and of course, solar equipment. So we want to thank Nexus Green, and also want to thank the other exhibitors for the good work done. We have had the paper presentations, and we have an overall best presenter, Andrew Mwesigwa. Andrew Mwesigwa was the best presenter. Andrew Mwesigwa, are you around? Can you come very fast? Andrew Mwesigwa is a water officer based in Albert Water Management Zone. So he was the best presenter according to the team that evaluated this. So thank you very much, Andrew. We had best female presenter who presented on practice, Irene Nakazi from Victoria Water Management Zone. Irene, are you around? Irene Nakazi is not around. Can somebody come and pick for Irene? Caroline, team leader for Victoria Water Management Zone. Irene Nakazi, the best female presenter in practice category. This is the team leader for Victoria Water Management Zone picking the award on behalf of Irene Nakazi. We had the best male presenter, Mr. Pasquale Keridong, team leader for Upper Nile Water Management Zone. Is Pasquale around? Best presenter under the scientific category, Mr. Pasquale Keridong, the new team leader for Upper Nile Water Management Zone, is just 2 months old and has demonstrated the capacity. So thank you very much, and I hope that you lead the team. The guest of honor, we have been having youth debates. Can I call upon Denise Ayebale
from Uganda Youth Council to come and present the winners under the youth debates. We have had youth debates in the regions. We have had national youth competitions. So Denise Ayebale is from Uganda Youth Council.
All right, thank you so much. Our guest of honor, Government Whip, the Senior Presidential Advisor and former Vice President of Uganda, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment, members of Parliament, colleagues from central and local government, the development partners in the water and environment sector, the senior management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, the media, and of course, the youth. Ladies and gentlemen, well, whereas debates most of the time serve as competition, the Ministry of Water and during Uwewk, they have recognized their platforms of critical thinking, dialogue, and awareness raising. Through engaging in such talent, spirited discussions, the youth have continuously gained valuable insights in the water and management sector. We want to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment for the consistent support, their commitment to recognizing and believing in the youth power. I want to go ahead and recognize the youth subcommittee on behalf of the National Organizing Committee of Uwewk 24, chaired by Edwin Muhumza, and the Vice Chair, who is Pamela Musimenta. And we want to recognize all the other members that have made this possible. Going on, these debates couldn't have happened right from the 4 regions, Albertine region, Southwestern region, the Central region, and Eastern region, without the insight of the judges who did an impartial job. So we'd want to recognize the judges available. They could probably stand up under Debate Academy Uganda. Andrew, Belinda, Diana, Calvin, we would want to thank you for the incredible work. Going forward, we are going to award from the secondary category the best male speaker, who was Nuwagawa Wright. Nuwagawa Wright was the best speaker still in Western regional debates, and he still made it to the finals to be the best speaker today that took place at the National Water Storage Corporation headquarters. Recognizing the best female speaker within the secondary category, Shanice Chloe from Bale Secondary School. And the overall best speaker within the university category was Chibirango Rahim Osama from Chambogo University. Going on to the winners for the secondary category, today in the finals, we had Mbara High School versus Bishop Cipriano Chihanjire SS. And with the verdict, where the judges agreed that Mbara High School won this year's debate tournament. All right, they got their certificates of participation. They're going to have their certificate for the school, the plaque, and their award, which is from the ministry. Courtesy of the ministry, they have a cash prize. All right, congratulations. And with the university category, just for clarity, I was the champion last year. So for university category, we had 4 universities in the finals, and we were using the British parliamentary format where we have 4 teams. So we had Chambogo University, we had Finns Medical School, we had Gulu University, and we had Mbara University of Science and Technology. Coming in first position, this debate was judged by 4 judges who all agreed that the winners of this debate tournament, category A university, are Finn's Medical School. They get to have a plaque, the certificate, and the cash prize, courtesy of the Ministry of Water and Environment. All right, I would want to thank the Ministry of Water and Government for the cash prize and other development partners for always providing platforms for youth participation and advocacy. Thank you for the belief in youth power, and we encourage you to always include the youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the youth. Let's give them a big applause. And we hope that you continue competing so that you get the winners. So, Youth Go Green, Uganda National Youth Council, thank you very much for mentoring these youth. Our guest of honor, we celebrated Uganda Water and Environment Week in 6 regions of the country. And we have teams based in those regions. They really put the country on fire. And we would want to use this opportunity, guest of honor, to recognize really the work they have done. So can we get the Southwestern Region team of the Ministry of Water and Environment to come for recognition? We have an award here. All the 6 regions of the ministry have all received awards for the good work that we have done. Southwestern Region, can you come very fast? You received the award from the guest of honor. You made very good arrangements and performed beyond expectations. This is the team that met the workers and enabled them to do their work. So thank you very much again for the good work. Keep it up. The leadership of the ministry appreciates. Can we call the Albertine Region team based in Fort Portal? Can you come very fast? Would want the Northern Region to follow very fast so that we can move faster. Albertine Region, very fast. Please, team members, come. Albertine Region, come. Team members, very fast. Northern Region, come, be following so that we can do it very fast. Again, thank you very much for the good work that you have been doing as a region. These are the team members that have really done a good job to welcome the workers, and they have done a lot of activities on the ground. So thank you very much, Albertine Region. Northern Region, can you come forward? Thank you very much again. The Northern Region had activities in Arua, and really they put the whole region on a standstill because of the activities they were doing there, and we want to thank them very much. Eastern Region and the Karamoja Region, can you follow? Eastern Region, where are you? Very fast. Eastern Region, then Karamoja Region, get ready, and then last but not least, Central Region. So Eastern Region, very fast. The teams from Eastern Region, please, we know you are there. You come and receive the award. Quickly, you come and join the team leader, Victoria Choga Water Management Zone. Yes, so thank you very much again for the good work you have done to celebrate Uwewk regional activities there. Karamoja Region, yes, Alex, yes, Karamoja Region, and any other members from Karamoja Region, you can come and join. Alex Ojuk has done a very good job, PS. He has really held Karamoja in his hands, and I would want us to appreciate his efforts. Thank you very much. Central Region, where are you? Very fast. Central Region, you are not in Central. Where are you? Can you come and receive the award? Please. Central Region, where are you? Somebody from the ministry headquarters, you come and receive for Central Region. Dennis, you can, are they in Wakiso? Where are they? Okay, fine. So Central Region, and the workers. The rest one is the workers, isn't it? So last but not least, guest of honor would want to recognize the people who walked 518 kilometers. Can we give a big applause to our workers? Geoffrey Ayeni and your team would want you to come forward and appreciate you for the good work you have done. Yes, indeed, you can see how he works, and that's how he works every time. So thank you very much again. Yes, the Workers Association of Uganda, they have been with us for many, many years since we started, and they are working for the cause of water, environment, and climate change. Guest of honor, PS, this marks the end of the awards. We have a few other awards for the guests, maybe PS, I don't know whether. Okay, so let's continue and finalize the awards. We have an award for our guest of honor. Can we get the award for our guest of honor very fast? And PS will present the award to our guest of honor who has graced us with his presence here. So guest of honor, this is in appreciation of your coming to join us here to preside over this closing ceremony. We do want to appreciate. We have UNDP. We want to recognize UNDP. We have been with UNDP for many, many years. So thank you very much, UNDP, for coming over to join us as always. So, guest of honor, Permanent Secretary, this marks the end of the award ceremony. We want to thank everybody. We awarded a few, but doesn't mean that we didn't get support from all of you. So we appreciate all of you and wish you the best as we now start preparing for the 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week. As we close this one, we start preparing for the next one. And hopefully you'll be the winners and also will be awarding you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kalis. Allow me now to read the speech for the Minister of Water and Environment, who is not able to be with us here. It has nothing to do with his being reappointed and getting too excited. He's actually on some duties out of this town. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you all, our dear participants, to the closing ceremony of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024. In a special way, allow me welcome and thank our guests of honor, the Right Honorable Kia Nakadamba, 3rd Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, represented by the NRM Chief Whip, Honorable Amson Ubua, for honoring our invitation to officiate at the closing ceremony of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024. Your presence here today is an indication of your commitment and the importance that you, the executive, and government as a whole attach to matters of water, environment, and climate change in this country. I wish also in a very special way to welcome the former Vice President of Uganda, Dr. Gilbert Bukenya, who is also the Senior Presidential Advisor on Environment and Sanitation. You are welcome. We look forward to working with you to address issues of environment and sanitation, tapping on your wisdom and many years of experience in this country and also as an elder and senior citizen. I wish to congratulate everyone here for successfully completing a full week of commemorative activities that included dialogues, technical presentations, applied training courses, field visits, exhibitions, and several site events. Let me take this opportunity in a very special way to thank the staff of my ministry and our various partners for the good organization of this event and for bringing together all the key stakeholders to dialogue on issues affecting the sector. I wish also to thank the various sponsors of Uganda Water and Environment Week. You're more than 80. I cannot enumerate you for providing the financial and other in-kind resources that have enabled us to successfully commemorate the Uganda Water Week and Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024, starting with the pre-event activities. Uwewk has included celebrations of 3 international sector days. That is the International Forest Day, which is normally marked on 20th March, World Water Day, 21st March, and World Meteorological Day, 22nd March. The theme for the International Day of Forests has been Forests and Innovations, New Solutions for a Better World. That for the World Water Day has been Water for Peace, while that for meteorology has been at the front line of climate action. These themes rhyme well with the overall theme of this year's Water and Environment Week, which is rethinking collective action and innovative solutions to water, environment, and climate change crisis in Uganda. This theme has further been explored under 4 sub-themes, as you are aware. I hope the celebrations of Uwewk 2024 under these sub-themes have provided opportunities for you, the participants, to rethink existing approaches and solutions to addressing water, environment, and climate change challenges in Uganda, while building on the outcomes and recommendations of the various global, regional, and national water and environment and climate change related events. Ladies and gentlemen, this week's events have clearly demonstrated that water and environment has absolute necessity for people, planet, and prosperity, and are at the very core of sustainable development. Safe drinking water and adequate sanitation and hygiene are pillars of human health and well-being. In fact, they are rights. The week has further highlighted the dependence of the country on the environmental and natural resources to deliver water, environmental and natural resource goods and services in order to enhance production and productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of efforts need to be put in the provision of clean water and appropriate sanitation services to reduce the disease burden, enable the women and the youth to be spared time for collecting water and promote production and hence employment and wealth creation. The varying uses of water are interlinked and require sustainable exploitation and management to ensure that there is adequate water of the right quantity and quality for both production and domestic usage, even during difficult times or the dry spells. Uganda faces continuing and increasing challenges to environmental and natural resources management, especially amidst the prevailing climate change crisis, calling for greater efforts to ensure that these resources are sustainably managed for present and future generations. I wish, therefore, to call upon you all to join hands with my ministry and other stakeholders to ensure that the above challenges are addressed. As I conclude, I wish to request you all to take note of the outcomes and the recommendations of this 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week and use them to drive the water, environment, and climate change agenda while delivering services that are going to result into wealth creation, jobs for our people, and revenue for government of Uganda. It is now my pleasure and privilege to invite the Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister, represented by the Chief Whip, Honorable Mubua, to deliver the remarks and formally close the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. For God and my country, you're welcome, Honorable.
Before I deliver the written speech of the third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, permit me on my own to say the following. One is to deliver to you warm and fraternal greetings from the Right Honorable Rukia Nakadama, the third Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda, who should have been here to officiate at the closing ceremony, but currently she's out of the country on another state duty. Two, I wish to, in a very special way, recognize my mentor, my supervisor, my boss, because once a boss, always a boss. While a little young man growing in northern Uganda and trusted by the youth of the greater Lira district as the youth chairman of Lira District Youth Council, at the same time serving at the National Youth Council, I was identified by two prominent citizens. Citizen number one, His Excellency the President, and citizen number two, the then Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Emeritus, Professor Gilbert Balebaseka Bukenya. In the African culture, we are fond of heaping praises when people are not there. At the age of 24, I was identified. He was just being polite and diplomatic. But he identified me and placed me in his office. And when I resigned to join politics as youth member of parliament, he is the one who cleared me. And I want to really thank him before you now that we have met in this convocation and assembly. I want to thank you, sir, for the opportunity you granted to me to serve as a staff of State House attached to office of the Vice President when you were serving as Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. In my journey, I can't tell my story without your name coming in. Even when you Google about Obua Dennis Amson, about my story, your name and that of His Excellency the President will always be there, because from that time to date, the rest is history. When he cleared my resignation, I was elected the youth member of parliament for Northern Uganda. I served for 5 years, then later on transitioned into the adult suffrage. And by the grace of God, I have made history as the youngest member of the National Resistance Movement to have served 4 consecutive terms. And I'm still 40 years, so you can see when I joined the institution of parliament. So he made the way for me, and I am the youngest cabinet minister in this season and time, 2024. So I want to thank you, sir. I also want to, before I deliver this speech, say I am very, very happy with the idea of the youth debate. I am a typical product of both the children and youth debates. Because in 1994, I was a young man, still a child under the laws of Uganda. But I participated at the parliamentary mock debate for the children of Uganda. I represented the children of northern Uganda in the parliamentary mock debate that led to the promulgation of the 1995 Constitution. So when I see young men, you know, leaders come, leaders go. Today is my time, tomorrow I will be out of this stage. It is you, the young people, to come and replace us. Just like you can see my senior is here, he mentored me, he gave me an opportunity. Did I have a godfather or godmother? A typical Lango boy, nurtured and groomed from a rural, typical African village, but identified by the vice president and the president of a country. And now he's here at the national stage. Who am I? To God be the glory. So young people, do not take these issues of the youth debate lightly. That must shape you as a future leader. Finally, we were told that there are over 80 stakeholders supporting the water and environment sector. And I must say, while we were conducting visitation and inspection of the different stalls, the level of innovations, the level of initiatives, to me, I can say the future of water and environment is bright. But on condition that one, we walk the talk, and two, we practice what we preach. That marks the end of what Obua has stated as Obua. Let me now turn to the speech of the chief guest. The Honorable Minister of Water and Environment in this assembly, represented by the Permanent Secretary, Vice President Emeritus of the Republic of Uganda, and currently serving as the Senior Presidential Advisor, the Honorable Members of Parliament, the Permanent Secretary, once again of the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Executive Directors and Directors of State Parastatals here present, development partners for the water and environment sector, private sector and civil society organizations, staff of the Ministry of Water and Environment and other government officials in your respective capacities, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am humbled and deeply honored to officiate at this closing ceremony of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024, commemorated under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment, Climate Change Crisis in Uganda. I wish to salute the leadership of the Ministry of Water and Environment and the various partners for successfully organizing and concluding an all-week-long encompassing activities that brought together key stakeholders to dialogue and find solutions to key issues affecting the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, water and environment are connectors and catalysts in the socioeconomic development process of our country, and also key ingredients for peace and stability. I wish to state that Uganda's development agenda is guided by the National Development Plan 3, which aims at helping the country deliver on the aspirations of the people as embedded and articulated in the Uganda Vision 2040. The key goal of the National Development Plan 3 is to increase the average Ugandan household income and quality of life through industrialization, among others. Therefore, considering that water and environment resources are at the core of sustainable development and are critical for socioeconomic development, healthy ecosystems, and human survival, sustainable utilization of these resources will be critical in the achievement of Uganda's NDP goals and target. Ladies and gentlemen, to note with clarity and emphasis is that our water, environment, and natural resources are under increasing pressure from degradation due to factors such as increased demand for agricultural land, increasing urbanization, settlement, and infrastructural development. This continued loss and degradation of wetlands, forests, and riverbanks affect livelihoods and our ability to mitigate impact of climate change. This therefore calls for more efforts in ensuring that these resources are sustainably managed and utilized for the present and future generations. Well-managed wetlands, riverbanks, and forests make communities resilient to extreme weather events and disasters, such as prolonged drought, famine, floods, and incidences of water scarcity. There is therefore need to enforce observance and prioritize securing of the boundaries of wetlands, riverbanks, and forest. I call upon all stakeholders to ensure that legal notice number 14 of 2023 is implemented to the dot. And that book is here present with us. We have a legal notice that is meant to guide us on how to proceed with the protection of our natural resources. Protection and restoration of water catchment areas, especially those that have been degraded, removing pressure from wetlands, riverbanks, and forests by creating alternative livelihood options that are economically viable are showing promising results and should therefore be scaled up and sustained. I am happy that the theme of this year's Water and Environment Week is very instrumental, and it challenges all of us to provide solutions to the water, environment, and climate change crisis through innovative thinking and collective action in the spirit of the Ubuntu philosophy. I am because we are. Achievements of NDP 3 targets and Uganda's development aspirations cannot be left to government alone. Rather requires the input and involvement of all stakeholders at all levels. The National Resistance Movement government, under the leadership of His Excellency General Uwewk Museveni, is strongly committed and dedicated to working with all our various stakeholders to achieve these aspirations, and will continue giving priority to issues of water, environment, and climate change, and ensuring that adequate financial resources are mobilized towards implementation of the statutory instrument. This year's Water and Environment Week celebrations have given stakeholders a platform and opportunities to rethink existing approaches and solutions to addressing water, environment, and climate change challenges in Uganda. The government of the Republic of Uganda will study the recommendations made in this assembly for possible implementation in the delivery of its wealth creation, employment, and development agenda. I wish to appreciate the various development partners that have continued to provide technical and financial support to government through Ministry of Water and Environment in the delivery of water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I have no doubt that the outcome of this 7th Water and Environment Week will make significant and fundamental contributions to enabling Uganda attain the National Development Plan 3 targets related to water and environment. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen in your respective capacities. Finally, and very finally, by virtue of the authority entrusted upon me, it is now my honor and privilege to declare the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week formally and officially closed, signed, Rukia Nakadama, Third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, and I therefore discharge you with the grace of God the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. For God and my country.
Can we get the table here, please? We are going. Let the Nile Run play. Can we get the table? Ayen, where are you going? I need you here.
A
The
land
winners
of
of the
breathtaking
debate, our development partners, the senior presidential advisor, together with the chief guest. I think we come here and we cut this cake, and that will mark the end. And those of you who have not signed on that memorabilia, you also take the opportunity and go and sign. So, the winners of the debates, can you please come? Ayen, can you come? All our development partners, please come. And the honors of the 3 days. Forestry, meteorology, and water. Come and we cut this cake. So are we all here? Yes, yes, winners. Turn so that they, no, turn the other way around.
Must be the other way.
So that, yeah. Okay, I'm going to count from 7. 7. First remove these ones here. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Those are for the 7 past Water and Environment Weeks, okay? Please, cut and serve. Those who have not signed the memorabilia, you could sign. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me to give a big applause to our permanent secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, who has represented the minister. Let's also give a big applause to our guest of honor, the youngest cabinet minister. So for the youth, I think you have heard. Yes. So we have a cocktail, ladies and gentlemen. We want to celebrate. So don't go away. We want to celebrate so that we can know really that we have done a good job. So let's start with the cake. So we are going to enjoy the cake first, and then we have a cocktail down there. So otherwise, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for making the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week what has been. It has been because of your power that we have made it a success. We want to request you to continue with us as we prepare for the 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week. Thank you very much. We want to recognize our elders, the people who have retired from the sector. Thank you very much. You are here joining us. Those, the youth, remember what the chief guest has mentioned. the future is in your hands. New members of parliament will come from you. Ministers will come from you. Can I also use this opportunity to thank the team at the Water Resources Institute? Let's give them a big applause. Gwendolyn and the team, thank you very much for the good work. Again, the National Organizing Committee and all of you that have made it. Can we now, I think we need to have the national anthem. We need to have the national anthem. We wanted to have the national anthem, closing anthems, and we had the band. I don't know whether the band is ready. Reverse order. So can we pray the team there? Reverse order. Yes. Let's stand up for the national anthem, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, it's okay. We have the anthems. So stand up for the national anthems.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. Ushers, can you read us the cocktail? Exhibitions are still down there. Take time and visit. Otherwise, thank you very much and wish you all the best until we meet next year.
On behalf of the Minister of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda.
Today we gather united by a cause that transcends our individual beliefs and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation. We are faced with a crisis that threatens the beauty